Duel TCG Invitational for Europe. It is the first of a brand new Yu-Gi-Oh! Year for 2021. I am Marcello Barberi.
And I'm here with Alberto Modazzi.
Yeah, and we're gonna take you guys on a road this weekend to have a brand new action. So it's gonna be a fantastic weekend full of Yu-Gi-Oh! Full of interesting duels. And the structure for this event, as we will be able to show you, is of course remote duel, and our participants have gone through a huge journey to show us guys. But first of all, I want to thank you guys for watching and for following through the weekend. We are gonna have to thanks as well the other of our colleagues doing it, because this is the main stream. It's gonna be the English one, of course, but you can, if you feel more comfortable with your native language, then we are also gonna have different streams. You can find the link down below. For the other main languages, we had so Spanish, French, German, and
so where are we
as
playing?
well
in Discord
Italian.
Or in
Yeah,
the call?
how can we forget our own country? But so if you make sure you can just check those out as well. But now, enough with the talk. We can bring you guys up the rules for this weekend. So, as you can see, it's gonna be a remote duel, so advanced contractor format, 50 minutes each round. We wanna give these guys a little more time than the usual 40, but the rest is pretty much what we're used to see at a regular YCS. So it's best of 3 and single elimination. So what happens though if these 50 minutes run out? What is the procedure for timeout? As usual, it must be declared a win, loss, or a draw. But in this case, the format for this event is a top 16 direct elimination. That means that there are not going to be draws available. But the game, if a tie for wins happens, is going to be decided by a sudden death game. So some pretty exciting action. We saw the last time we were here. Some matches do end up with a sudden death. Lithium was representing with the Monarch check, but ultimately failed in the final. So it's surely gonna be an exciting day. Plenty of action for you guys. But now I want to take you on even more, and I think we can bring out the guys that are gonna be participating. So, as you can see, we're going to have 16 participants. These guys, just like any of you could have done this time, we did not invite any of them. They were not influencers or famous, well-known players. They had to go through journeys. So you guys go to the website and just check on a regular basis the events that we are hosting. We had extravaganzas, we had Yu-Gi-Oh! Days, and we had even the actual qualifiers for this event, which were held all over different time zones and countries. And in particular, these guys had to go all through these steps and make it at least to the top 4 of the final qualifiers. So quite a tough journey.
Yeah, quite a journey. They actually qualified, and as you can see, they come from all over Europe, like Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Germany, a lot of different countries. And yeah, I mean, they fought really hard to get their place here.
Absolutely. You don't have to take any of these guys for granted. Of course, we saw probably Dursun being the favorite just because he's the one with the most accomplishments overall throughout the years. But I mean, I'm also excited to see Christian here from Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is, I think, a country we've never had on stream before. So it's definitely going to be a huge journey. But as we can see, what do you think I think we can go back to us before showing the guys what the actual top 16 bracket is going to be for the weekend. And as always, we have to pick our dark horse or just our favorite.
Lose, so
I mean, you always did.
This time I'm going to give a chance to Eldritch Zodiac. I really like the deck.
Okay.
And I think that in this format in particular, Virtual War is the deck to beat.
Okay.
But my choice for the weekend is gonna be Eldritch Zodiac. What about you?
I mean, it's definitely an interesting deck. So here, guys, as you can see, this is gonna be the bracket for the weekend. So for day 1 today, make sure to tune in as we are gonna go through each of the match. So we're gonna go through each top 16 match. So 8 matches for today. And then tomorrow, we are going to go through the rest of the matches, which are going to be the top 8, top 4, and of course, the decider final match. But As you can see, the first one is going to be a dear Italian, so Leonardo Sacchetti, which was actually the winner of the qualifier for Italy. And he's going to be up against Daniel Hartmann, who instead was at the German qualifier, and he was the 4th place. So quite a different journey for these two guys.
The 4th one, and it's going to be a tough one. So
yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting battle, but you guys, as we mentioned, we might not be familiar with these two guys. So what's the best way to introduce them to you? We had an interview for each of them. So let's hear what Leonardo has to say about this event.
I swear. My favorite card is Salmon Great Gazelle. Now, and for this tournament, I playing Zulich, because I think that is the best control deck of this format, and I love control decks and trap decks, and Zodiacs give a very consistent boost to Zulich. The first emotion when I played for the first time at Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a child, I think that is a very, very exciting game. Very exciting, the best trading card game. It's very exciting, very dynamic, and beautiful.
Okay, so some strong words here from our friend from all over Italy. I'm sure he will be one of the guys to beat. As we mentioned, all of these 16 guys had to show up strong at the qualifiers, but he's one of the 4 winners.
Yeah.
So for sure, one of the 4 main guys to look out there. But I want to hear it from his opponent all over from Germany. Daniel, let's hear it from him.
Well, I've actually been involved in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game for quite a long time, but I made some pauses in between. So I guess it's like beginning with my childhood, maybe 10, 15 years now. But I started to play competitively like maybe 1.5 years ago. So the most part was actually in the Corona time. I remember back in the days I played Six Samurai. That's actually the first deck I remember playing, but that was more or less a fun deck. I didn't have the important cards like Emma's Blade and such, but the deck was great fun. Actually, if I had to name one, I would probably say my favorite card is Engage. Actually, I'm playing Virtual World right now, because I think it has a very high ceiling and also a good rogue matchup. Actually, I have a lot of good and bright memories involving Yu-Gi-Oh! But just in the recent past, I got first place at the Extravaganza, which is the highlight of the last couple of months for me.
Yeah, so another great participant today. As he mentioned, he's one of the more recent players. He said that he got into the game slightly before the virus, of course, hit us. But as he mentioned, he found a way to just renew his passion, and that's the message that we want to send to all of you guys. We know it's been a tough year, of course, and we are still finding ways to deal with what's going on. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is more alive than ever, and we are having a lot of different events. This time, as I mentioned already, everyone could be a participant of this event. So I really want to put the effort on going and showing how you can compete in such events, because it's just possible, and it's quite exciting because you get to try these new decks and just compete as it will be for a YCS with people from all over the world. But remote duel is also fun to just do it with your friends. So you can just log in and just play with your friends from home, try out new decks, try out some fun things. But as Daniel already spoiled it for you guys, he's gonna be one of the virtual world players for this weekend. The deck, of course, as he mentioned, has a really good high ceiling. And what do you think of it in general? Is he going to be the winner of the event?
I think it's a really consistent deck, because in your very first turn, you want to set up a huge field, and you have True King of all Calamities, which is the main...
Yeah, that's the boss monster of the deck, we can say. Yeah.
And you also have the Chulche, the trap card, which is very good, because you can protect King of all calamities as well. But you also rely with a lot of synchro monsters, which are really good, with the Shen, for example, which is like a sort of microcosmos, let's say, when it's on the field. And I think the mirror match is not easy to play. So
absolutely, I'm sure we will be able to see some of it, but his opponent, Leonardo, has something to say against that. He's playing your favorite deck of the weekend, which is Zodiac Eldlik. Not gonna lie, tearing up a little seeing that Zodiac is still alive. I have the best memories I have in this game from Zodiac. So it gotta be my favorite as well. So without further ado, let's just jump to the match and see who is gonna be the winner for round 1. Okay, so as we see, Leonardo on Zodiac are really similar but different in a way to the Zodiac we were used to see back in 2017, I would say.
Yeah, because right now we have anyways a lot of traps, because during 2017 we used to play dimensional barriers, for example. And nowadays instead Zodiac relies on just a couple of few Zodiacs and a lot of different Eldritch trap cards. And the boss monsters is of course the Golden Lure. And you really want to set up a field in which you can also use the Divine Arsenal Zeus, which is going to be one of the card highlights of the
Absolutely, we are going to show you guys once we get the players in action what the key cards of these decks are. But overall, the strategy is still somewhat similar because it's a deck that plays a lot of entrops. We can see that Leonardo is maining 15 entrops in the main deck, which is an astounding number. And I think he's going to be really happy with it because Virtual World is a combo deck at the end of the day. So entrops are always going to be incredible against it. So do you think the die roll is going to be an important key in this specific matchup?
I think in general it's important for Virtual World to win the die roll because you really want to set up your field in the very first turn. And with Eldritch, you can manage to play around, the very different combos of the entire format. So I think for Daniel, it would be better to win the die roll in this case. And for Leonardo, I mean, if he goes second, it's not a big deal.
No, absolutely. As you mentioned, Zeus is for sure a great tool for going second. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Daniel rolled a 6. So I'm pretty sure he will be the one to choose who is going first. But
what I really like about this format is that all of the players play a lot of different hand traps. So if you go second or if you go first, you have a lot of different options. So they rely on like 3 offs, and so in order to maximize their chances to draw them.
Yeah, but there are multiple new ways. And I'm actually picking up now that Leonardo is maining 3 Forbidden Droplet too. Wow, so he's prepared. Maybe even wants to go second in the first place. It's quite possible to be honest.
I mean, at this point, if he plays 15 hand traps and 3 droplets, I think.
I think it reminds me of those going second decks that sometimes I also play myself, and it's always a good strategy. So, but enough with the talk. It seems like our players are ready and they're picking up their first hand. So this is the first duel of an incredible long weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see how it's gonna play out. So City is definitely a good way to start. There is no response from Leonardo. I mean, it's understandable. I don't think you always ash the City if you see it. There are quite more powerful targets, but
you just want to see your opponent what he's gonna do. Right now, you just wait. He has the Chuche. And let's see the monsters that he has. So he activated the Lau Lau.
So the first of the turns happens. As you can see, if anyone is not familiar too much with the Virtual World deck, all of the monsters are pretty similar. They activate from hand, so they need another Virtual World card on the field in order to activate. And then you send a different type from the deck to the graveyard. They have spell, traps, and monsters, and then they each do a different effects. So they are definitely quite powerful, as they don't require the normal summon. But here we see the first interaction. So Ash Blossom comes down, stopping Daniel, And now let's see if he's gonna have another extender to continue his plays.
As you said before, Leonardo waited just a second to activate his Ash Blossom, and now Daniel really needs to find something out of his deck, because he could be in trouble.
Absolutely. So he doesn't. So it seems like he just normal summons. Then he banished the SHUEISHA, which has the second effect of increasing or reducing the level. And he's gonna go and look for one more draw with the Croco Dragon. Let's see. But at least, luckily for him, the trap is also live, since he has 2 banished Virtual World cards. Worst case scenario, he can always just use it as a defensive tool next turn.
Yeah, this draw is very important right now.
Absolutely.
He really needs to find a monster.
Yeah, probably Lily would be one of the better ones.
Lily would be very good.
Let's see. Does he pick up anything? He also plays Pot of Desires alongside Triple Tactic Talent in the main deck. So those would be essentially a +1 right now if he got any of them. He's thinking about it, but do you think the ending goal for this deck is just the calamities against this matchup, or is it enough against Zodiac? What do you think?
Against Zodiac, if you can really set up the standard field with calamities and the SHUEISHA, sometimes you want to rely on Shen, which is very good against Zodiac because it banishes every card of your opponent. So I think that would be the other option. And in this case, anyway, I mean, Daniel, if he doesn't have a monster, maybe he really wants to find some hand traps, because otherwise will be a problem.
Yeah, so let's see. They're definitely thinking quite a bit about this. Probably just asking some clarification on the effects. As mentioned, this is actually the most similar thing we've gotten to a YCS, as players are from every country, and it might possible that there are some language barrier problems. In the introduction video, to be fair, they both spoke pretty decent good English, so maybe not so much, but
yeah, luckily we have judges at every single match, so that everything goes smooth. Anyway, talking about the current format, I think that Visual World deck to go for, because basically,
yeah, it is the most popular one we have this weekend. We don't wanna reveal too much already, since it's just round 1, but we have quite a number of unique decks as well, which I'm happy to see. But Virtual World, it is the most played deck. So just expect to see some of it. Is it gonna win the whole thing? I'm not sure, because honestly, looking at the deck list, I think a lot of these guys came prepared for it. I saw a lot of Artifact Lancia being mained, which is surprising, but can't blame them. It's quite good.
I mean, players know that the current format is shaped in this way, so they are prepared enough with a lot of entraps and a lot of different interactions against this deck. And I mean, we cannot blame them. I mean, this is actually the deck to beat, and it causes a lot of problems. So it has a lot of different options.
Yeah, but I would say while they discuss with the judges like they play, because there is a little confusing, we can go back to us. Okay, so already just gotta have a little patience. They were a little confused on one of the plays that was happening there, so maybe Leonardo had an answer. As we know, he's maining 59 chops, so it might be the case, but we have plenty to talk about. And although we didn't already, for you guys, of course, one of the biggest news recently was the release of a new Forbidden Unlimited list, which is gonna be effective from Monday, so not counting this event. And what is your first impression on the list? It shocked, of course, a lot of people, and it's quite a good.
Yeah, I think the first card that everyone saw was King of All Calamities that was forbidden, and but I think that the thing is that you have to consider that most of the players maybe. So this could be a problem for Witcher World, but I don't think that is, because there are a lot of different options that we saw yesterday. I don't know, I mean, maybe we could spoil it. Like, we saw that there are a lot of different combos with Ultimate Saltkin and the Crystal Wing, and also the Red Dice Dark Dragoon as well.
Of course,
that would be like a really good option.
It's always just up to you. I mean, we mentioned Zodiac, and the other deck that comes to my mind is Burning Abyss, which, spoiler alert, will also be at this event in some capacity, and it's been there since 2014. I cannot stress enough how many times I've heard the phrase, oh yeah, that deck now is not good anymore, or like that deck is done. I remember that for Zodiac, and then I mean, it won a lot of events. Same for Burning Abyss, same for Sky Striker even. So there are a lot of decks where you really just shouldn't be lazy in a way with creativeness and just what's the most popular version of the deck. There are a lot of really cool cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think it's something that I repeat sometimes during the event. What my favorite thing about this game is that you can play cards that have been released 20 years ago. Like, it never changes. You can find some hidden gems. We had the last remote duel, the smoke grenade, which is something that was pretty much never played in 20 and more years of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then suddenly it becomes a key card in a deck. So again, of course, Calamities and Ben 10, another hit, which is for a different deck, which is Drytron, are gonna be impactful on their decks. But still, as Daniel was saying, Virtual World is just an engine full of combo cards that don't even necessarily require a normal summon. So I don't want to believe that no one is gonna find some combos. And as you mentioned, there are already people sharing them in less than 4 hours. So I mean, I'm expecting to see a lot of you guys coming up with good ideas. But of course, it's always interesting to also see the impact of new cards and just the game shaping up, and maybe this event impacting also on some of the decks, because as Virtual World is going to be popular, the deck that Leonardo is bringing is not gonna be changed.
It's not gonna be affected. So I think that most of the players, if you don't really want to test out something else, I think you could rely on Eldritch Zodiac. But as you said before, there are so many different decks at this moment that you can actually build your own deck and see what is the best deck. So basically, you could also play ABC. But,
yeah, but okay. We'll see who's right. But our players are now ready to continue their duel. So last time we were here, this was the final position. So he just summoned and drew a card with the Crocodile Dragon. But he was looking for another extender. Is he gonna pick it up? Let's just see. I think he did. Okay.
Okay, it's GG.
Yeah. So GG is pretty much like a Skarm, since we mentioned Burning Abyss. In the end phase, it lets you add the card, but from the graveyard rather than from the deck. So let's see. Is it gonna be enough though? That's the thing, because he already used the spell engrave.
Yeah, he used the spell, and he doesn't have the Nyan, which could have been what he needed. But let's see if he finds his own way.
Yeah, so now...
okay, he has the 2-2.
Okay, so he discards a card, bring back the 2-2, and now he's where he wants to be at the beginning of his turn. He can go for the Calamities plus the Trap, which is pretty much what you want to be at. And by having the Shen Shen, he also has a resource engraved that can back next turn if he needs to. But for now, the advantage is still on Leonardo, because he knows what his opponent deck is playing.
Correct.
Daniel has no idea, so right now he has to prepare against whatever could happen, because Ash Blossom is played by pretty much every deck of the format right now. So let's see if Leonardo is gonna pick up one of his forbidden droplets, for example. That would be devastating, but...
Yeah, Daniel couldn't have asked for more at this point. This is the standard combo, and I think this is the best one. So Leonardo, let's see if he has an answer to this field, and he starts things off with Curse Headland.
Yeah. So here things start to clarify for Daniel a little bit. I don't think he's gonna be that happy with this. Usually, if you open Calamities, you prefer to face a deck that is mainly relying on monsters, while here it could also be the Eldritch version with red eyes and full of traps, which is pretty much unaffected by the card. Okay, and he goes for Calamities here, so he's actually risking... what do you think of his decision?
I think you have to activate the Calamities because you want to prevent your opponent to try and go for the Zeus.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be that happy, Daniel, because I think Leonardo drew a good hand.
Yeah, pretty good.
And he could face Daniel's field very well.
Yeah, I mean, we see Calamities there being forced because if he has a gold... let's remember that Calamities prevent the effects from being activated, but it doesn't actually negate them. So if you wait for the effect, then the effect is still gonna resolve, and the Golden Lord could have destroyed it. So, but we are gonna see some mind games throughout the weekend because Psyframe Gamma is quite popular, and if he had it there, then he could have really messed Daniel's plans. Okay, so he gets the Bunny Blast. Pretty much the only Zodiac card that was not there back in the day in Leonardo deck at the moment. But reading it just to make sure. What do you think? So, where do you think Daniel should use his disruption on? So the trap card shuffling back through.
Leonardo really needs to consider that Daniel has the Chuchi alive. So this means that he really needs to deal with that. But he had the Aquero with Cursal Headland, so this might be that maybe he has the Golden Lord in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I think here Daniel needs to activate the Chucha, yeah.
Yeah, so he does. And it seems like Leonardo might have run out of options as he set one to his back row. I didn't quite catch which of the traps he added to his hand.
I think he added Aguero.
Aguero, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now turn goes back to Daniel, and I'm pretty sure he needs to speed things up. Hopefully, he will try to just go for an OTK here. He can bring back the Shen Shen, which is good because he also sets up the trap for another disruption. But things are still... quite in the middle, but I would, if I could choose, I would always go on Daniel's side right now.
Yeah, and knows that Leonardo has the Aquero, maybe the face down Aquero.
So as expected, Shen Shen comes back, and now the trap is live, and he has an Ether. Okay, so a second Ash Blossom from Leonardo. Quite unfortunate. You'll probably open both when he plays 15 end traps. You really don't want to open two of the same, but.
Okay, yeah, also the Lily.
Yeah, the Lily.
Right now he could push for game, maybe.
Yeah, and Leonardo has seen enough. So, congratulations to Daniel. He moves on 1-0 in this first match. The opening was just way too strong for his opponent to come back. And unfortunately, although he was maining 15 end shops plus the droplets, he only opened 2 copies of Ash. And that's pretty much never enough against a deck like Virtual World, which is mainly focused on comboing off.
Yeah, the tricking of all calamities is not easy to deal with. Also because if you have a Chuchi alive on the field, you have 2 problems. So Leonardo here has to fight back, but has quite a few options in his side deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's gonna... Do you think first of all, is he gonna go first or second again?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I don't know, because he plays a lot of cool cards against Virtual World, but maybe you don't really want to risk going second. Because if your opponent set up the field like Tricking of All Calamities and the Chucha, you're in trouble. So maybe he could just change some cards and decides to go first. Because maybe he could put up a Trident and maybe a couple of trap cards with the Golden Lord for the turn after.
Yeah, it seems like its side deck is more focused on going first, which makes sense because, as we mentioned, the main deck is already full of end shops. And he's playing a really interesting card, which is also from quite a while ago. We all know Skill Drain, which is the trap that by paying 1,000 allows you to just negate the effects, and was played by a lot of different decks. The first that comes to mind, probably Daniele Stella, which won YCS Milan with Clifford back in the day, maining 3 copies of a card. But for people who don't really know, Skill Drain also has a sister hiding behind the curtains, which is called Mind Drain, which I'm gonna show you guys in a moment on screen, and it allows at the same cost to prevent all effects activating from end. This is a card that I think we last saw back in Dragon Ruler format.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's probably 8 years. Like 2013 was the year of Dragon Ruler, and here you see it on screen. I think it's wonderful. It's a wonderful idea. It's,
yeah, I mean, we haven't seen this card being played in this format, but I think Leonardo decides to go for the proper card, because Mind Drain is one of the best cards to play against the Future World. So
yeah, it's,
let's see if we'll pick up one.
Absolutely shuts down the deck pretty much entirely, I believe. There are very few ways to deal with it, and mostly involving side deck cards. And when I'm looking at Daniel's side deck, I don't really see much to deal with it. I see the RP Feather Duster, of course, which is a staple for everyone, and the Red Reboot, but it doesn't really side the Cyclone or Twin Twisters, you know, or any disruption outside of a few more storms. So it's gonna be an interesting one. I don't expect it to be as quick as game 1. It should be a closer one overall. Just a little bit of an unfortunate opening by Leonardo last game. While, what do you think Daniel's strategy would be with his side deck?
So against the Zodiac Eldritch, there are not that many specific cards, because it's like a control deck. So it doesn't rely that much on combos, because you basically normal summon Zodiac monsters and then you go for Dryden in order to prevent your opponent from making plays. And but in general, I think that Daniel is gonna side in the RP's Fitted Duster for sure, and maybe I think also the Bankrupt is not that bad. I mean, you can deal with a lot of problems by going second, and maybe Lightning Storm could go in as well. I think it could be a good option.
Yeah, so we're gonna see once more. This is a format where I think more than others, the side deck and the mind games going first or going second matter a lot. So it's gonna be interesting throughout the weekend to see where these players' minds are more focused on. In a matchup like this, maybe not so much, but in a mirror match for Virtual World is also quite interesting. But things seems to be done, and Leonardo should be going first. So let's see if his opening is gonna be as good. We're also waiting to see if one of these guys is gonna play the new Pot of Prosperity, which is also quite a interesting tool for every deck of the format.
Yeah, quite interesting choice is that Daniel is playing both Pot of Prosperity and Pot of Desire, something that we don't see that often. But yeah, I mean, what do you think? Would you rather play both of them, or maybe the Pot of Prosperity?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the deck you're running, I guess. And it seems like Leonardo started, but it's not a good sign where the first thing you do is just set Shu. Is he gonna have the Mind Drain though? That's a big question. Yeah. And we does. So okay, so we prepared you guys for this, and the Mind Drain comes down. Now it's all on Daniel. Does he have one of the 4 outs? I think he could have sided. Let's see. He starts things off with Teleport, which is actually not that bad. It's not one of the outs from the side deck, but it's pretty much the only card in his main deck that summons a monster without using its effect. So it could be another way to fish for responses. Let's see. So the Nyan Nyan, I believe, comes down. Okay, so he's gonna try. Yeah, so he picked up Teleport, which is, as I said, one of the very few ways his main deck could deal with the card. But let's see if he's gonna be able to push, or he's just gonna rely on a card. But yeah, he finds it. So lucky for him, Azami Teleport allows you to synchro summon a level 6 by using the normal summon. Wow, and it even has the the Lily to push forward.
Yeah,
This allows him.
Juju was huge because he allowed him to. Ooh, there's the Gamma. Okay.
And as you can see here, Leonardo could have not used the Gamma before because his own Mind Drain was locking him. But now he can try and just push Daniel down. Do you think if he had a Zodiac, he would have played it? Or is it just better to hold it for a Zeus the turn after? That's the question.
I think you would keep it. Maybe it's better to keep it in order to, trying to force your opponent to activate as many cards as you can. And then you get rid of them with the Zeus. So...
Okay.
Yeah, if he has a Zodiac next turn, he can easily come back.
Absolutely. So, luckily for him, the Mind Drain, and I'm sad for Leonardo because I really the idea. Unfortunately, sometimes your opponent draws one of the very few outs they have. Nothing you can do about it. So.
And now Daniel is considering if he can push forward during this turn, because Leonardo is left with 2 cards in hand and 1 back row. Oh, he has the triple tactics talent as well, which is huge. And he decides to pick up 2 cards.
Yeah, that's an impressive opening by Daniel once. He's maining the card, so I would say good decision to keep it. And even to main it, we saw multiple players of Virtual World especially deciding just because they are using a lot of 8 in the main deck, but even pushes forward here with the city, and the setup is once more incredible.
Yeah, Daniel found his own way to come back against the Mind Drain, and with the two new fresh cards with the triple tactics talent, seems like he drew a new monster.
For now, it's going super well. We just should keep in mind the number of summons. Is he done? Okay. It's okay. So he's done. He lets his opponent go, and now what happens in the end phase is a Sanguine. No. Okay. Yeah, he just summons it as a level 5, and nothing to be afraid of because there is not a Golden Lord. If there was, he could have destroyed the card as well. But for now, he's gonna move on to summon a Link Spider, maybe, or. Okay, yeah, pretty much the same concept. And is it gonna be able to push forward? So, if he has a Zodiac now, there is a problem because the trap is live. He can destroy it. And Leonardo is probably not that happy. I would say he was feeling quite safe with the Mind Drain.
Yeah, he had a standard opening because if you open with Mind Drain, you feel safe basically because your opponent can only normal summon, but the Magician's Intelligence was there. So yeah, now he has another problem, which is the Chuche. And,
okay, he's gonna crash attack because it reduces the attack. So okay, no trap, makes sense. I mean, you're not really afraid of anything right now. And no, seems like Leonardo, again, as a kind of a slow start, he's gonna just move to the end phase and banish his trap to get a Sanguine, I think. And okay, it's gonna be one of, I think, a slower, grindier game than game 1. But if there is not a big response on Leonardo's side, I see problems coming his way fast because Daniel has 4 cards and now he can try and combo off easily here.
Yeah, I think at this point he can just go on with his own combo.
Okay.
Because he knows that Leonardo win on these.
Yeah, it's not really scary. So the start is pretty good. It's I think Lily once again, so he gets to send both the 2/2 and the spell. He can get banish right away. Is there gonna be a response from Leonardo? He's considering it, but doesn't seem so. Wow, tough times from Leonardo.
Yeah, that's the Lulu, and now it's gonna be very difficult.
As we mentioned, each of them has a different effect once they get on the field, or they resolve rather. The Lily, as we just saw, is an additional Foolish for a Virtual World card, while the Lulu is arguably one of the stronger ones as Stratos. You get to search your deck for the other type of card you haven't targeted or sent. So
yeah, it seems like Leonardo doesn't have any response to Lulu as well.
But maybe as a second copy of the trap he set round 1, which means he would have an interruption. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be too strong, because if he goes for Sanguine and then he flips it, Daniel can just chain his own trap. So
yeah, Daniel needs to be careful, because he has a lot of different options. He could get the Lau Lau. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, for now. Lau Lau is reborn. You get to bring back 1 in defense position. So the first synchro summon of this duel of this turn happens. He has quite a few options. You can try to push the set card, but yeah, he just goes safe for the Shen Shen. Having a resource that just can come back every turn is quite annoying for a deck like Eldritch. So,
do you think he should consider the Nibiru in Leonardo's hand, considering that he kept his cards like?
It's possible.
Turns, so.
But he also knows that Leonardo went first, so I'm not sure it's guaranteed that he kept the Nibiru in going first, which is always a problem. When you go second, it's quite different, but when you go first, you tend to side out a lot of the cards, and then it gets tough if your opponent breaks your board. Okay. So he gets back the Juju he summoned earlier, which is something you don't see every day, but since he had the option round 1, he could. And he goes for its effect, I believe.
Yeah, seems like he activated it, right? Yes.
Okay, so he's pushing again, trying to force out the only card that he doesn't know opponent outside of the Entrops. Let's see what is it gonna be. Which actually is a big problem, because if he needs to chain it, then Gen chain the Sanguine. Let's see if it is the card. Yeah, it was. It was what I thought. Do you think he should have played it earlier then?
Yeah, I think maybe Leonardo should have considered the idea of Daniel summoning the Juju back with the Lau Lau, because he could have get the Golden Lord on the field and then an additional effect of the Golden Lord with the Conquistador.
Yeah. I mean, as we mentioned, we do know that the trap can just prevent this, but now this is looking quite tough for Leonardo. It's M7 comes down, which can just get back a card either from the field or the graveyards of these players. But Nibiru comes. Okay, so this is the reason why he wasn't activating it, actually. So Nibiru is in the end, and it's gonna change this duel completely. We were giving Leonardo a little bit of a tough time, but he was just playing with us as he was playing with his opponent. So yeah, Nibiru...
Yeah, the Nibiru in hand, he waited the right moment, and there he is. He completely shut down Daniel's strategy, and they're now counting how much attack and defense is the token. I mean, anyway, Daniel still has the Chuche, a couple of cards in hand, but the Nibiru is there.
Yeah, it's probably the only card in his deck that could have saved him at the time. But is it gonna be enough in the long run? That's the main issue. So the trap is still live. It definitely hurts, but maybe just gonna set back Daniel for one turn and that's it. Because it's not like the Nibiru is gonna be super useful for Leonardo either.
I think it makes sense that he didn't activate the Conquistador chaining the Elixir.
Yeah, because otherwise he couldn't have not played the Nibiru. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is pretty smooth right now from Leonardo. As you can see here, Nibiru being still quite an impactful card ever since its release.
Yeah, it seemed like Leonardo started with a slow hand.
Yeah.
But looks like it's paying off. No, maybe because
he's working his way around it. Yeah.
Hey, we're going to see for the first time this weekend the Golden Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe now Leonardo wants to find to come back into this game.
Do you think the trap should be used here from Daniel just to destroy the Nibiru?
I think he could, because like he should have. He
has a lot. He has plenty of cards, so he's considering it. I mean, why not? Yeah, and he does. Okay, makes sense. So he just waited for his opponent to use it. Okay, and it seems like he destroyed the Golden Lord instead. Pretty even at the moment, but both of these guys, although they might have 2-1 cards in hand, they have resources in graveyard that are able to create more advantage. Every Eldritch Trap can be banished to get more, and the Shen Chen is still there for the next turn. So it's as predicted, more of a grind game, and let's see what's gonna come out on top. Are we gonna see the first Zodiac being played for this game? It's been a while, and Leonardo now has 2 cards only with the trap, so he can banish the Sanguine, which is the only one that will right back directly, immediately.
Yeah, if he really needs to find Zodiac or maybe a Curse of Deadland, would be a great card.
Yeah. I mean, he could also just use the Golden Lord right now if he has the option to. As you can see, this is one of the reasons why some of these guys have been playing Diddy Crow as well in decks. Right now the format is at a point where, even though these 2 decks are dramatically different, one is a control one is a combo, they still rely on the graveyard quite a bit. So we even see we even have a player using Transmigration Prophecy. Okay, and Barrage is picked up. Arguably the best Zodiac card of the deck, and are we gonna see the trap? I mean,
would you do that? I mean, I think
pretty much forced to. Yeah, it would seem very weird. I mean, he can wait for the monster, just if he wants to take out a monster out of his opponent deck. That could be a good top deck, but I mean, I don't know. You also get punished if your opponent is holding a Zoo, because then they get the Terror Blade and they can discard and get a fresh card. So I would say it makes sense to just destroy it right away. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
He does. So now Daniel feeling quite safe, but the last card from Leonardo is the one of this duel. It is probably what's gonna decide this game, and if we are gonna see a game 3, or if we are gonna see the first player advance into the top 8. Okay, so as expected, he banishes the Sanguine. He's gonna get back one of his traps.
Yeah, I think the decisive card in this game is what Leonardo has in his hand, because Daniel has the Shen Chen. So if he has another virtual monster in his hand, Leonardo is in trouble.
And I believe he also has another spell in the graveyard, right?
I think he has the Xinglong, right?
Yeah, the Xinglong that he can just use. Okay, so as expected right now, he does what he's doing normally, using the Golden Lord, and he's forced to switch everything to defense. Okay, so the last card in hand is probably an Entrap. Yeah. And now he's gonna go on the defensive side, because the token was not used on Link monsters, and it's huge. So is it gonna be enough to protect him from Daniel aggression? As predicted, the Xinglong is probably the first thing he's gonna activate.
It is.
Could be another Nibiru as well.
It could be, yes.
You know, maybe that's just the end, the kind of end that Leonardo was sitting on.
Yeah, I think it's the card that he kept from the beginning of this duel, so it could be.
Okay, so nothing too special. He gets another Lulu, so it's gonna just test the waters. And he has, yeah, this is looking like a grind game at its finest. And as you can see, not only is Virtual World good as a combo deck, which is common over the years of Yu-Gi-Oh, but rarely we have seen a deck that is good at comboing and also at grinding. As you can see, the grind game is just dominated by the trap, not only because it destroys a card both in your turn and your opponent's, but just because it shuffles back your cards, meaning that you really don't run out of resources easily.
It keeps recycling every single turn, basically. So
it's pretty much a deck that can go infinite, so it's tough to actually grind it, and the only thing that came close to this was probably Sky Striker with Hercules base, and this is much easier to do than in a way, so. His opponent is considering it, might have a draw and lock, but that would be so weak, you know, in a way.
Maybe he has something to stop. Maybe the Shenshin, because he discards the Qinglong, right?
No, he had the Delulu and he discarded, discarded the other one. So the only card that could be activated right now is a draw and lock. I mean, would be okay, but
the only one, because
it would be a shame if he forgot about the Shenglong and he had, for example, a Lancia, because that also was a card that he could have used right away.
Yeah, let's see if he has any response, because otherwise Daniel mentioned the Lulu.
He has pretty much all he needs. He has another disruption with the trap, and the token alone
is huge.
Is it's pretty much around 6,000.
Yeah. There was the Shenshin, the Ptolemy.
Yeah. If even I think it was those two alone, right? So it's 5,500. Yeah. So it's alone pretty much enough to just wipe all of the life points from Leonardo. So tough times. Do you think any of this deck, if it ever comes to a third duel in time, is gonna have I guess Zodiac has the Borbo, so maybe just because of that.
I think this is something that they should consider, because Zodiac is I think is in a better position, because with the Zodiac you can just push for the Borbo, and then you have Zeus to protect the damage you did. So I think Zodiac is I don't know. It's pretty weird, because if Virtual War starts with the choking of all calamities and the Chuche, like the Borbo alone doesn't do that much. So, but I think maybe I will pick Zodiac during time.
Yeah, most likely has some more advantage, but. So for now, we are gonna once more figure out. There was a little bit of confusion, probably on the play from Leonardo on what was added to Daniel's hand, which of the Virtual World Masters it was, if Lulu or something else, and they are probably clarifying. So I think we should go back to us in the meantime. And we're gonna jump back into the match once the judges are gonna clarify what's going on. So let's go back to us. Okay, so of course we have a lot of different playing for a lot of different countries all over Europe. It's quite understandable that they have a few problems communicating, but we have a team full of competent judges, first of all, of different nationalities, speaking each of the language of the representatives here today. So they are doing an incredible job, both keeping up with what's happening on the table and outside. So in the voice, just in the conversation between the two players, sometimes something can get lost in translation. So it's quite understandable, but overall I would say they are showing both why they're here this weekend and why they won in the case of Leonardo, or they just made it to the top 4 of their qualifiers.
Yeah, they're very familiar with the so they know what they're doing, they know their decks, and they know how to play against the meta decks. So
yeah, absolutely. I would say they are showing quite some confidence with the deck that they chose to play. I'm not sure if they played the same decks at the qualifiers themselves, but it's quite likely because it wasn't too long ago, and usually when you're familiar with a deck, you should just stick with it, maybe change it to what you're expecting, as we saw for Leonardo, maining the droplets and maining all these entrops, which you don't really get to see, like 18 cards in the main deck.
There are a lot.
But overall, I would say the pace of the duel for now, as expected, is being decided by his opponent. By that I mean that Zodiac is more of a passive deck, so it relies on what your opponent is doing. And in game one, it was more of an on-field battle. The only response that Leonardo had was Ash. Not enough. Almost never enough. Then in game two, we see him deciding to go first. Starting with what was the most hyped card for us, which is the Mind Drain. And we counted the outs in his opponent deck. There were only 5. And it happens. To be fair, he also plays some pots to discover them and find them. So he gets the teleport, which is also kind of funnily the only out that he has in the main deck instead. But he managed to find his way out of there, and the Nibiru is still keeping Leonardo alive. So we still have to find out if it's going to be enough for him to do. But if it's not, then we might see the first chew of the day, surprisingly, because it was coming from the underdog of the match.
Exactly. But as you were saying before, Nibiru always creates a lot of problems during these formats, because players really need to be careful about what they're doing, because like the 5th summon is always there, considering that these combo decks like rely on monsters.
Yeah.
And it was there, so...
I mean, you always have to keep it in mind. Virtual World, there are a few ways to play around it. If you have multiple level 3s, or multiple extender rather, you can choose and just go for number 75 to play around it, but some hands, there is not much you can do about it. So if he has it, he has it. And as we see, it is a deck that even if you get Nibiru'd, you can just say, okay, let's change strategy, let's all back, focus on the trap, and then next turn we can try again and again and again. So it's, I mean, it's definitely not a deck that just goes all in, as we saw last time we were with you guys with Dragon Link, for example, which is also present at this event. So we're gonna get to see how the favorite winner of last event, which was Matteo Bertolezzi, if a similar deck is gonna be able to compete after a few months.
Yeah, it's always Dragon Link is always there. I think it's very consistent, it's powerful deck, relies on monsters, link monsters, synchro monsters, so
yeah,
a lot of resources, so maybe we will get a chance on the final as well.
I mean, maybe it's definitely one that is the most fun to watch, I would say, just because the main deck I feel like doesn't matter too much. It is the extra deck that matters, and then you, as Matteo proved, you can just put together a pile of different engines and somehow it's gonna work. So it's kind of a well-oiled machine if it does, and hopefully we're gonna get to see some of it. But again, thank you guys for keeping up and watching the stream. If anyone just joined right now, we are still in round 1, almost at the end of the first match. And then we are still gonna be showing you guys every match of the top 16 direct elimination for this event. Today, the top 16 matches only, so we have 7 more. And tomorrow we are gonna move on to the top 8, top 4, and the final, which if you guys wanna check, you can also find on the website all the different informations, the bracket which we already shown, but we're gonna keep on updating it, and the prizes as well, because let's remember, these guys are fighting not only for the glory and representing their country, but for some incredible prizes, because they are gonna get a trophy. The top 4 also gets the prize card, so it's absolutely an incredible event and a chance for any one of you guys to actually compete from home and follow these events in the next months. We're gonna have similar events, most likely. We had our colleagues also in the US and in South and Central America hosting similar events, so Yu-Gi-Oh is just there, and it's for you to just go on and look for ways to keep on enjoying it with your friends or on a competitive level, like these guys are doing. So. For the rest, I would say if you have any favorites, you can also go on over our social media links, because we are having some special content on Instagram, for example, where you can find the bracket, and you can comment down below your favorite for the event. I saw a lot of people debating where they were writing, oh yeah, look at the round 6, this is gonna be the winner of the event, and people down below arguing with them, no, it's gonna be my friend who is there. So it's always good to see. Last time we had the influencer over, and it's also fun because the fan bases in a way can support them, but to me, it's in a way even more special when we get to see people from all over the world, which we have never heard of before today, just competing on the biggest stage that there is in front of friends and in front of people from all over the world. So it's definitely a fun and exciting one. I'm looking forward to see who is gonna be the first winner for 2021, because it's a whole new season. So nice.
Yeah.
So if we get some more info, in the meantime, what we can do, bring up for you guys the bracket once more. If it's possible to bring it out on the screen, we are gonna show you guys what we were talking about. Yeah. So as you can see, the first match is the one we're having today, but we have a lot of more matches coming up. The next one being between Benjamin and Danilo. So it's gonna be also quite an interesting one. Right now, out of your instinct, who you gonna think is gonna be the winner out of this 16? Just out of either the deck, but we are not gonna spoil it yet. I would say we know them, of course, but we are gonna talk to you guys about them once we get to their matches. But
I would really like to spoil a deck that is being
I know,
weekend, but I cannot. So
I think I know which one you're talking about. Who do you think is gonna be the like?
Okay, I will pick Leonardo just because he's playing the deck I was talking about before the match. So the Zodiac Edlich.
Mm-hmm. So you like the underdog? You like the one who is one down, looking like he's pushed against the wall, and trying his best to go there.
Later on, when we will come up to the next match that we're talking about of this deck, I will maybe I could change my mind, but for now I cannot.
Okay, so for me instead, I could give you a winner from the brain, and I could give you a winner coming from the heart in a way. My brain is saying either, of course, Adrian Dursun, just because he's the most accomplished player. We saw him just having so many accomplished results and fighting for the World Championship spot 2 years ago and even last year, showing up strong in the remote duels. So he's for sure the player to beat. But my heart is sending me all over to the opposite side of the bracket, the fourth match of today. And it's Porca, so it's Hadi, which is playing one of the few unique decks of this weekend. A deck that, just like Zodiac, is quite strong in my most favorite decks of all time. But I'm not gonna reveal it quite yet. But I think it's a pretty smart approach to the field. So he's the one I hope he's gonna. Let's say like
it will be very interesting to see.
I wouldn't bet on it maybe, but I do really wanna see him succeed and maybe even just advance a couple rounds. So Marlin, if you're watching this, please don't think bad of me. It's just the nature of his deck that makes me wanna root for him. But yeah, there are a lot of other unique decks. I think when looking at the overall decks that were represented this weekend. I can give you guys a brief recap of the decks that were brought by our players. We should have a total of 6 virtual world decks out of 16, which is the most represented deck, followed by a lot of chew-offs. So we have Choose Zodiac Eldlik, which one of is Leonardo, which we're watching right now. Then we have a couple of Red Eyes Eldlik, so the more standard version with a lot more traps. And then the last chew-off is Dragon Link. We mentioned it, it's been there for a while. But it's been there for a while. It's a deck that can combo off quite well, and it's up there. But then we have still a lot of unique decks. In total, I believe we have 4 different unique decks remaining for the 4 slots. But those I don't want to reveal yet. They are deck from the past, deck from the present, deck from the future even. It's a mixture of completely different strategies and completely different ideas. And it is something that I really like. Back in the day, it's something that we also used to do together when going to just your local shop, you know. Maybe we didn't have that many cards back in the day when we were younger, so we tried to mix up what we had together and find a decent strategy that worked for the more experienced guys. And maybe this is what's happening for these 4 guys. They didn't feel too confident with a strategy that they know people are gonna counter, and they were going on a surprise factor, which I do think it's gonna work. Because, as mentioned, if you are playing Virtual World this weekend, for now I would say Daniel is having a good time, but he's gonna have to face all day for 2 days straight, Artifact Lancia mained, triple tactic talents, a lot of cards being mained. I think everyone is maining some sort of 8 for the deck, and I can't really blame them, but it means that your life is gonna be much harder.
Yeah, also playing an alternative deck gives you another chance not to be in a position, you know, where your opponent knows what to do.
Absolutely.
So like playing a different deck basically means, okay, playing this deck, does my opponent knows what I'm doing, or...
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing back in YCS Milan when Prankids took it all the way home. Hi, Meko. I'm watching you. The second place is a dear friend of us, and yeah, he was in the same spot. He was an incredible player, prepared for the weekend. He beat a lot of even I would say more experienced one like Simon Lee in top 8 or top 4. I don't remember exactly, but he was preparing for the field. Yeah. So when he played mirror matches of Thunder Dragon, in this case Virtual World, he was feeling confident, he prepared very well, maybe better than their opponents, but then in the finals you get to play against a deck you have never seen, or you might have heard, but you have never played more than 1 or 2 games randomly against, and it becomes quite tough, because I think it's we are both tennis lovers in a way, and I think back in the day the thing that a lot of people were giving Nadal, if any of you watches it, that his advantage was that he's a lefty, and that means that he's used to playing against because most players were just using the right hand. He was used to playing against every of them, but while they played against him, he had an advantage in a way because they were not used to those, they were not used to the opposite thing, and this is just valid for every field of competition. So
yeah, and I think the funny thing is that in that tournament, his only loss during the Swiss rounds was to Brankets.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they lost in the final.
Yeah. So I mean, Meko,
we fool you.
Always a champ. But now we can go back to the final rounds of this duel. As you can see, we restored some time to our players as it was frozen up. And now, the second Nibiru was there. So as expected, the Nibiru is there. So we resumed, yeah. So we had to resume back to where the position was because there was a little bit of a confusion, which was the doubt of Liu Liu activating as it should be negated by Lao Lao. And luckily they fixed it, even if a little late. And now Nibiru is coming down, and they are counting the summons just to make sure it's enough. So, I mean, it can happen again. Chop with the players, and there was nothing happening which we couldn't resume to. So now we get to see how this duel is going to approach differently, and this, to be honest, changes a lot.
Yeah, because he cannot destroy the face down back row of Lorenzo.
Yeah, which we know was actually quite important, as now he has the Sanguine, but he also has the option to destroy a card with it. So the trap is quite important. So
yeah, this means that Lorenzo has direct access to the Golden Lord, and also has the Conquistador. So I think we will not see the token being there for a period.
Yeah, I also doubt it, but now I think the trap can be used to stop the Conquistador, right? I mean,
yeah,
you probably just use it there so you prevent the disruption.
Yeah, they're just now counting how much.
The token is gonna be. It's even bigger than before, but not gonna be super relevant for now. But is there something he can do now? I don't. Options after the Nibiru. We saw him before just ending his turn, but now there is a difference because. The Conquistador is there.
He's in the same position, but
as expected, he flips both, and the trap is gonna be used on the Conquistador. Yeah, so nothing too surprising, as expected, and as mentioned, the trap deals with the Conquistador. We get to see this, but now the main difference is that he's gonna have two and not just one trap in graveyard, meaning more resources to play with. And let's see. If he picks up pretty much any of the decent card, also because the trap last time was forced to be used on the Golden Lord, but now Leonardo gets to keep the Golden Lord one more turn in the field, possibly linking with it if needed.
Yeah, having a second trap card in the graveyard is very relevant for Leonardo, because
absolutely
Daniel has an alive Chusha alive on the field. And getting another two cards is getting another two trap cards is gonna be relevant.
Yeah. So now a card is picked up by Leonardo. Is it gonna be a Zodiac monster? That would be quite a game changer. I mean, the trap is still there, but it means that worst case scenario, since he has 3 banished, he can only destroy 1 now. And in normal summons, Terrorblade. So pretty good choice. Now Daniel is pretty much forced to use the trap on the Terrorblade. I don't think it activated his effect, so...
I think it's in the same position as before.
Yeah.
In which he activated the Chush on the barrage.
Exactly. So the difference is that it was a barrage and now it's a Terrorblade. Let's see. So the Terrorblade goes to the graveyard, and now it's in Leonardo to play something. He can banish the Sanguine right away to get something back. But is it really gonna make much of a difference? It does in a way, because he has the option to get back the Conquistador. And the trap is not live anymore for Daniel, because he only has 1 card banished now.
It's gonna be very relevant, because Leonardo could get the Aguero and another Conquistador if he really wants to. And as you said, Daniel doesn't have any other cards to activate the Chucha, because he only has 1 Lily banished.
But no, just like the trap was enough to deal with the Zoo, and now he's gonna switch everything to defense position and banish 2 to get 2 traps. He gets the Conquistador, I believe, and the Sanguine.
Yeah, I think so.
What makes the most sense. Let's see if we are right.
Oh, okay.
No, he doesn't. Okay. I mean,
it feels like the Chusha right now is not a big deal, but
what about not getting the Sanguine? Maybe he's only playing Shu Conquistador, that's why. Because
okay, okay, he wants to activate the Aquero.
yeah, this makes sense because you can get to banish
the Chinglong.
the Chinglong.
Yes.
But if you also got the Conquistador, you also prevent the trap, right? Well, now you're essentially giving back a trap activation to Daniel. So I'm wondering if it was just better to get the other trap, but I'm gonna check real quick if he's only playing 2 copies of it. I do believe so. Yeah. No, he's playing 3.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because he has the gun.
Debatable. I would say debatable. You could have dealt with both. Like, I didn't mind even just using it right away. You get to destroy the trap, and you get to destroy to banish the Ching. Well, now the Lily, which he also knew was in the end, by the way.
Yeah, because you're basically gonna get another Gondor, which is, I mean, it's fine, but with another Conquistador, I think.
Yeah, maybe
it would
just
have been slightly better.
I mean, to be fair, it's quite possible he just sided it out at this.
Okay,
I believe, that's also the case. But now we get to see, unfortunately, the pot being discarded instead of used.
So I guess the other card in Daniel's hands is very good.
Yeah, could be. So now the Lulu, again, this is pretty much what we are used to seeing, and this is essentially the same as before. Still wondering what the last card in hand from Leonardo is. We didn't know before. We assumed it was gonna be an end trap, but we haven't seen it yet, and this is honestly reassuring for both players, because if they had to rewind but Daniel knew about the card, then maybe that wouldn't have been the best. So,
and Daniel found his own way to come back into the game, because
absolutely, he's going incredibly fast. He might go for number 75. Yeah. So very well played here by Daniel.
Yeah, doesn't want to risk to get Nibiru another time. And now it's looking good for Daniel, because he also has the Shenshen engraved, just in case if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, he risked it one time. Just like, as I said, he couldn't play around Nibiru, but this time he can, and he doesn't even flinch about it. Nibiru is not an option anymore. Wow, he goes for the Vermilion as well, allowing him to destroy one card by banishing a tuner. Let's see.
Okay, and I think they're just making some clarifications just to be sure.
Yeah, what do you think you would be?
Oh, okay, I like this move, because he basically, I think he activated SHUEISHA, or maybe we missed something, because he.
No. So, okay, as you can see here, number 75 is on the screen, which allows him to change the effects. And now he's gonna banish Shu to get back the Shenshen.
Because he got back the Lao Lao.
Yeah, because it destroyed itself.
Yeah. Okay.
Just managed to destroy itself. Now we can. And just summon back the Juju, maybe? Let's see. He also has the option to just bring back the Vermilion Cloud Castle, which is also the main tool of the deck for just one card or maybe one synchro into Calamities.
Yeah, he has tons of different options.
Yeah, this is where this deck gets complicated. Again, we saw grinding, but it's also super good at comboing off. I think he reduced the level. Yeah, Cloud Castle comes down.
And he brings back the Vermilion mech.
Yeah, for now, nothing special. Out of the ordinary, let's say. it's really showing why Daniel is here. He has very good knowledge of his deck and he's playing without much hesitation. The Calamity is now there.
Yeah, he's showcasing the power of his
and now he's just trying to push as many damages as he can.
Yeah, very well played by Daniel here.
Absolutely. He has the option to negate the Sanguine. Let's see. Is it gonna be enough? Does Leonardo have final trick he could use? It seems like it's gonna be tough for him because he can just change the effect. Probably gonna be enough. They are just counting the damage. We know the token is huge, so it seems tough. He has the Sanguine, but you can.
Yeah, I think it should be enough. Because he also revealed he has an Ash Blossom, maybe.
Yeah, the Sanguine happens. And he goes for. Yeah, I think they are debating about it. To me, to be honest, we cannot hear. It seems like Daniel was really late on the Ash Blossom, so I would doubt. I mean,
yeah, it looks like maybe he was too confident.
Yeah, unless he said it verbally, like I'm gonna Ash, then his opponent didn't quite get it, which our judges are obviously gonna catch. Just by the nature of what we're seeing, it seems like he didn't Ash on the spot, so Leonardo might get to play another turn.
Yeah, they're just clarifying because this is the only option. Because otherwise he would not survive this turn. Because the Golden Orb would be destroyed by the token and then the Shenshin directly.
Yeah, so yeah, that would have been 100%. Of course. I don't know, there was a little bit of a wait, like, which is weird to interpret, because on a way Daniel seems super confident that he was done, but at the same time it's not obvious that his opponent got it. But yeah, let's go back to us once they clarify once more the final situation. Yeah, I'm not sure it's gonna change too much. If I have to be fair, we'll see it. On a way, like, Daniel seemed really confident. He played super fast, even with the Vermilion play, which isn't super known, I would say, or super linear, where he destroyed itself and then he summons it back. But yeah, everything was perfect until the Ash Blossom. So
it was very well played because I mean, Leonardo had the Nibiru, the Gondolor, 2 drops, and he was able to come back into the game, and he showcased us the power of his deck. And
yeah, but we go back to where we are, and it seems like our judges have decided that the Ash Blossom was declared by Daniel, and it was on Leonardo's side to just hear his opponent. He didn't hear it, but he said it loud and clear, so although there was a little bit of differences in the videos, Daniel declared the Ash Blossom, so he is the winner. So congratulations to Daniel for bringing the first round 2-0. So thanks guys for keeping up with this, and thanks to our production. We have the production winner with the caricature, which is a great addition, and it was a great way to start things off. We have plenty more duels, so guys, I don't want to keep you waiting too much. because our players, I'm sure, are really waiting to try their best and to prove to everyone at home that they are worth their spot at this event. So keep watching, and we will be back soon with round 2 for the Remote Duel Invitational.
Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back, guys, with the Remote Duel TCZ Invitational Europe. So we are here with round 2. So the second match of our top 16 is on its way. It's definitely gonna be an exciting road ahead. We already spoiled the name for you guys before while we were waiting in the middle of the last match, which saw Daniel Hartmann be the first of our players to advance to day 2, because he will play tomorrow, and to the top 8. So now we are gonna find out who his opponent is going to be. But before talking about the decks in the specifics and what they are playing, I want to show you guys what we have prepared just for the other guys. So we have an interview for both of the players. Let's hear them for the guys themselves. So as the first, we are gonna see, just like before, who do you think of the 2 is the favorite?
I never picked the right one, so I don't know what to say.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
No, okay.
Because, guys, I want to remind you that we have the world record for the lose of the favorite of a streamer. So Alberto picked Leonardo for the winner of his event, and if you need a charm for good luck, do not pick this guy, because he was lost in round 1. But now we are ready with the interview from the first of our players, so let's bring it up on the screen.
I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For around 5 or 6 years. I started around 2015 when my parents first took me to a locals. The first deck I played was Noble Knights, from the Noble Knights of the Round Table structure deck. It was admittedly quite a basic list, because my deck building was bad at the time, but it was fun. My favourite card is probably Isolde, Two Tales of the Noble Knights. It gives lots of options to one of my first deck, Noble Knights, and it gives a lot of options to warrior-based strategies, which I enjoy playing. I'm playing Virtual World for this event because I believe it's, aside from True King of Calamities, which is an amazing card, it's got good disruption and it's got a very strong engine. My fondest memory that involves Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably YCS London. It was great to experience doing well with YCS, and I got to meet so many amazing people because of it.
Nice to hear him from Benjamin. Definitely London is one of the favorite events for a lot of people, I would say. We have it inside the ECM, and it's one of the best events for me as well, because you get to enjoy, first of all, London, which is an incredible city, and also if you happen to not do too well at the event, you can also go around at the Comic-Con, which is always an incredible event. He said that he's gonna play Virtual World. Is he gonna be happy with his opponent? I can tell you guys, it's gonna be a Virtual World mirror match, but let's hear it from Danilo himself.
How long have I been involved with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game? I believe I started in 2017 again. I knew the show, I watched the show when I was little, and some days a friend of mine came and he said, I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you want to play as well? I'm like, sure, yeah. And from then on I just picked up more decks and started playing on higher level tournaments, and that's how I got here. What was the first deck I played? I believe it was Ritual Beast. I think either that or Crystron, and those are both two of my favorite decks of all time. Some of my friends might disagree, but I really love those decks. Do I have a favorite card? That's interesting. I have a lot of favorite cards, but if I had to choose one favorite card, it will probably be Crystron Corion Gandrax, the boss monster of the Crystron deck. Because I think it's just a really good card, and I've won a lot of games using that card. What deck am I playing? I'm playing Virtual World. It's the deck I've tested the most the past couple of months. It's also the deck I've used to do well in both the Remote Duel Extravaganza and the Invitational Qualifier. So I think it's just a logical choice for me to continue playing Virtual World. What is my fondest memory of Yu-Gi-Oh? That's also an interesting question. If I had to think back, it would probably be like doing so well at high-level tournaments with my Crystron deck. I just loved playing it, and I got a lot of people off guard just playing it, and it was just a very fun time.
Okay, so definitely a good contender, and as expected, he mentioned he has been playing the deck for a while. He won his spot for the qualification here today. So it's gonna be a fun mirror match here. They have taken different approaches, I gotta say. One playing quite more entraps. So Danilo is playing Artifact Lancia in the main deck, which is an incredible decision for the mirror. But his opponent is playing triple tactic talent. So what's gonna be better? We are gonna find out. But our players are ready. So let's just jump into action.
Okay. So right now, I think the die roll will be relevant because I mean, starting second in a virtual war mirror match is not that great. But as you were saying before, the two players decided to play different approaches. So on one hand, we have a lot of different hand traps, and on the other hand, we have the triple tactic talents. If it comes up, it will be huge.
Again, they qualified in different tournaments, just like before. So Benjamin used the UK qualifier, and he got all the way up to the final, where he lost, while his opponent, Danilo, got third place in the French qualifier. So definitely different approaches. They have not played each other yet, but we'll see who is going to advance. Do you think the die roll is quite important, even if they are playing 12 entrops each? What do you think?
Yeah, I think in the mirror match, Stroking of KONAMI is okay, but it's not that relevant. I mean, it's of course a strong card, but going second, I mean, anyway, you could have problems. So if you win the die roll, it's better anyway to go first. So
yeah.
Looks like Robinson won the die roll.
I would say so as well. So he's expected to go first, but regardless, we are gonna see a mirror, probably a free game one. So let's see if Danilo is able to pick up one of his attached cards and maybe the Lancia itself. Okay, we finally get to see the new card, Pot of Prosperity, which is a free off in both of our guys this weekend. So
yeah, this is an incredible card releasing Blazing Vortex, and I think in this card, in this deck, you have to play the Pot of Prosperity. It's very good because you got to see 6 fresh cards and you select one basically, and you add it to your hand.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot, of course, of Pot of Duality, as it was back in the day. It was already quite powerful and it changed the game, and to see that such a card is released nowadays can really show you how much the game have changed. And yeah, it's an incredible tool, and it's also quite versatile. First of all, you get to pick what you banish. It's not random, and you also, depending on the deck you're playing, maybe banishing 3 or 6 cards, because some decks I've seen it's more correct to just banish the 3. Because you know you're playing a lot of touches, so it doesn't matter which one you get. But okay, teleport. It was the MVP last round, and now again deciding to show up.
Yeah, and banishing 6 cards for Virtual War is not a big deal because you have the Nyan Nyan, and you can shuffle back one of your cards whenever you want. So it's very powerful, and. Now Benjamin added the GG with the teleport. He gets the Nyan Nyan. Okay.
So the only restriction is that you cannot draw for effects for the rest for the turn you activate it. So we have to keep that in mind because there are other options to draw, such as the Stardust Charge or the Troco Dragon we've seen in round 1. But for now, pretty straightforward. We're opening the Nyan Nyan, as you said, is summoned, and now probably send the Qinglong. What do you think?
Yeah, it could be Qinglong. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, so for now standard, but the Lancia should come down here if his opponent has it. Let's see if he's thinking about a response. I can tell you he's playing Nibiru as well in the main deck, so we should keep that in mind because he might come down. Although this is one of the hands where Benjamin could play around it, maybe.
Yeah, because he could go for number 75, just in case his opponent has the Nibiru. It's looking like Danilo doesn't have any response to the Qinglong, so maybe he could get a Lulu. Let's see if he maybe has it already or not. But very good opening for Benjamin.
Yeah, so solid stuff. The other entrops in Danilo deck are Lancia, as I mentioned, and Gamma and Ash as well. So a lot of options, but for now, not looking like he picked up many of them. We'll see where he decides to use them. Yeah, again, incredible start. Do you think he's gonna just go and fetch the SHUEISHA? Like...
Ooh, here goes the Gamma.
Okay, the Gamma is there. He kept it for the Lulu, and we'll see if that's gonna be enough to stop Benjamin on his track.
Yeah, I think this is a smart move because he waited for Benjamin to activate all of his effects, and now he's only left with one card in hand. This means that it could be maybe out of monsters.
It's definitely interesting to see the last card because I believe he discarded the Lao Lao.
Yeah.
So the Lao Lao now would be good, but
it would be good. Yeah.
If he doesn't have another in hand, he might be in trouble. Let's see if he played greedy or if he was smart to just consider a possible interruption. Because Lao Lao here would be really good. Let's see.
Yeah, he could have another card in his hand.
Yeah, if it's like an Anthrop, I think it would be a shame. But yeah, okay. Understandable. So he didn't have much of a decision. It's another one. So pretty strong opening by Benjamin. He will be able to end up on a good and usual board right now. But let's see if there is yet another interruption by Danilo.
Yeah, I think another good point of discussion could be keeping the Gamma for the turn after, if you could activate the Calamities maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also fair enough, but I mean the advantage gets out of hand, and if he gets to add the trap, then I guess the Gamma is not enough to win the game on his own, so it's understandable that Danilo just wanted to prevent some advantage getting out of hand, so... Now we get to see the first Synchro Summon of the duel. Is it gonna be the Shen Shen? No, it's the Vermilion. Okay. For example, here it would be a big mistake to go for the Croco Dragon, forgetting about the restriction. Because...
yeah, he needs to be careful.
Is he thinking about Nibiru? It seems like Danilo is considering something, so it might be.
Yeah, it might be.
That would be wow. That would be dream end. I think so.
Yes,
wow, what an opening from Danilo. Not only Gamma but Nibiru as well, and yeah, what a way to start. He completely shuts down everything coming from Benjamin, and this seems like it's devastating.
Yeah, I think this is what you really want to draw against the mirror match, because he had the Gamma, he kept it for the proper moment, and then now the Nibiru completely shuts down Benjamin's strategy.
Absolutely. So, I don't want to be in Benjamin shoes. We'll see, because now he has 3 cards in hand, so. It all depends on Danilo. If he has a way to combo off, then I don't see this going well for Benjamin. But maybe he breaks on Anthrops. So let's see. And it's also quite relevant that the Nibiru is summoned by tributing the driver, meaning the other Gammas in Danilo deck or end are also live later on. And yeah, this is it. He gets a card back with GG. And Danilo gets to play knowing that his opponent has no interaction whatsoever, and the city is a great way to start. So, looking like a phenomenal start from Danilo.
Yeah, this is the dream hand. He gets the SHUEISHA, so maybe he has another monster. He has a monster for sure.
Yeah. I mean it makes sense. Any monster here, you just send the Queen Long, and yeah. So, not.
Yeah, it's not the best. Lao Lao at this moment it's not the best one, but it's okay because
yeah. I mean any monster. I mean you cannot be that greedy. I mean Gamma and Nibiru, so you cannot be asking for much more. Now he gets to banish, and this is really a strong start. The only concern I have is how he's thinking about dealing with the Queen Long. because he needs to be careful about King Long negating his own cards, but outside of that, it's just really a way of not saying that this game looks like it's gonna be won by Danilo. So
You also had the Nyanyan to discover the Chinglong, so
Yeah.
that was very good.
do you think he can push for game here? It doesn't seem that complicated either.
Yeah,
if he
I
goes
think it could. I think it would.
for like a Vermilion
Yeah, you could go for
on.
Vermilion and maybe...
Yeah.
Because like he can set up a good field, but I mean the Chuche could get rid of the Chinglong for the turn after, but I think he could have enough. Let's see if he manages to seal the game.
Yeah, so the Nyan, I think it's quite easy to push enough damage to be honest. Like even if you just go for Vermilion, I think his opponent unfortunately has seen enough. He doesn't want to lose any more time, and Danilo convincingly takes game 1 and advances only 1 game away from meeting Daniel in the top 8 match. So now we take a look at the side decks, and what do you think if you're Benjamin? Like his end was actually quite good, but it was met with 2 entrops.
Yeah, because this is not what you usually expect or what you usually see in a Visual World Beater match. I mean, everyone plays a lot of entraps, but I think this combination, Gamma on Lulu and then the Nibiru, completely shut down Benjamin's strategy. So I mean, he doesn't have nothing to regret. Danilo had a very good hand, the proper responses at the proper moment, and for game 2, what do you think, Benjamin? I mean, I think Benjamin.
It's tough. Right? This is what I was talking about in round 1. It reminds me a lot of the Goki mirror match in a way, where you know your opponent is gonna bring so many entrops in that sometimes it's better to let them start and just take advantage of yours, especially considering Benjamin was even maining the free copies of Tactic Talents. He has in his side deck Lancia, but he also plays the Mischief of the Gnomes, which is an interesting choice since you can send it with the Foolish Burial Goods as well, and it shuts down, it's pretty annoying to deal with for the mirror. But Danilo just even more 8, I guess. He's so prepared for the mirror.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different hand traps, the same ones. Okay, Danilo also has the triple tactic talent, so...
Yeah, and triple ghost belt too.
Yeah, so a lot of options. And I think he expects that he will go second, so I think they will go in for sure.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go even more aggressive on the entrop plan. That's why I would like Benjamin to one-up him and let Danilo start. It's something scary to do, but I think it can be very rewarding in this instance.
It's risky, but it could pay off.
Yeah, I am a fan of that. So let's see who is gonna approach it. Regardless, I'm sure they will prove, just like in game 1, that they are super comfortable with the combos, and
yeah, now let's see. Ends are picked up, so we will see if Benjamin decides to go first or second.
Yeah, and as you can see, for any one of you guys playing Yu-Gi-Oh with your friends, you can see on Danilo's side that he's using on his phone the Neuron app by Konami, which is a great way to play Yu-Gi-Oh in 2021. It really helps out with a lot of easy and helpful and useful features. So I really suggest you guys to download it and check out, because it makes Yu-Gi-Oh just much easier and funnier. So again, we see a start same as game 1. So Benjamin, unfortunately, I don't know, decides to go first, trying his luck, and he opens with a pot, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I think this is the start you really want to see. Pot of Prosperity gives you a lot of different options and to adjust your hand. And I don't think here really Danilo wants to respond. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely not. So, what is he gonna pick up? We can see he kept a lot of the cards in. Ooh, this is tough. There are a lot of ways. I mean, obviously, the first thing we cannot know is how good the hand is already. Because if he has cards to combo off, then even the tactic talents is interesting. Because unless a Drollner lock, which really is not something you would see every day against Virtual World, comes in, then yeah, as expected, it could be a really useful tool. So
yeah, this means that he has already quite a few cards to combo.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, and City comes down. Danilo is thinking about it. Could Ash it. I mean, it would be strange because your opponent at the time just gets such an advantage, and yeah, seems like we get to see the copy of what happened in game 1 once again. Hopefully for Benjamin, this is gonna work out because it really didn't in game 1. So
yeah, if Danilo activates an hand trap, you just have the triple tactics talent to to respond to it. And now comes the GG.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. So we see Qinglong being sent to the graveyard. And do you think if you are siding in, since a lot of people are actually maining this weekend, Danilo included, when is the correct time to use Artifact Lancia in this matchup?
I think in the mirror match I would shotgun it.
Okay.
I think this is the best way, just to avoid cards such as Pot of Desire, Pot of Prosperity. I mean, I would shotgun it. I think this is the best option, just in general. And if you know the deck you're playing against, maybe I think this is an option you should consider anyway. So.
Okay. And now, wow, this was actually a really bad end from Danilo, no matter what. So the Ash came down, but are you surprised that he used that effect of triple talent?
Maybe just because he was scared of something else.
I mean, I think it's paying off quite well.
I think it's fine because right now I think I will shuffle back the Nibiru because he already activated the Ash.
Yeah.
And he could not activate the Lau unless he draws a monster or a spell card.
It depends if, I mean, that's why I'm surprised by it. Like, if he bricked, then I think he would have used the talent to draw 2. If he didn't, then I'm not sure what he's thinking about because Nibiru is 100% the choice here. That's why I'm thinking maybe bricked and... or I don't know. Yeah, that's why he sends back the monster. I mean, maybe there is also a chance that now Nibiru is there, he just plays for number 75. And that way Nibiru is not that relevant. But I'm not sure if Danilo is gonna be happy with this because now he needs a miracle off the top of his deck. Even if his opponent just ends his turn here, I cannot think of much.
Yeah, let's see if Benjamin has another monster or he will simply pass. Let's see.
Yeah, it seems like he's gonna cut his deck. Maybe he doesn't have another play for the turn then. Quite possible. Which, let's see. I mean, he knows that his opponent doesn't have anything. Yeah, as expected. So he didn't have another play, so he passes, and now it's all or nothing. He really needs a pot or not really sure what else he would need because the rest of his hand was completely dead. He had an Ash, an Nibiru, and the Xuan Wu, which...
Yeah, I think the best card to draw in this pot would be the Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah.
You could adjust your hand.
Because he's not playing... Probably the goods is also decent, but I'm not even sure if you can do much with it, so... I don't see this going super well, and it just sets a card. It could be the Xuan Hu.
It could be this one, yeah.
But now Benjamin is happy. At the same time, he knows that Hero and an Ash is there. So if he passed the next turn, it's quite possible that the Ash could stop any play. But I think he's happy.
Yeah. I think you have to be
if Ash comes down here, do you Ash this if you're Danilo?
This is risky because if you don't hash the GG, you could send another Chinglong in the grave.
Okay.
And
then go for number
yeah,
75.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe I would have hashed it and hope that. I mean, hope to throw something out of the deck because. Yeah, I could send the Chinglong, then go for 75. Yeah.
The only thing I'm concerned about is, since you have to banish for cost, do you think it's ever possible that Benjamin banished the 75 for the pot?
I don't think so.
I mean, I probably wouldn't do so,
Yeah.
but you never know. I mean, you still banish 6 cards, so it's always interesting to see these decisions because I'm pretty sure the 6 cards that are getting banished are not always the same from player to player, so. But okay, now nothing too surprising. Okay, maybe he sided out the other copy of Qinglong because I think in a first he was going super fast, but then he realized it. I mean, at the same time, this is okay because GG can just bring it back to the end in the end phase. But we're probably seeing
because this is something that you don't usually see.
Yeah, absolutely not. Did he just pass? No, he's thinking about it and seems like he's just gonna get back.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so playing a grind mirror match. Now we get to see Danilo just using his
Swan Wu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now Benjamin needs to. Okay, maybe Danilo here was to activate a Virtual War. Okay, now Benjamin I think is going to change the Chuche maybe, or no, okay.
Okay, so.
I mean, he could have activated the Chuche on
Yeah,
this one.
absolutely. As we can see, Chuche is one of the key cards of this deck, making it super annoying because you have to deal not only with monsters but with the trap itself, and yeah, it does pretty much everything you want from a card. Yeah, could have been correct. He knew the rest of his opponent hand, so I'm surprised as well he didn't just destroy the.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe we're missing something that he doesn't have to virtual war.
Yeah, probably only has one card. Yeah. So now there is a chance for Danilo to fight back, as he, because we know one of the cards in Benjamin hand is the Lulu.
Yeah.
But the other one is unknown for, and I'm still thinking back to the turn where he used the triple tactics talents at the beginning. Maybe he rushed a little since he didn't have a follow-up play, and he should have drawn. He couldn't draw right away because of the prosperity, of course, but not sure. It's an interesting choice to, and definitely an unusual way of seeing a mirror match here.
What could he have set? Maybe a Swan Bull? Because I don't think he's playing other trap cards, right? Rather than that.
Yeah, it should be this Squangu. Maybe sided something, as we said, the mischief of the gnomes, but probably we would have seen him before. So
it's looking good for Danilo. That was able to come back here. Maybe he goes for Stardust Charge Warrior. Let's see.
Possible. I mean, this is looking quite well for him. Yeah, Stardust Charge comes down, giving, and this is tough because
he was able to come back. I mean, I was not expecting. It was a very close game.
Yeah, Benjamin, unfortunately, seems like he was too slow, and Danilo finally picked up the card, and he still has his hand chops. So it's fighting back. You can see even just by Benjamin posture, you rarely see a duelist with like crossed arms, just laying back.
This is what we were saying before, because in the previous turn, Benjamin decided to play conservatively. He sent the Lulu in order to add it back in the end phase.
Yeah.
But maybe if he would have sent the Qinglong, now he would... Oh, no, okay, because...
So is a Nibiru there? Okay, so the last card once more is a Nibiru. It seems like this tournament is already being completely monopolized by Nibiru. And once again, maybe we saw everyone playing Lancia, but maybe they should have played Nibiru instead in the main deck. This changes quite a lot, although the fact that he only has one banish means that Danilo could just destroy his opponent Shue with his own, cutting off and leaving him top decking, because he only has the Lulu in hand.
Yeah, and he has the Ash, so...
Yeah. And the Nibiru of his own. So this is still looking better for Danilo, if I'm being honest, but definitely an open one and an unusual game nonetheless. So they're counting once more the attack and defense of the token.
I think this one is big as well.
Absolutely, yeah. A chunky boy, so it's gonna be tough to deal with, especially because the trap is not active at the moment. Wow,
So
even
that's
the city. So a follow-up is there to get his own copy of Chue, I would say. Chushe, just you get the Chushe and you use it to destroy your opponent copy. Meaning that the other set card from Benjamin could be a second copy of Chue. Then it gets interesting, but...
And now Danilo has the Ash and the Nibiru in hand, so it's very good.
Yeah, still looking good. Definitely a grind. It's not something you would expect, but I would say it's just fine. You don't use it here, right? You wait. If your opponent goes for the Lulu, you just chain the Shue. Wait. You just used the... yeah, so he changed the position of the token with his own Xuanu, but then his opponent has... So this is a old style Yu-Gi-Oh! In action right now. So using cards to change and switch the attack and the position of your opponent monsters. As you can see, now the draw is quite relevant because Benjamin is stuck. So if he goes to activate the Lulu, then his opponent can just chain the Shushe on whatever is targeted, and he's gonna be able to resolve. So he needs a solid top deck, and the same though goes for Danilo, because his graveyard I don't think is worth much at the moment.
I think maybe, when he passed turn, he activated GG. So he could get another Visual War from the graveyard to the hand. Okay, he drew the city.
Okay, the city is top deck.
Okay, maybe here Benjamin wants to force Danilo to activate the Ash, but I don't think anyway. I mean, there's no way.
I mean, he can, because if he goes for the Ash, then you have the response for the Lulu, and there's nothing more your opponent can do this turn.
Would you activate the Ash Blossom here, or?
Because the thing is, now he also gets to activate the other effect of City, which is the one you usually don't see, which is the one depending on how many cards there are face up on the field on your side. So he gets to mill free, I think. I don't mind the Ash here.
I think
it's not great, but it's okay. The thing is, if your opponent gets the Queen Long, then it can get complicated.
Okay, Danilo is now considering what he could do, because he knows what he has.
Yeah, let's see.
It's not an easy decision because game. So quite a tough one. I don't know.
Debating. I don't mind it. because you have full information, like what's left for your opponent if you ash this. The Lulu, and you can destroy whatever target there is. But it then gets quite complicated, because if your opponent is smart, okay, the Ash comes down. No, oh my god, wow, this is the longest and painful Ash I've seen from Danilo. He's really thinking well about this, but I think it's time he should choose and pick his decision. So what I was thinking is, if you target the other trap, the Xuan Hu, and as expected, Danilo does receive a minor warning for slow play because he has taken way too much time. Okay, so instead he doesn't activate the Ash, but he changed the Chushe, destroying his opponent's Chushe, which is quite unusual, I would say. But I agree with not using the Ash, because now you have a card that can 100% stop the Lulu. The thing is, if you didn't, then your opponent could have forced you to destroy the Xuan Hu, and then you banish it, bring back something from the grave, and you can try and find some solution. So for now, seems like Danilo is playing okay, because now you go for Lulu and Ash comes down, and I think you just end your turn. Yeah, this is a easy Ash Blossom from Danilo, and I don't think there is much that he can do at the moment, so we are probably just gonna... I don't think he has anything he can... Yeah, he can activate Engrave. He's gonna think about switching the Nibiru to defense or leaving it in attack, but...
No, the only thing I was thinking that maybe for normal summon the Lulu, punishing the Chuche, and then he has to virtual work as banished, you know? That's the only thing he could do.
He does, so he doesn't think like he's gonna win long enough. So he's gonna try his best to stay alive, but this is not enough to push for game.
Yeah, I think this is the only play he had, because rather than that...
Yeah, because we just saw the graveyard from Danilo, and he does have a Queen Long.
Yeah.
He uses the trap to switch. Is it just gonna pass?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna force the...
He doesn't use it. Okay. So he's done. Play go back to Danilo, who now pretty much only has to deal with his opponent Chushe, and outside of that there is nothing worrying. Lulu comes down. He plays well by selecting the Xuan Hu, and I don't really see this going well for Benjamin. Maybe the blue side is cursed right now, and it seems like the red is gonna take it again, just like we saw in round 1. So whoever is coming up in round 3 after these guys is probably gonna be begging to change sides, but let's see. Okay, no response, and yeah, the advantage is getting out of hand, and the problem is the deck is quite good at creating boards and grinding, but if your opponent finds a way to just clear everything, it's a terrible deck to be top decking with, because it requires at least 2 cards to work well. It doesn't require much, like with 2 cards, pretty much any 2-card combo you can do something, but 1 card only, it's quite tough.
And now he gets the GG, and it's very difficult for Benjamin because he needs to consider when to activate the Chuche, and also because the token is huge.
Yeah, the token alone can almost wipe his opponent life points out, and the only thing protecting is those 2 traps. There is no Queen Long in graveyard for Benjamin, which is the big problem that this game created. And also, as a final nail in the coffin, even if he was to completely top deck and come back into the game, we know Danilo is holding Biru at the start of this duel, so...
A lot of different options. Okay, he drew the Qinglong.
Yeah, it's not gonna do much, but he can use it to banish one just to get in the way of making his own Chuche alive. For now, he's gonna just rely on the GG, and the advantage is getting absolutely out of hand.
And now it's not gonna get easy for Benjamin, because I think he's going to send the Chuche. Let's see. Yes, he sends the Chuche. And maybe now he can do pretty much whatever he wants, because yeah, I think you could go for Stardust Charge War. You have a lot of different options here. You can go for Shenshen as well. Let's see. Okay, oh, okay, you already have...
Yeah, as I said, yeah, you already... So that's why he was not in any pressure, and now with the other Qinglong on the field, he doesn't need to find a way to banish a card even. So.
And now you can push for game, I think, because he gets rid of the Nick Vivo.
Yeah, for sure. Because now the Lau Lau there, I think, okay, even another Gamma, so yeah. He finds the only thing he needs to worry about are the traps once more, and once the okay, now it's too late. So now the Shuche is live, meaning his opponent, and since he, as you can see on the screen, they both have X1 which changes the position. It's essentially as if no one player has X1. So I think the traps essentially negate themselves, which is a funny interaction we are seeing here, especially because they are in the same columns. So it's as if you can pretend that the traps are not there at the moment. So if the traps are not there, Danilo can easily win this game. So here you can use that to destroy the Nibiru if he wants, but I think...
yeah, I think right now he doesn't even have to worry about the Chuche, because...
Okay, so he destroys the Chuche, he shuffles back, destroys even one more card.
He has the Lau Lau.
Yeah. Seems pretty tough. So what happened, I believe, is the targeted the Chuche, then his opponent chained it, and he chained his own copy to destroy it, which I don't think was necessary, because why?
No.
Like, I hope he can still game him some regardless, which I'm pretty sure he can, but you don't need to preemptively do it, because you can always just chain your own copy to theirs, but I guess he felt he wanted to be super safe. And again, I gotta say, a great show of knowledge of this deck. Danilo said for this event by playing Virtual World, so it isn't much of a surprise that he's still here with the same deck, probably even more experience with it. Somehow, when you compete in one of the qualifiers, you get to play against pretty good opponents, and now he's trying his best to just show the world that he can be our first champion for 2021. So,
and it looks like maybe he's pushing for game, because
okay, and now even one of the cards that not every duelist is playing today, and I think his opponent has seen enough. Benjamin picks up his card, and the winner for round 2 is Danilo and his Virtual World deck. So congratulations to him. Of the weekend among Virtual World, and I gotta say it was quite a different show. So in game 1 we had Benjamin just showing off his combo, showing that he's really confident with the deck, but unfortunately losing to a Gamma plus a Nibiru. while in game 2 the situation was quite different. He also had the same opening with the triple tactic talent. He saw his opponent hand, he saw that it was a brick, and he had to either pick between Nibiru trying to combo off, or to pick the only monsters and rely on his opponent brick. He decided for the second, but unfortunately it didn't pay off. So now we can take a look at the bracket and how the situation is shaping up, because we have our first top 8 match ready for tomorrow. As we saw, Daniel and Danilo advanced. Both winner their matches 2-0 pretty convincingly, with both virtual world, meaning that tomorrow the first match of the day will be a virtual world mirror match between Daniel and Danilo. Also similar names, so it's gonna be an interesting one. But now, again, we have 6 more matches for the days, and we don't want to keep you guys waiting too much longer. So if you are enjoying this, again, thanks for watching, and make sure to check the other channels if you want to watch a different language of your choice. But keep up the good things, keep on watching, and we will be back soon with round 3. Welcome back, guys. This is now round 3, so the third match of our top 16 direct elimination this weekend. We have had already our 2 players advance for tomorrow to the top 8, and now we are gonna find out yet who is the next person to advance to tomorrow. This time we are gonna have a different approach. So the first player is gonna be Jamie Hunter. We participated in the qualifier from the UK, and he's up against Joshua. So this match, just like before, we don't want to talk too much about these guys ourselves, but we are gonna make it do by themselves. So we have the interviews for both of them, and we are gonna show you the first one right away.
I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! Like locally since about 2016. But I've only started to really play it a lot more over lockdown with remote duels. It's got to be the main Monarch, just being able to lock everyone out. My favourite card is Datacorn. It's just really cute, and I've always just tried to make something that could competitively play it, but it's really bad. But yeah, it's cute. I like it. I'm playing Virtual World this weekend. The deck has a very high ceiling and can play through a lot of interruptions, and True King of All Calamities is a very good card. It's got to just be YCS London. It was nice to just be, with friends or playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Going to an event.
Okay, so nice words from him. And again, while just like in round 1, he was 4th place at the qualifier in the UK. His opponent instead is the winner of the German qualifier. So quite a powerhouse to be playing against. Let's hear it from Joshua.
I've been involved with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game since I was a kid. Like, I played, didn't know exactly the rules and stuff like this, and played again and again and understood it better every year. And sometimes there were years between, and really started to play and understand the game. I started 3 years ago. The first deck I played, the first thing I could call a deck was Fluffle. That wasn't just cards mashed together. Yeah, Fluffle with a bit invoked. Yeah, that's the first deck I played, and were a lot of fun. I still play it sometimes. I don't really have a favorite card. I always like the staples, all the pot cards. Yeah, Pot of Desires, Pot of Extravagance, for the right deck, the right choice. Yeah, I like them. I'm playing Zodiac Eldlich. I'm not confident enough in the Virtual World Mirror, so I choose the next best choice, and it's the only deck that doesn't instantly lose to Calamities. My fondest memory involving Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the YCS Utrecht. I'm not sure which one, but I always enjoyed these. They were great. Meeting the people and having a vacation at the same time, and it's just happy memories all together. Nothing exactly, but the whole experience.
Okay, nice to hear it from him as well. And it makes sense what he just said. We knew that Virtual World was probably going to be the most expected deck, but he wasn't confident in the mirror match, so he decided to take an approach just like Leonardo did with the same deck. This is the second player who is bringing the Zodiac Eldlich. It didn't have much of a good fortune in game 1. Hopefully, it will redeem himself, and as he mentioned, he will be able to prove if his strategy was right, because he's up against Virtual World once again. This time packing a lot of different matchups, so it will be interesting to see. Is Joshua gonna prevail? Is Jamie going to? We're gonna find out soon. So our players are ready. Let's go to the table.
You don't ask me this time which deck is going to win, right? So
no. So okay, let's not make predictions to bring bad luck to our players. But Again, the die roll not being super important, as Joshua mentioned, this deck does not lose instantly to calamities, so you can afford to be playing a different set of cards. Do you agree with this end trap lineup, let's say, with Droll and Bell in the main deck?
Yeah, I think this is something that we don't see very often. Droll and Lock being played in the main deck, because usually most of the players rely to play Droll and Lock on the side deck. But I think this is something different. I mean, Droll and Lock is good anyways, and I really like the Ghost Bell instead. We didn't have a chance to see the Ghost Bell being played this weekend so far, but it's very good, and not only against the Virtual World, but also against Drydron, and it's very powerful. So, and he has the Lancias as well. So.
Yeah, it seems like he's, as he mentioned, he knew that what he was preparing against. He's looking confident to beat it. So it will be more on Jamie's side to prove that his deck can afford yet another spot in the top 8. On his own side, he's the only player this weekend, I believe, maining Ghost Ogre, and there's no Rabbit.
We haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, I mean, this is another valid option, just in case you wanna play different hand traps.
I mean, it's decent. It has different purposes. You can use it against the SHUEISHA. Worst case scenario, you can use it to destroy the calamities. It's not exactly the best card I would consider in that spot, but it's also usable against other decks. So it's something to consider, and if it allowed the Jamie to be here this weekend, then he must have been doing something right. So let's soon take a look at the ends from these two guys, but hopefully we will get to see more of the Zodiac card, because in round 1 I think Leonardo had some unfortunate draws. We never got to see, I think, a Trident XYZ on the field.
No, we haven't seen it so far. And
like a Trident or a Zeus.
Or Zeus, yeah. Can't wait to see them this weekend.
Okay, they're almost ready for the die roll to be thrown. So I think Jamie, out of the two, is not as prepared as the others, but in the meantime, I would say we can just go back to us real quick to review their deck lists. And okay, so they are just waiting a little bit to find a dice and check it back. But I'm sure we can fix that super quickly. But yeah, just as I was mentioning, out of the two for sure, Jamie is the one who cares the most about this die roll, as he's not playing as many entraps as the other Virtual World decks, and he's not playing the talent, I believe, in the main deck. Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, he's not. I think he's playing 3 copies of Foolish Board of Goods.
But as mentioned, they were quick to fix it, so we are back, and now we can finally begin in a few moments this third match for the day. So, who is gonna start? Let's find out in a moment.
As you said, the die roll, I think is more relevant for the Virtual World deck rather than the Zodiac. So
yeah, let's see. Dice is getting rolled. It's a 5. Pretty good if you're Joshua. Jamie probably already rolled it, so we do not know, unfortunately, who picked it up. A good chance that Joshua did. And if that's the case, he's gonna try and set up his Eldritch traps. Yeah, seems like he did. So are we gonna see some XYZs finally? Again, Pot of Prosperity. Best way to start things off in this duel.
And I think this is something that you don't see very often by a Zodiac Eldritch, because Pot of Prosperity, one of these cards, I mean, it's good, but you really need to
to
use your extra deck. So
the extra deck is tight, and Okay, so we get to see a lot of monsters, which is not that usual for this deck, only playing like 17. But okay, he picks the tanky. Makes sense.
Yeah, maybe he needed something to start things off.
Absolutely. So now tanky comes down. Jamie is considering it, but yeah, it doesn't make much sense to negate it. If he has another zoo, he can pick up the Feral Blade just to cycle more, but unfortunately he cannot use it this turn because of the prosperity, so that wouldn't be the best idea. We have seen players go back and forth on their decision to use the Chaka 9 on turn 1. I saw a lot of players just preserving, but this is one of the main differences. Joshua is playing the 1 copy of Zodiac Combo. Ooh, wow. And here you can see, wow, I think Joshua is really unhappy with this. Like, Ghost Ogre is absolutely not popular, and this is kind of funny in a way, because back in the day you would see this all the time. It was the most popular entrap back in Zodiac format just because of this exact reason. It deals with the normal summons, and then they were forced to do a suboptimal play. Luckily for Jamie, he thought the Ghost Ogre was an overall good entrap and is rewarded.
And now he gets the Aquero with the Held Land, so Joshua maybe has we could get maybe a Golden Lure. Let's see, because he already normal summoned. Maybe he has a Sanguine.
I don't know. Aguero, no, if he only sets 1, then it's definitely not the one you would usually get. So
yeah, that's weird.
Maybe he wants to keep it in his hand to discard with the Golden Lord, but this seems somewhat of a slow start, and the Ghost Ogre is putting in a lot of work. Okay, he goes for the Akero right away. And no, he passed. That's why I was confused. Wow. Oh wow, Jamie completely bricked. It seems like
Wow.
I was confused. Like, I was like, am I remembering the Aguero wrong? And wow, he completely bricked. So he passed back to his opponent, who is just super quick at summoning Feral Blade and swinging. And what an unfortunate opening from Jamie.
This is something
there.
you don't usually see with Virtual World, because you have a lot of different starters.
Yeah.
And
especially
like,
his deck, because he's playing triple goods. He's playing basically less entrops to guarantee the plays. He's playing everything free off just to combo off, so it's actually quite unfortunate. And now the Zodiac combo sent last turn is also relevant because it allows him to draw a card later on. So seems tough. And for the first time we might be seeing the Zeus, but I think he stops him just to consider the damage. Wait,
yeah, maybe they're just making the damage, but needs to be careful about Nibiru.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to be careful about Nibiru. Unfortunately, we can tell you that Jamie is not playing it, so the Nibiru is not gonna come down for the first time in a while. I feel like the past matches were all dominated by it, but he goes for Trident instead. It seems like he was going for a different play at the beginning, and now the 800 are paid for the Cursed Eldon. He gets yet another card.
And maybe it looks like he maybe draw a Sanguine at this point. I don't know. What you think?
Yeah, quite possible. He goes for the Link Spider. Do you agree with the decision to just keep the Trident there?
I think maybe...
Or no, okay. He's not gonna do it. Yeah, makes sense. I was confused by his decision, but he plays pretty well here. He goes for the Trident, destroying his own card, and this is why this deck is so good at just controlling and grinding the game. This is the main synergy of the deck. He's not gonna use the Golden Lord. Is there a response from Jamie? Doesn't seem like it. And I really cannot imagine what his hand would look like. Like, it's either all spells that he cannot play, or like all the big monsters that he's not able to summon. It's really weird. And like it could be like Nian Nian maybe, but I don't know. It's really hard to think about it.
Multiple copies of Lao Lao.
Because he didn't even use... Yeah, I was thinking like 3 Lan Laos.
3 Lao Lao.
Let's see. And he passes again? Wow. I think he just passed once more. Yeah. Wow, this is a never seen before thing. I think Jamie drew completely unplayable, and yeah, he picks up his cards. At least he plays well by not revealing to his opponent what he is playing. But what an unfortunate series of draws for Jamie. Must be heartbreaking for him, but he still is in this tournament and has good chances to advance. So Joshua takes the first game, and this is the first time a different deck has won this weekend for now. So congratulations to Joshua. We are now going to take a look at the side decks real quick. So what do you think Jamie is going to bring in?
I think something I really like that you don't see very often nowadays is evenly matched. So maybe he could decide to go second. I mean, it's a risk, of course, but he has 3 evenly matched. He has the Arpis Feeder Duster as well. And I mean, he could decide to go second. I mean, it's a risk. It's a considerable risk, of course, but especially because he lost game 1. But maybe it pays off. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, for now, surely the advantage is on Jamie because he's the one who knows what his opponent is playing. On the other end, Joshua just saw a Ghost Ogre. Like, what is he even thinking? Because Ghost Ogre is not even popular. Like, I would think to like invoke the Eldlik. Maybe I have no idea. Like, it's definitely not something that you see every day. So
yeah, well, maybe side in cards that he really don't need.
Yeah,
so.
I'm surprised that he's taking that much time to side in himself, like Joshua. Because what are you even doing at this point?
Yeah, maybe he expect to go second. So maybe just I don't know. Maybe okay. He plays evenly matched as well. So
yeah,
maybe he could think his opponent is playing a rock deck. Maybe
could be. But it's tough to say. Maybe you just don't even side deck. It's really a tough spot to be in. Because Zodiac is pretty much... he doesn't have like low points or like weaknesses across the board. So it's one of those decks that can afford to not side in anything. Because there are not like some straight up punishment coming from the side decks either. So it's okay. But I would be surprised if he understood that his opponent was on Virtual War from that, because Virtual War usually does't break that badly.
I mean, the only thing we were talking about, maybe he drew 3 Lao Lao. This is the only thing, because he didn't even set a spell or traps. So
yeah, because he wasn't even using the end traps, so literally just the Lao Laos, maybe the Lancia, but not even, like, yeah.
I mean, the Ghost Ogre would have been huge, but this was very unfortunate for Jamie.
Absolutely, but now we're almost ready for game 2, and Joshua is gonna try and advance to the top 8. Let's see if Jamie will try and make it difficult for him to do so. Seems like he will be the one to go first. Can he finally play some cards? Okay, the start is already much better. The prosperity comes down, and gonna allow him to look for one of his options. So,
and I think Joshua doesn't have a Lancia in his hand, because otherwise,
yeah, I mean,
you would shotgun it.
Maybe, but like you don't even know what your opponent is playing. It seems so weird to keep it and to use it like that. So maybe just even sided out the Lancia to make it safer. Okay, so just thinking on the 6th card, seems like he figured it out. Yeah. No, I think there's still 5. Okay, now the 6th card is banished, and we are gonna take a look at the options. Driver doesn't look that bad to me. Oh, okay, Cold by the Grave is an interesting one. Call by the Grave, if you already have the rest, I mean, I think it's either City or Call by the Grave. The rest doesn't seem like it would make any sense, I guess. But yeah, Epic City. So, oh wait, because the pot must go to the graveyard.
He accidentally put the pot on the bottom, so yeah.
Yep.
We will fix this slight issue, and then he proceeds with the city.
Yeah, it's easy for them to fix it. Yeah,
is.
Here it is. I mean, it is at the same time a show of weakness, I think, because if you deny Call by the Grave, you really are telling your opponent, okay, I don't have much, but it could also be that he has only monsters, and then the rest of his hand is still good. But Call by the Grave was definitely one of the better options you can pick. So, okay, GG. Fair start. Probably gonna send the Queen Long to the graveyard to keep on comboing off. And now the sides are quite the opposite. Joshua knows what his opponent is playing and has to try and figure out. Ooh, and he does have the Lancia. Wow. This is a blowout. As you mentioned, he didn't feel comfortable using it before, but it's such a strong card against this deck.
Yeah, maybe just because he didn't know what his opponent was playing, so he just waited and he bit off.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as you can see, Artifact Lancia is this good. Jamie just completely passed, and he gotta hope that his opponent is gonna take too much advantage of.
And now, Jamie's in a really tough position, because if he doesn't have any entraps to stop Joshua, it's not gonna be that easy. Because if Joshua has a Zodiac monster, he could just go for the Borbo. Okay, he has the tank.
Okay, the tank is already a good start. Tough if you're Jamie, but at the same time he has a lot of resources in graveyard, so this might turn into more of a grind game in a way. And maybe I'm still waiting. We might see the first Zeus of the day. So it is the card that's making this deck really hyped. We know that here is doing quite well, but even all over Japan in the OCG, it's actually a quite powerful strategy. So let's see, let's see if we're gonna see another Ghost Ogre maybe.
Does he want to risk it once again? Because
I mean, okay. Wow, yes, the Ram. So he's playing around the Ogre now, maybe. Which is, you see how much that can scare you, because I'm pretty sure here you would have always got Terrorblade and played safe.
Ram, draw one, but
the Ogre is too scary, I guess. So now we might see the Zeus finally coming down. This is the play that is necessary, because you need to battle with an XYZ.
And looks like the Borbo is attacking directly, and hopefully we will see the first Zeus of the weekend. He really needs to be careful about the 5th summon, because otherwise he could get Nibiru. So here comes the Tiger Mortar, and I think he wants as many materials as he can. Here comes the Zeus. Okay. This is the first time that the Zeus appears.
Yeah, finally showing up. As you mentioned, he's trying to play it a little conservatively. Do you agree with this? Just to play around Nibiru?
I think this is the best way, because I mean, the only thing he should be scared of at this point is the Ogre, because the Zeus is here and he can use it twice. So this is very good. Jimmy really needs to be careful. He has quite a different options, because he could banish the Qinglong, but maybe let's see if he has something else. It's not easy. Okay,
so gonna try his best. Where do you think he should use the Zeus, because he also set 1, so you're gonna lose that card as well.
I think here should be fine, because you get rid of 2 cards, Lily cannot be activated anymore. I think Jamie is left with 3 cards, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. This means that he should banish the Qinglong, discard 1, get 1. So he will be left with 4 cards, and...
was it really not better to just invest 1 more and use the Zeus last turn? Like, you get rid of the trap and you get rid of the monster. I feel like it's so much better.
Yeah, I think it would have been better.
I don't know. It's...
Yeah, logically, Jamie sends this one. Who?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think if he activated the Zeus, Jamie at that point would have been left with 4 cards.
Because the problem here is that you can also use the Qinglong, and no matter if there is a response, then you can chain the trap in grave. Yeah, this is exactly what's happening. And then the trap is live. So no matter what, if you use the Zeus or not, then you can chain the trap, chain the enchant. So it's not looking good. I really don't like the way that Joshua, I think, managed it. I agree that he was playing around Nibiru, but I think he should have used the effect on the spot. So now we get to see the Lulu, discarding yet another copy of the trap, which is okay in the... Not at the moment, but maybe if the Zeus gets rid of you want to keep it in hand, so...
And now the Shueisha is alive. This is the main issue.
Because now you go for a number 75 too, potentially, to just shut down the Zeus.
Okay.
No, okay, he increased the effect instead, going for an M7, just forcing this Zeus, which Joshua refuses to consider. But now it's forced. Yeah.
He's forced to activate this.
He has to activate it. He has yet 1 more, but now the trap needs to be activated. Okay. Cosmic does change a few things. So this is big, because we were really skeptic about it, but the Cosmic does change the approach of Jamie. Now he lost the trap and he discarded the second copy of it, meaning the Zeus is still there, and it is not that easy to deal with it.
Because now he gets back Lily with this one. He has the Lulu, but when he activates the Lulu, I think he has to chain the Zeus and hope. Okay, he has the...
No,
okay.
he discards,
the goods. Okay. I think that when activating the Lulu, Joshua has to activate the Zeus.
Yeah, probably. Activation. You activate the Lulu, you negate it. I mean, close one still. He normal summons it instead. Interesting. He can wait for the synchro, but yeah, it's better to do it here. So the second activation of Zeus comes down, and now it's on Jamie to find a way to push forward. The Qinglong is in the graveyard. Well, he's just counting how many cards he has. Yeah, and this is it. So he ends his turn, unfortunately, and plays his back to Joshua, who gotta be happy with this. He can make another Zeus, and the strength of this deck is that the Tiger Mortar can also just re-equip something. Now he's not playing the Gamma, which is big because it prevents the combo, which we see Joshua is playing. It would have allowed him to just pretty much have 1 more cycle through his deck. And what do you think now? Wait, he's gonna...
Yeah, because now he can activate...
his deck for...
I think he is activating the Zeus because he can attach the car. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And now...
Now he can enter
battle phase. Yeah, he enters battle phase and just puts another one on top. So... nothing too surprising. Obviously not as the turn that he wanted, but... knowing about the Gamma, do you think there was something that he could have done different to the last turn? Like forcing the Zeus?
Right, because he had it.
Not sure. But now he's left with only one card. Can Jamie find a way to come back into this game? We know he has the Queen Long, but again, one card is not enough usually for the deck. This is decent, but is he playing the third copy of the trap? No, he's only playing SHUEISHA. Yeah. So he gets Queen Long, which is decent because he can force the Zeus.
Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't have any cards in hand because he has the Chingle
exactly.
on the grave.
He needs a card.
Yeah.
And that's why, as you can see, he just banished it, but I don't think his opponent took the bait, and yeah. He's gonna give his opponent one more turn. Because if he had any card in hand, this was pretty good, because you banish, you negate the Zeus, but they can chain it, so again, it doesn't matter too much. So now place is back to Joshua, feeling quite comfortable. He switches to attack mode. This is an interesting game, because yeah, if he doesn't have enough to push for lethal, then he can even just wait.
Yeah.
Because the situation is not scary.
Yeah, that's the main issue. Also because Joshua didn't activate any of the card he has in hand, so maybe he has some interrupts.
Quite possible.
It could be possible.
But the thing is now, again, so he draws, he can use the Queen Long to force the Zeus, but if you then chain it, what do you do? Because you can banish it, but one card again is not enough. No, I don't know.
Okay, he's going to activate it immediately in order to prevent Jamie to banish one card in the graveyard.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense just because it allows you to play more. So by doing this Zeus now, he knows that he's gonna do it regardless. But at least he gets to set the Sanguine, I think. Yeah. So now he's pretty much safe. I think he's playing this pretty well and comfortable. So now let's see if Jamie is gonna pick up a miracle. And this also plays well around the triple tactics talent.
It was well played by Joshua.
Yeah, which I think was probably the only card that could have changed the game. Because if you had the talent, then you can draw two, and maybe with two cards you can actually combo off. So well played by Joshua.
And now Jamie really needs a miracle.
Okay. Can he find a way? Seems tough. Also, because he's out of traps, he used all of the traps in there. I think he just ended his turn. His opponent is gonna use the Sanguine to bring out the Golden Lord, and this is enough already. He can just switch them to attack mode and push for game.
Yeah, I think we would.
I think we are gonna see the first loss of Jamie, and the next game for Joshua. Let's see. One more turn. It seems like he's gonna just attack.
Virtual handshake.
Yeah, so the handshake is there online. Unfortunately, Jamie doesn't really get to play much Yu-Gi-Oh! This series, and he is eliminated from our top 16. So congratulations to Joshua. He is the winner. Okay, so great job, Joshua. He advances to the top 8, so we will see more of him tomorrow and of his Zodiac Eldritch deck. So pretty nice to have a little bit of difference there. It would have been a really strong message for everyone else if 3 out of 3 spots were already taken by Virtual World. So guys, you just saw it. It's quite possible to beat the deck. It was convincingly taken down 2-0 by Joshua. And now we are gonna find out soon who is the opponent gonna be. And I already mentioned it. It is the match, I'm not gonna say the most, but the match containing one of the decks I really looking forward to, the one of Porca. So just keep on watching. It was an exciting one. and we will be back soon with round 4 of the Remote Duel Invitational.
Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome to round 4 of the Remote Duel TCG Invitational. So we have yet another match and we want to find out who the last player in the first half of the bracket will be to join the others in the top 8 and advance to tomorrow. We have a very interesting one. So we have Maren from Dutch, which is gonna play a very interesting deck. I think he's gonna talk to you guys about it. But his opponent is Porsche from Bosnia, who is also playing an incredible deck, my favorite one. I hope we're gonna hear some of it from the interview. So for now, I'm not gonna spoil it yet, but it is the one I'm the most excited about. So before just wasting any more of your time, I want to hear it from the guys themselves. So let's bring up the first interview.
I've been involved with Yu-Gi-Oh! For over 7 years now, playing the game competitively for roughly 5 years. The very first actual deck I played was, of course, when I started I played something like Spellcaster Control, but the very first actual deck that I picked up was Fire Kings. My favorite card definitely is Thunder Dragon Colossus. This is one of the cards that put so much fun for me into the game and I really like it. I know that other people might not, but that deck, Thunder Dragon, is one of my favorites. The deck I'm playing right now is Eldritch featuring Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. And the reason why I wanted to pick that deck is because it flies under the radar of so many other side deck cards. I built my deck to also win Game 2 after siding, and I figured that this was one of the decks that could not be hard countered as much as other top decks right now. My fondest memory of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has easily to be at a YCS, day one, walking to the venue with my friends that I traveled to a different country with, going into the venue and meeting everyone that I haven't seen for such a long time, because this game is so internationally, of course, seeing all my international friends again. That feeling just at day one of not even playing the game, but seeing all my friends again, that's definitely one of the best memories that I have.
Yeah, I definitely can't blame you. It's one of our favorite memories as well. It's just incredible to be at a YCS with people surrounding you, having your same passion. But it's also quite as fun to just enjoy a good remote duel tournament where you get to meet people from all over the world, like these two guys from completely different countries, but battling together for the glory. And as he mentioned, he's gonna play a deck we have not seen yet. We saw Eldritch cards, but not this version. He's only playing 5 monsters with the Red Eyes engine and with a lot of unique traps like Torrential Tribute. So I'm excited to see this one out, but if I am even more excited for another deck containing Torrential Tribute is the one from Porsche. So let's hear it from his interview as well.
I have been involved for 3 years. I started playing, first time I started playing was when I went to my local. I bought a starter deck and I started playing. The first deck I played was pure Lightsworn. It was a very, very cheap deck and it was very fun for me at the time. My favorite card is Totally Awesome. I honestly like the art of the card the most. It's the most beautiful for me. So I'm playing Paleo Frogs, of course, because my favorite card is Totally Awesome. It's my favorite deck, and I enjoy it the most when I play it. My fondest memory that involves Yu-Gi-Oh! Is when I first entered my locals. It was a very fun experience for me. I fell in love with Yu-Gi-Oh! When I first time played at my locals.
I started as well. I mean, it's everyone starts somewhere, as you mentioned, from very cheap, very even weak, sometimes decks. I laugh when I think back at what we used to back from 2017 as well, dominating the event. So especially thinking back to YCS Prague, which was the crucial day. An incredible event, one of the funniest one for me to do as a commentator and as an host. So if there is anything I want to say to Porca as last is, may the apple be with you. So let's go to the table.
Here we are. I really like what he said about, trying to build his own deck with what he has. And I remember when we started, I mean, there was Darkham Drago format. We didn't have money.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a different story, and you always were just trying your best. But now it's gonna be interesting because I think both had some pretty unique choice, for a deck. I really like Paleozoic as an idea because it works incredibly well against a deck like Virtual World, but I don't think he was expecting Red Eyes Eldritch, and you know that the Red Eyes Fusion summoning the Dark Dragoon is tough for them to deal with.
Yeah, I think because they were expecting to play like Virtual War matches or against Zodiac Eldritch, and now we will see a rock deck matchup. And as you said before, it will be very difficult for Paleozoic to get rid of Red Eyes Dark Dragoon because the deck itself relies on Totally Awesome, and once the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon comes on the play, I mean, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's already difficult for pretty much every deck in general, but for such a passive one as Adi, it's not gonna be easy. But it's again really interesting to see cards from the past make a comeback. Both of these guys using Torrential Tribute is already an highlight of the weekend for me. So no matter what, we're gonna see some Torrential Tributes in the top 8. But the die roll is won okay, by Marlon. So Red Eyes should be going first. And again, for him, this is gonna be such a surprise. He's gonna pretty much expect maybe Drytron, Virtual World, Zoo even. But I wanna see his reaction. Ooh, and there it is. So, as you can see on screen, he has the best opening possible, sending the Red Eyes and the Dark Magician from his deck to the graveyard, opening the Dark Dragoon. This card is a powerhouse. It's pretty much all you want from a Yu-Gi-Oh card, and with 3 backthrows to back it up, it's gonna be tough. For anyone not knowing, as you can see on screen, this card cannot be destroyed by the effects and cannot be targeted. So it's pretty much only possible to destroy it by battle. And not only that, it can also negate a card by discarding 1. So
very powerful.
Maybe here it's already gonna negate the Desires. What do you think? Yeah,
I think yes. Yeah.
So Desires is negated, and now Adi needs to find a way to deal with this, and I really find it tough. So
I'm very curious what now Marlon is thinking about.
Yeah, I have no idea. He just saw Desires, which can be played by a bunch of different decks, but then set 4 and pass. This is gonna be confusing, but again, the Eldlik deck also shines at dealing with Paleo, because unless they remove it, then you just get it back every turn, and so many resources. Wow, and this is such a powerful opening.
The thing is that they have played a lot of matches to come here, you know, to the remote Duel Invitational, and I think they really know how to play against, you know, Virtual War and the Zodiac deck, but maybe they don't know what is going on at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, apart from the Pot of Desire, Adi didn't reveal any other cards.
So is probably entering battle phase. What's going on? Okay, and Rivalry of the World. Okay, that's not a bad one to start, but it's gonna be negated by Dragoon, discarding another fusion. Do we have a response here? Doesn't seem like it. So that's gonna be negated.
So you think Marlene maybe could consider that his opponent's playing Sub-Terror, maybe?
Yeah, that's a pretty good thing to mention. Sub-Terror was somewhat popular in the qualifiers, but I can already tell you guys we have no Sub-Terror in the top 16 this weekend. But yeah, it's quite possible that he thinks this is Sub-Terror, so maybe he will side. And to be honest, I don't think there are many differences in how you side deck against the... Okay, so now we see the back row being targeted by the Paleozoic trap of Adi.
Let's see if Marlene has a response, but...
Okay. Instead, he decided to destroy it. Yeah, makes sense. He just wants to try and stay alive. If he can, he's gonna activate another trap later on to bring back his Paleo and potentially go for a totally awesome or some way of dealing with the Dragoon, which is what he's trying to look for.
I think maybe Adi needs something like a Marella here, just to try to special summon, you know, the Paleozoic in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it doesn't make that much sense to reveal your Paleozoic cards, you know what I mean?
Absolutely, and now at least his opponent knows what he's up against, and he will be able to prepare no matter what in game 2 and 3. Big advantage. And if this game doesn't end up going that well, maybe Adi could have considered just scooping up and preserving the information. So...
Yeah, because he's only at 500 life remaining, and I don't know if he has a very good response to Marlene Fields. Maybe he can deal with them, but again, the Red Dice Dutch Dragoon is not easy to deal with.
Okay.
There was maybe an explanation.
Yeah, they're still debating on, because I think. Okay, so he's getting banished. Is there a response here from Madi? He's definitely considering it. He might have another copy. Okay, and Trap Trick comes down. He's gonna change the Paleo to it if there is no response.
What could he get here? Maybe a Torrential? I don't know, because he really needs to get rid of...
I mean, maybe another Paleo as well. Because Torrential right now is not useful. Yeah. I think a Paleo is what you want to get. Okay, Dynamiscus is fine. It get rid of the Golden Lord forever, but... do you think there was a reason why he used them now? Like... If you wait for your opponent to pick his traps, maybe he doesn't get the Sanguine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would have been maybe it
would
have been better.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it makes too much of a difference, but this is definitely an interesting matchup. Now it's tough because he has the Sanguine, he has the Conquistador set, and
it's very difficult to come back here.
Okay, Ronin Todin is a decent way to start things off. At least the Dragoon is not able to negate another card. And now things are on his opponent. Pretty much one way to deal with the Dragoon would be to create a big enough monster where, for example, with the Star Boy, Mr. Boy, where he is able to attack over it. But for now, it doesn't seem like it's possible. Okay, a chain is happening. We might see a Solemn Judgment as well from Madi. He's playing 3 copies of it, so maybe the set and final card could be a Solemn. But we see a Solemn instead from the other player. Wow. I did call it, but on the wrong side of the board. As I said, it's quite weird because they are both playing so many similar cards in the deck. And now... Okay, Compulsory is activated, sending back the Dark Lord and summoning back the Dynamiscus. He knows that the last card in the deck now is Sanguine.
Yeah, he's just trying to, to survive this turn, and yeah, maybe here we will see a totally awesome, a card we haven't seen in a while, I would say.
Yeah,
there it is.
And this is okay, because he can summon the Dupe Frog, which forces the attacks on it. But what is important to remember is by using Compulsory, he is also in a way helping his opponent, because the Dragoon can now negate.
Yeah.
So, tough times. And I don't think he set a card, because we see the Sanguine, so maybe he just passed.
Yeah, maybe he passed, yeah.
Tough times. I don't think, and I don't see this going well for Adi, because if he goes and activate the Totally, then maybe Dragoon can just negate it. Then let's see. This is an important decision. Is he gonna negate the Totally? No. Okay, he just let it go. So the Dupe Frog hits the field, but this is gonna be a lot of damage anyway.
Yeah, I think he would just. I think if he enter battle phase and if you attack with the Golden Lord on the Dupe, and then you can attack over the Totally awesome.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. He gets back the Ronin. He will get a Swap Frog from the deck now. And okay,
I think
he has seen enough. As predicted, Adi unfortunately loses game 1 on a field battle. I gotta say, the opening was absolutely incredible by Marlon with just Red Ice Fusion and Solemn Judgment alone, and on top of that he also had the Eldritch Angel, so not much more that you can wish for, but a pretty good grind duel. Now we are gonna see in game 2 who is gonna take it. I gotta say kudos to the both of them, but I feel bad for Adi because he probably picked the worst matchup in the top 16. I feel like against the other decks we've seen today, he would have performed really well.
Yeah, I think with this end, he would have been sitting in a good position because he had four back row and also the Pot of Desire. So he had a really good end, but dealing with all of this was very difficult. And maybe in game 2 he will be able to come back into the game. For what regards the side deck, maybe what do you think? I mean,
yeah, one thing I'm happy about is that he's siding Kaijus, so those are an important tool. If he didn't have the Kaijus, I would say Marlon had that in his bag, but with the Kaijus, maybe he can draw a Kaiju to stop and the Dragoon. This game was completely dominated by the Dragoon, and he's also playing evenly matched, which if we get to see a game 3, it's gonna be good, because I don't see Adi going second here, so... on his opponent's side, though, we get to see, I gotta say, a better side.
Wow, yeah, it looks like he was prepared. Like if he had the possibility to play against a rock deck, he can side deck Lightning Storm, Arpis Feather Duster. He has the Red Reboot as well, does he?
He doesn't have the Red Reboot, but he's playing essentially 4 copies of Arpis Feather Duster in a way. So that's just incredible, and although there are a couple of Solemns in Adi's deck, tough to fight the aggression, especially with the Pot of Extravagance and the Pot of Prosperity both being in his deck. I still give the advantage to Maren, but we'll see. Do you think the Spectre border is gonna come in? I don't think it's useful at all.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular matchup, I don't think you really want to side in the Spectre border, although it's a very good card, but I don't think we will see it.
Yeah, Spectre border again, I think one of the best cards against the Virtual War deck. The only out is pretty much the city. Outside of that, it shuts down completely the deck, so... let's see though if his Adi is gonna be prepared. He has a lot of tools going first to stop the Red Ice card from coming down. Is he gonna start things off? Ooh, Swap Frog is a great way to start. So
this is a very good start, because if Adi has another monster in his hand, maybe we will see a turn 1 totally awesome.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the best opening possible. Also quite unlikely, because he's only playing 8 water monsters, but
does he have it?
Does he have it? Okay, he doesn't have it, but still a pretty powerful start. Swap Frog alone, but he sets free, meaning that there is another card in his hand, which it's quite interesting, because it could be the Kaiju, maybe.
I think so.
Because Nibiru is for sure sided out. Okay. So one card is set in the same column, but Mech Knights are unfortunately not a part of this match. And we see the... Okay, well, this was kind of a mind trick. It was like, do you want to destroy it with Olenoides? But yeah, I mean... 800 life points are paid. There is not an Olenoides. I think you would have shotgun it here, maybe? The Olenoides? I think so, right? So, yeah. And he adds, once again, I would say the Agero, which is not an obvious choice.
Okay,
but okay, now he discards the Sanguine and the Cord. Okay. Pretty good start.
Very good start, yeah.
Let's see which one he targets. Is it gonna be a chainable one? No, Solemn Strike. Are you surprised that he didn't chain it? Maybe it was the only one that was not chainable then. Yeah. So the Golden Lord is then added back to the hand, and this is started.
Fortunate for Ali, because he could have used the Solemn Strike at this moment, but Marlon hit the right one. Oh, he also has the Lightning Storm.
Oh wow! Oh wow! This is as good as it's gonna get, and what a start! Gets rid
of Canadia and the Torrential. Wow.
Gotta feel bad for Adi. This is such an incredible opening. Now he's gonna try and fight back with this Swap Frog, but
yeah, as you said before, he set the Elderland before activating the Lightning Storm, trying to force his opponent to activate.
No, it was a very good play by him. So he knows his deck pretty well, and this is just an absurd opening. Like, he completely got rid of his opponent back rows, and he has 5 back rows on his own. Swap Frog comes down, but can he really change the game?
This was very unfortunate for Adi, because his deck is built to, to beat decks such as Virtual Wars, Zodiac, that we said a lot of times.
And here, the tough thing is you can use the Sanguine, and then you can banish the Ronin.
Yeah, that's what he does.
This is tough for Adi. So the Paleozoic is chained. He's gonna chain the Sanguine to get the Golden Lord from the deck. Does he have an Ash? Okay.
Does he have Solemn Strike?
Ash is chained. But... okay, so the Ash tries to negate, but the chain is quite long. Okay, so... pretty good play. So the one of Destiny is in his deck, so... He has it, allowing him to special summon the Golden Lord from his hand, and this chain is just gonna be way too much. The Conquistador is used, destroying his swap, and there is only one more card in Adi hand, which is the top deck card, because we just find out Ash was the one. Do you think he should have ashed the Eldland then? Or
maybe he thought that Maran didn't have, any other response to his back row.
Yeah.
Because at that point, when your opponent activates the Elden, maybe you don't think about the Lightning Storm, right?
Yeah, this is tough. This is one of the very rare moments where you can see, exactly, a rank 5. Very few spots in which it happens, but here it comes down. It is the Pleiades.
A card we haven't seen in a while. It's very powerful. He's gonna activate. Okay, he has the Solemn Strike. He maybe wants to try and survive this turn. This is the only thing he could have done.
Yeah, so he stops it, but we should remember that the Pleiades was not made with traps that can manage themselves and get even more resources. So this seems like an upfield battle, and unfortunately, I think this is the last time we're gonna see Paleozoic on screen this weekend. Domination, and I gotta say, quite convincingly. Again, the matchup it is what it is. It is not what either of these two guys were expecting, but seems like Marlon got the best one here, because
he drew what he needed, and his hand was incredible. And unfortunately, he didn't have that much. Even if his starting hand was good, because he had the Swap Frog, three trap cards.
Yeah, so now I guess you need to top deck a pot and just some madness, but it's absolutely tough. The Golden Lord, just such a powerful tool, and it was also. How in the past matches with the Zodiac, in the last match we saw it advance into the top 8. So it's such an incredible engine. It can be used both in a deck like Zoo, trying to fight back for the board, or in a deck like the one we're seeing here from Maren, where it's just a control. Ooh! But the pot comes down. Okay. So the only possible card to fight back is drawn by Adi. So nice one. So pot is gonna draw 2. And let's see if he can find the rabbit in the hat.
There's still some hope.
Okay, 2 back rows, so there is still somewhat of an hope. And let's see. It's also interesting that back in the day, we used to have a lot of mirrors being played in Paleozoic. And if you think about it, they would actually come in handy here, not only here but even last game, because it could have been an out to the Dragoon, especially the one where you both like the storming would be good because it doesn't target. So it's definitely interesting. But Adi is not playing any copy of Mirror Force, not the original and not the other versions of the card that there are around. So,
Because the Marella.
Okay, Marella comes down. You don't really care about that.
Yeah, back in the days, we were playing Duel Mirror Force.
Yeah, a lot of them drowning. Pretty much all of them
All of
except
the Mirror Forces,
the original would have been pretty annoying. Even the one that sets them forever here would be pretty devastating on the Golden Lords, you know. Oh, and now we see even one more unusual play. Wow, with the super cannon. Brave play from his opponent, and he's met with a Canadia. Is he gonna change the paleo?
Maybe. Do you think he was scared about the back row? Because maybe didn't feel like to attack. I don't know.
I mean, he can just detach it because he gets one back, you know. So it's okay to try and. I mean, you must as well flex for your friends, saying I played in a remote duel and I summoned Gustav Max. So it's not something you see every day. And no, this is not possible because the Paleos are summoned in a chain. So luckily, he gets it on his own. Reveals to his opponent that he's playing the card. But okay, now he correctly used it at the end of the chain. And he's playing super fast, but basically he played Torrential, he tributed the last card for the Golden Lord, attacked, and this is enough for game. So, although the Gustav Max wasn't the card that ended the duel, Marlen is still the convincing victor, winning 2-0 and advancing to the top 8. So, congratulations to Marlen. Wow, what a show. Both of these guys tried their best with what is probably not the most conventional lineup that they could have brought. Unfortunately, we knew that one of them must have gone home, and it was Adi. Again, I gotta really feel sorry for him. I wish we could see more of him against another matchup. I'm sure he could have shined. But this one, I feel like, was just too unfair in a way for his deck. So congratulations to Marlen. He's going to be advancing. And now we can show you guys the updated bracket for the event. Finally completed for the first half, which we are going to go back to tomorrow. As you can see on the left, the first match we completed is going to be a mirror match for Virtual World between Daniel Hartmann and Danilo. And the second match is going to be the one between Joshua and Marlen, which is going to be a mirror match of Eldlik cards. But on Joshua's side, we're going to see the Zodiac engine, while on his opponent, the Red Dice engine. So definitely interesting. No matter what, I'm sure they will try their best to advance to the top 4, where we should see one way or another a Virtual World against an Eldlik deck somewhat shaped up. But as you can see, we gonna thank you guys for watching. We are at the half of the matches for today. We are gonna be back soon with the reminder, so the match number 5. Plenty more to watch, so stay focused, stay soon, and we will be back with round 5 in a short time.
winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, Freezing Chains. 46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare.
28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
And welcome back once again for the Remote Duel Invitational Europe. So it's been already quite a good journey. We covered half of the matches for today, and we found out the first 2 players who will advance in the first 2 matches for the top 8 tomorrow. So 4 of them are already completed. And now we need to move on with the next and the 5th top 16 match. It's going to be yet another new deck we have not seen today. Our opponents are going to be Joshua Dickerson, and he's competing and coming from the UK Invitational. So he showed up pretty strong there, and he decided to bring a unique deck. I'm sure he will talk to us about. And he's up against one of the French qualifiers, I guess, which is Donovan LeBlanc, playing a deck we have already seen this weekend, but also with some interesting and spicy decisions. So without further ado, let's listen from the guys themselves.
So I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2016. That's when I started playing like as an adult. I of course played with the structure decks as a kid and stuff, but then I think about like 9 years old, I kind of stopped playing. And then when I was 19, I saw my mates were playing it. And then it was around the time Shining Victories came out. So probably about 5 years I've been playing. The first deck I played, outside of like buying 40 random cards and mashing them together, was it was most likely the Magispector Odd Eyes Performer Pile deck. That was a thing back in 2016, just after Pepe had ended. It was when like the Magispectors and Draco Piles kind of like meshed with the Odd Eyes engine. So I started playing that and it was a lot of fun. I don't necessarily have a favourite card, but like from the design aspect and from the way they look, I'm a really big fan of the Totally Awesome card and ABC Dragon Buster as well, just because of the way it like how it plays and stuff is really cool, and the lists look cool. And obviously Toad, the name of that is just really funny, so it always kills me. And I was a fan of Paleo, the deck too, so yeah. The deck I've decided to play for this event is it's Altergeist, and that might be a bit of a shock because I did qualify for the event with Virtual World, but I chose Altergeist as a anti-meta pick because I didn't want to come into this event being at single elimination and then having like loads of people main decking out to Virtual World and then losing because of that. So I felt like Altergeist as a trap deck has like the bounces, the interruptions and stuff to fall back on, and it has a really good Virtual World matchup and a good like Eldritch matchup too. So I chose Altergeist for that reason. So my fondest memory that includes Yu-Gi-Oh! I can't really pinpoint it to one particular memory, but it's definitely just all the traveling that I've done. Traveling to new places like in Germany and across the UK, going to all the events, meeting new people, and without this game I wouldn't have met some of my closest friends outside the game too. So it's definitely just like the community aspect of the game. It's brilliant, and of course the game itself as well is brilliant.
Great words and kind words from Joshua. Absolutely representing both aspects of the game, not only having fun and competing, but meeting new people, new friends, and friends that you bring on for a lot of years. It's even now, I unfortunately met this one more than 10 years ago, and still here. What can I do? Guys, help me get rid of him. But yeah, as he mentioned, he's playing Altergeist, so an interesting decision. And again, one that, just like Adi last round with Paleo, could pay off. But unfortunately, exactly like Adi last round, he's up against Red Eyes Eldritch from Donovan. So let's hear it from him.
I've been involved with Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe 10 years. Yes, 10 years. 10 or 11 years. The first deck I played was Insector, and the first competitive deck I played was Ritual Beast. My favorite card is Masterpiece, because I really like Chudeco. In T7 I play Eldritch Dragoon, because Virtual World is a very popular deck in T7, and I just want to have a deck I can play with a VFD in the opponent field. Just if activate a VFD, I just have to set 5 and pass. My fondest memory, maybe the ban of Firewall Dragon, because I really hate discard antis for and the deck play discard, and this was a very good news for me when discard was banned.
Okay, so not the most usual interview for Donovan, but I'm sure he has also paid off. Quite opposite as Joshua, he ended up in 4th place at the qualifier, the French one. But again, representing with an interesting deck. Once more, these guys trying to really take the competition to next level and take advantage of Virtual World. But unfortunately, they are gonna be surprised when they see their opponent decks. I gotta give the advantage to Donovan once again, because the Dragoon is just such a powerhouse against the trap decks like Paleo or Altergeist. But let's see if he's gonna pick up the cards. Our players are ready. Let's jump to the table.
And I think now it's going to be interesting. Who is Daryl? Maybe I would expect the opponent playing, as they said in the interviews, Virtual War, I don't know, like the meta stuff deck, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, the deck from Donovan, we have seen it even at the last remote Duel Invitational, so it's somewhat known. Altergeist, not so much, and I'm surprised because we were talking about decks that could show up, and out of these trap decks, Subterror seemed to be the most popular one, and I'm surprised that no one brought it, so maybe a correct decision, but regardless of that, we'll see. I think Donovan won the die roll, and let's see if he's gonna open up the Red Ice Fusion. Okay. Is there even any out in the deck for Joshua if that happens? That's what I'm concerned about.
Oh, okay.
Wow, okay. So 5 back rows, and now you know Joshua is gonna be like, oh, what's going on? Is it a mirror match? Interesting one. But again, maybe 5 back rows against 5 back rows. This is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes it's about, and yeah.
Been a while since we
Wow.
saw something like this on a live stream.
Okay, interesting order there from Donovan. But at least, from Joshua, sorry. But at least he reveals to his opponent what he is playing. And now it will be crucial to know if... okay, Torrential... Okay, makes sense. Maybe a little early on the Torrential, but he might be scared of a potential Altergeist protocol face down.
Looks like he's going to the end phase.
Yeah, okay. Is there gonna be a Sanguine Chain here? No, doesn't seem so. Okay, but kind of a slow start, what we expected. So this is gonna be a grind game. And going to the main phase, the biggest thing is if Donovan gonna be able to pick up his Golden Lord. Ooh, and the top deck is the best he could have hoped for. Pot of Extravagance. Is there gonna be a Solemn Judgment to negate it? There could be, but this is definitely the best top deck, and it's not even the most usual one, I would say, in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see Pot of Extravagance being played that often in this deck, but
okay.
Right now it's a very good card, so let's see what he picks up.
So no Ash, no Solemn comes down, unfortunately, and this is huge for Donovan. Again, looking for any of his Eldlik cards. He goes for the Link Spider. Do you think... Yeah, I mean, luckily enough he didn't banish all copies of it. He was only playing the Chu. And this is crucial because in the end phase he will get to banish his trap Conquistador and get even more advantage. And this is just similar to what we have seen last round with Paleo. I gotta say though, Paleo struggles a lot more. If Altergeist can get his hand on not just the protocol itself, but mainly the personal spoofing, then he can get a lot of resources going. But if that's not the case, it will also struggle just like last round with Paleo. Let's see if the spoofing is there. So,
do
do you get the Sanguine here? I guess so, right? Yeah. No surprise, Sanguine goes there, and no spoofing, but the protocol. Maybe hinting for a Faker in end.
Does he have it?
Okay, it does. So, great start. Faker comes down. Is there gonna be a way to prevent it? We gotta remember that if he hits the field, the protocol is gonna protect it. So, let's see. Solemn Strike comes down.
Very good.
And yeah, Joshua is not gonna be happy with this. He needs manifestation maybe, but doesn't seem like it. And this is tough. He now needs to top deck something. Can he pick up? Okay, nice. So both top decking the rich version of pot. So this game is quite open. The best cards you can pick up here are definitely something along the line of Marionette or Melusik. So let's see if he can pick any of them.
Yeah, Joshua has quite a few options here. Let's see.
Is it weird for you that he decided?
Okay, he has the
wow.
Okay.
And the judgment. Interesting.
Maybe.
Would you really judgment the prosperity?
That's what I was asking. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you just wait, or maybe you are just scared that he picks up. Does he have?
Ooh, and he has the manifestation.
Wow, this is the Ice Dragon Prison.
Ooh, and the Ice Dragon Prison, huge. Wow. So, I was thinking if he had the manifestation already face down, because he could have tried to use it last turn, but this is one of the main touches in Donovan deck, and he's gonna put in some work here. So the Ice Dragon Prison allows you to special summon a monster from your opponent graveyard and then banish one of the same type, which is really strong against most decks of the format, in the mirror match against the Golden Lord, and just overall a really good card.
And now we understand why he activated the Judgment of the Prosperity. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And now he has the Sanguine, and he will bring back the...
Yeah, he finally gets the Golden Lord. He also gets to add another to get a card. So the resources are definitely on Donovan's side.
Here comes the Golden Lord, and yeah, I mean, I thought that the manifestation would have been good, but the Ice Dragon Prison was there. Nothing Joshua could do. So let's see.
Yeah, it's
There's some clarification here. He passes turn and Donovan draws for turn.
So the back rows can be anything from, again, another Torrential, another Solemn from Joshua, but he really needs to pick up another way of dealing with the resources, because right now it's a one-sided battle.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for Joshua because he top decked the Prosperity, which was very good, and he also had the Manifestation, but it was not enough.
I'm still not sure if it's correct to Solemn it, but...
Yeah, I mean, because you're risking it, right?
Yeah, and you also get some indirect information by just taking a look at the cards, you know. So, now we see a Phoenix. Okay. It will actually use its effect as well. Okay, nice. So it discards the Akero, and it's gonna target a random one. Which one is it gonna get? Let's see. Joshua is not... okay, asking for the target. Okay. Okay, they're definitely asking for which one it's gonna be. Okay, it seems like it's the one closest to the extra deck. Not gonna get chained. Oh yeah, it is. Dogmatic Punishment. Wow, really rolled it.
Yeah, I mean, he waited
quite a bit, yeah. And I think this is because he's not playing the engine, but only the NTs. So it's essentially a 2-for-1. Pretty decent. And he gets rid of a summon limit, which didn't really matter much. As you can see, both players having a lot of interesting trap cards in their deck. But now... Okay.
The end or battle phase. And okay, I think in the end phase you will activate the trap cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, so he banishes, but he didn't banish. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yeah, he didn't banish the Sanguine yet, but this is the power of this deck. Every turn, not only do you activate and maybe banish or destroy a card from your opponent, but you also get to search for another copy in the end phase. So it's so many resources created.
Keep getting the Golden Lord, Conquistador.
Yeah, and I think this is the last turn we are having for Joshua to pick up some sort of resource or Altergeist monster, and it might even be too late for that. So let's see. This top deck is crucial. Is it gonna be anything that can save Joshua? It's gonna be a back row, so not looking that great considering he's only running one manifestation. Maybe the spoofing is okay, but...
And now we will see the
same thing, yeah.
And this one. Yes, as always.
You just destroy the newly set, I guess, and there is not much that can go wrong. Yep.
Nothing that Joshua can do.
So you get the other Golden Lord. Yeah.
Okay, decides to special summon it from
the grave. Okay. Now he gets that back and he destroys the protocol.
Okay.
Is it gonna be the end of the turn? They're still thinking about some interactions. Okay. Ooh, and the Torrential. Yeah, he was just thinking if he could have used it, but Torrential Tribute comes down, and okay. How good is it though? I think it's only temporary. Temporary, yeah, nothing
I think it's just temporary because he really needs to survive, and because now Darma once again will be able to activate in the end phase the Sanguine, the Conquistador.
Yeah, same thing. Nothing too different from what we have seen before. He will just get to use some resources, and again, Joshua doing his best to survive, but it's getting tough. But we're still, I think it's the longest game one we have seen yet today. These guys, as a reminder, they have 50 minutes and not the regular 40. Afterwards, the rules are pretty much the same as a regular YCS.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time.
Okay. And now, Torrential is used for the Golden Lord effect. He thinks that it is less impactful than the Conquistador, and makes sense. Is there gonna be a response from Joshua?
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
Is
does he have Soul Strike?
Maybe Strike. Yeah, and Strike is there. Desperate times, though, I gotta say, because this is not what you wanna be at. Basically, your opponent just uses free resources while you're still developing, and every turn it's essentially as if you're gonna get more and more stuff and your opponent is always lower. As you can see here, they are on a +2 difference, with Joshua completely left up decking.
Keeps recycling, keeps getting the same cards every turn.
And now he's gonna get to use finally the manifestation, getting back a protocol that it's pretty much useless. Let's see, what is the top deck gonna be? You really need something like Marionette, Melusi. Seems like it's another trap. It's thinking about it quite... Okay. Silk, pretty much the only monster he didn't want to. It's decent, but he definitely wanted to pick up the other ones. And wow, okay, here he reveals the other Conquistador, and yeah, this seems like it's way too much. I don't see a way out of it, especially because now the manifestation was banished, meaning that the Silk, if destroyed, will not be able to add something back from graveyard. Yeah.
Correct.
Which is also one of the reasons why I think there was no need for Joshua to prematurely use it. Because if you think about it now, he would have a manifestation set, which was pretty decent on Faker. But...
And now Donovan, let's see if he can close this game in this turn. He brings back the Golden
Again,
Lore.
yeah, nothing too special. He just attacks with both, and this is plenty of damage for the first duel to end. It's gonna be Donovan who takes it as expected with the favorable matchup, and hey, this time we didn't even see the Red Eyes Dragoon. So when it does, this is gonna be even more of an uphill battle. But let's quickly take a look at the side decks. They are definitely decks that want to go first. So, in case of Joshua, what do you think he is gonna bring in?
I think Joshua is going to side in 3 copies of Solemn Judgment. I think it's very good against this matchup, and you can also side in the Cosmic Cyclone as well. He has a 1 copy, so just in case, you know, he's good against the Red Eyes Eldritch deck.
He's also playing Kaijus. Yeah. But the thing is, he didn't see the Red Eyes engine, so do you think he knows what he's up against? Because it could also be the Zodiac, which didn't see any of the Zodiac cards. So
I don't think
interesting. Interesting. But in Donovan case, he has an interesting side. For sure, 3 copies of Cosmic Cyclone are gonna come in. He's also quite prepared with the evenly matched, and finally. If that wasn't enough, he's siding a very unique card, which is Waking the Dragon. It is the quintessence of a mind trick card, meaning that you side it for your opponent's side deck, knowing that they are gonna bring out 8 for the spell and traps. It's a card that whenever it's destroyed, sent, banished, whatever, when it's set on your field, it doesn't do anything otherwise. It allows you to special summon a monster from the extra deck, and there are quite some amazing ones when you summon them for free. So
it's been a while since we last saw this card, because it was like, if I'm not mistaken, True Draco format, and that card was very popular. And you really need to be careful because every single time, Cosmic Cyclone dispels, destroy.
Yeah, and there are, as you can see here, quite a few ways to trigger it. So. I'm interested to see if it's gonna happen among the targets that it could bring out. There are the Last Warrior from Another Planet, which is not really good in this specific matchup, but against combo decks it's just game on his own. Or the Ultimate Falcon, which is pretty much another Dark Dragoon, but bigger. So, tough times, okay.
And I think now we will see Joshua go first for sure, as you said before.
Absolutely.
There's no way he's going to go.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, maybe Golems, but what he really needs to pick up is a way to play the game, because what was missing was once the Faker got negated by the Strike, yet no ways of playing the game. So let's take a look at their opening fields and hands. Is it gonna be another pot to open things up? No, it seems like he's setting a few cards face down. If I'm not mistaken, I saw an Ash Blossom in his hand.
Oh, he sets some monster.
Wow, and he sets a monster. That's interesting.
What?
It could be the Silk, but... Ooh, and Extravagance, again, the best way to start from Donovan. Unless you banish 3 Dragoons, that could be... devastating, but great way to start things up. And I gotta say, one of the most confident shuffling I've seen with
He practiced well.
Ooh, but Imperial Order, one of my friends, comes to pay a visit, and interesting decision. So he might think that it's Zodiac, you know,
because you basically want to side in Imperial Order like. Tanky,
Wow, but the evenly is there. What a match. What a match. evenly matched comes down.
This is not what you want to see in a battle phase. When
No.
everyone else battle phase is like you have to be scary.
Absolutely. So, does he keep the Imperial? Wow, and this is a punishment. He's thinking that his opponent is playing Zodiac probably, and then the Imperial Order would be much better, but it's not up against Zodiac, and luckily for him, they evenly cleared a couple of cards, but still missing that monster. So.
And let's see if now Donovan has a Sanguine or a Conquistador. Okay.
He does have Conquistador. Is it gonna be only the Conquistador? Seems so, because
Yeah.
he's summoning it already. Okay. So now we can push for damage. If he didn't banish them, summon a Spider, and then again do the same trick, getting the Sanguine, which is pretty decent.
Looking pretty good for Donovan. It was very unfortunate for Joshua because Evilly Match is not a card that you see very often. But yeah, now putting Donovan very far ahead in this game. Here comes the Link Spider.
Okay.
And now he did the same thing in game 1. So he's going to the battle phase, and then in the end phase he will get another card with Conquistador. He activates the effect, and I think he will get the Sanguine. Let's see.
Yeah, nothing
No surprise.
too
here.
surprising.
Okay.
He gets the engine going, and again, one of the ways you can see using cards that have been there for a long time, Link Spider being one of the first Link released in the game, but still being out there impactful in a lot of different ways.
And now Joshua really needs to find. Okay, Ash Blossom.
Okay,
on the Sanguine.
Ash slow things down.
Still, Joshua really needs to find a way to deal damage or to put some pressure, because like a Melusic would be good, but doesn't seem like
Also, because he's slowly killing, his own life points. Again, it's an high risk, high reward card, and usually Imperial Order is much better in decks that are somewhat capable of consistently putting stuff on the board, like the Zodiac deck back in the day. In Altergeist, it's of course powerful, but if you miss it alongside the Marionette, or Melusic or Faker, then it's also quite risky because you completely just take so much damage and so quickly. So,
and I think Donovan maybe has 1 or 2 hand traps because he has 3 cards in hand. So he maybe have some answer.
No, and again, no monsters from Joshua. Quite unfortunate. Another trap picked up. You can see he's definitely not happy about this, and this is close to being enough. Also, an interesting interaction to keep in mind is that although you cannot lose the game because of Imperial Order if you have less than 700, if your opponent is able to put you on exactly 700, then it's game. And this is what happens here. So Joshua picks up his cards, wow, and the Melusic was right after. Too late for him, unfortunately. Yet another time the underdog and the unusual deck is kicked out of the event, so Donovan is the winner, and it will advance to the top 8. Good match. Again, just like last round, a total dominance by the guy who was playing Eldlik Red Ice. Maybe that was the deck to bring. We probably saw it crushing their opponents. Of course, it was Paleo and Altergeist. So now I'm really curious to see it against Virtual World in action. But if it works just as well, I can think they can meet each other in the finals.
I think so. Yeah, maybe they will meet in the final and we will see some fire.
So yeah, absolutely. So guys, if you want to see more from these guys, make sure to tune in tomorrow as well, because they will be trying their best to advance to the top 4 and then to the finals. But now we have 3 more matches to show you guys. Coming next is the one who will be the opponent of the guy we just saw defeating. So round 6 is coming up. Keep watching and we will be back soon with more action.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare.
28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Hi guys, and welcome back once again to the Remote Duel Invitational in Europe, the first of 2021. It's been a long day already, and we are gonna find out now one of the last matches for the day. We have 3 more to go for our top 16 direct elimination, and we want to find out who is gonna advance to tomorrow for the rest of the top 8. Again, we are gonna have a pretty interesting pairing with 2 brand new decks that we have not seen this weekend. It will be Christian with, I'm not gonna spoil it actually, we're gonna listen to him himself, against Wagner, Sven Ole. So both using what we could consider technically the opposite approach of what we have just witnessed, with all of the guys going for a trap heavy deck countering the virtual world. This guy took it the opposite. They thought, okay, you are the combo deck, no, we are the combo deck, we're gonna show you what we do. But let's hear it from them, and let's listen to the first of the interviews.
I'm involved in Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game since 2013, when I was 9 years old. My first competitive deck is ABC, but first deck that I played is Cyber Dragon structure deck. My favorite card is Sky Striker, Mobilize Engage. I play Phantom Knights because I think that deck is consistent and I can play so much hand trap and doesn't break. My fondest memory is when I top regional in Bosnia with Sky Striker.
Good memories, of course. And as you mentioned, he's playing the deck we spoiled you guys for. It's Burning Abyss, but it's actually Phantom Knights, let's say. It only plays a couple of Burning Abyss cards, but the focus on the deck relies on the Phantom Knights core, although it can use the Cherubini easily with any 2 level freeze, and that way able to combo off and put up some pretty impressive boards. But his opponent is even more of a combo deck, so let's hear it from Sven Ole.
I have been involved with Yu-Gi-Oh! For a very long time, for at least 10 years. The first deck I played was the first structure deck with armed dragons and stuff. My favorite card is Debris Dragon. I'm playing Dragon Link because I like dragons, and I just like playing the deck. And I think it's very strong. My fondest memories are traveling to events like YCSs with my friends and just having great weekends.
Okay, makes sense. And again, he told you guys it's the first Dragon Link deck we have seen this weekend. It is the current winner, because the last remote duel we had, it was won by Matteo. So he's trying his best months after the last event, still being out there and winning the event. But among the 2 of them, which do you think will have the advantage?
I think the Dragon League deck is very combo-based deck, and we've seen a lot of deck being played during the past format. I will pick Dragon Link, but I don't want to say anything because every single time I pick a deck...
yeah, it doesn't work well. So let's hope it will not be the case for Sven, of course. But now, enough with the talk. It's gonna be an explosive combo mirror match, although combo but different decks. So let's go to the table if our players are ready. Okay, so here they are. I gotta say, they are similar in theory, but different in the way they are built. Sven is playing a lot of hand traps, although it's a combo deck, while his opponent is playing 49 cards, so not the most usual one, but they are also playing like 12 hand traps each. So it's true that they are combo decks, but they still can afford 12 hand traps, because the combos are usually 2 cards. Yeah. So.
And here, do you think you want to win the dice roll, right?
Absolutely.
Because, like a Dragon Link, you really want to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Same for Phantom Knights. He can put up easily a lot of negations, especially because we saw we saw some combos that he can do with the Rusty Bardiche after he came back. So it's definitely something I'm more curious about, because we all know how the Dragon Link deck works. Well, this is something more unusual. So let's see. And he did win the die roll. So big payoff from Christian.
Okay, start things off with Thorn
Okay,
Scale.
nice, and the Kagemusha. So this is already good enough. As long as you have 2 level 3s. Wow, this is an incredible opening. So this is one of the new Phantom Knights cards, and I will try to bring it up for you guys on the screen in a few moments. It allows you to discard, as in this case, and send another Phantom Knight card from the deck.
And it's very good because it gives you a lot of access, as easy access to your key cards and combo off. And I think Sven here was not expecting a deck like this to be faced, to be played in this tournament, but here it is. And Christian is now combo off with his cards and makes the Cherubini. And he sends the Graph. Now Graph is being activated. And I'm very happy to see Burning Abyss Phantom Knights being played in 2021 still. It's very cool to see this deck. It's always here. He never left.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the most unique decks in a way that it has been around for so long, and Cherubini is just probably one of the strongest Link monsters that we have out there. So it's pretty much a battle between Cherubini and the Christian as well here. So we will see which one will prevail. But for now, it doesn't seem like Sven is interested in interacting with his opponent. We'll see if he has one of the entraps. Lancea is decent, but he should have used it earlier, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
And now comes the Rusty Bardiche, and I think if Christian can put up like a couple of Fog Blades, that will be very good, because his opponent is playing Dragon Links, and they're very useful against the Dragon Link deck. So now he's continuing to send his Phantom Knight cards to the graveyard, and he will have an easy access to all of these key cards. Here comes the first Fog Blade.
Yeah, so this is what we used to see back when Rusty was one of the most popular cards. It was played in combination with Heroes and with a lot of different 60-card decks. You usually start things off with an Isolde and then go to the Rusty Bardiche, setting up a couple of Phantom Knights traps, so Fog Blades usually. It's definitely cool to see how it is gonna perform after a while coming back from the Forbidden and Limited list. So
now he has the boots, and I think Christian could have asked for more, because his hand is really good. And now Thornscale comes back.
Yeah. Do you think if you have Nibiru and your Sven, you're just waiting for the last possible opportunity, or?
I mean, if he knows the Phantom Knight Burning Abyss deck very well, maybe he just wait the right moment to activate the Nibiru. But otherwise, I mean, you could have a lot of trouble. So I think right now, maybe if he has this Nibiru, you should activate it. But it doesn't seem he has one copy in his hand.
No, I agree, and the ending board is also quite risky because there is Apollousa in the deck for Christian, so depending on his opening he can end on Apollousa, and if summoned at the right time then he can shut down the Nibiru as well.
It doesn't look like Sven has the Nibiru, because Christian is continuing to combo off.
Yeah, this time summoning even more of his Link Master with the Predaplant Anaconda.
And now comes the
Breaksword, which he's gonna use on his own. Destroying it for the Rusty Bardiche second effect. This way he can bring back 2. They're level higher, so he can go for a rank 4. So this is an incredible show of how you know a deck well. I'm surprised that he's not even thinking about it. He knows what he's supposed to be doing, and he's having no doubts whatsoever on the play. And now he can get to search his deck for the Phantom Knights rank up Magic Force, upgrading, or maybe
maybe
he has it already.
Yeah,
let's see.
Showcasing us the power of this deck, because he doesn't even have to think about his moves, because he knows everything at perfection. But maybe here, okay, he has the rank up.
Yeah, as expected. Okay. Again. Again, debating. Yeah, the rank up is there. Okay. Let's see if he will use it right away. He has a few options in his actual deck. The ending goal is not quite clear. It could be the Ark Rebellion, it could be the Raider's Knight. So it's a lot of different options. And again, the Dragoon is also in his deck because of some of his options. So it's definitely an interesting deck. Not the most linear, but seems like it's working out quite well. And this was with normal opening, I would say. Just 2 level 3s and yeah.
I think, I mean, yeah, with this, the cool thing about this deck is that you can open up with different cards and combo off depending on what your opponent has. Like, for example, this Sven had some kind of interruption maybe here. Christian would have summoned something different, but right now things are really looking good for him. Maybe just some clarification because here he had the rank up and anyway, I think Sven is going to have a tough time against this deck because he was maybe expecting to play against the Stardom decks of this format.
Yeah, you can definitely see in this scenario a case in which Sven just picks up his cards depending on the final board and prevent the information, because if you know you're not gonna break the board, might as well just pick it up. So for now, we can quickly go back to us while they discuss the procedure. Right now, we have our judges, always on focus. So, as mentioned, we saw on camera that there was a little bit of an hesitation from Sven in his play. He initially, his opponent, he initially added the Fog Blade, it seemed. So the confusion is probably whether he declared that he was gonna get Fog Blade, but then changed his mind. In that case, unfortunately, he will be forced to pick the Fog Blade, which is not the end of the world. But of course, if you had in mind a different play, he still should have paid more attention to what he was doing. But it's also quite possible that he was still thinking about it. So we will see how the judges rule it. Either way, I'm sure it will be the correct decision. Meanwhile, I just want to remind you guys to check out the website page because you can always see such events like the one we are doing today. But seems like the decision was taken from the judges, so we can resume back to the match.
And here it looks like maybe Christian added the rank up, and now he's using the Predaplant. And doesn't seem like Sven doesn't have any kind of response to that. Okay, and he gets the Red Dice Fusion, and now Christian is going to have an incredible field.
This is the dream scenario.
Things are really looking good for Christian, who is now being able to summon the Red Dice Dart Dragoon. What a field. Now he sets another Spell of Trap card, and I think he will maybe finish his turn right now. So as you said before, maybe Sven here needs to consider if he wants to pick up his card without revealing what he's playing to his opponent, because he has to face quite a lot of different problems, such as Fog Blade, Red Dice Dart Dragoon. It's not easy. So if he feels like it's better to move into game 2 in order to prevent your opponent to know the deck, maybe.
This is quite tough. As you can see, deck played really well, knowing what he's up against, even though he had to add the... Okay, but it doesn't feel like this is enough. So he's gonna start things off with what's probably one of the best cards in the deck. The Chaos Zone, which allows you to search for the Wyver Buster or the Collapse Serpent, depending on what you discard. Plus the Road Fur, which is the actual best possible opening. Ooh, but the Lancia is discarded. Yeah. So even an additional layer of negation, and this time Sven probably could have picked up his card if he knew about the Lancia. Yeah. This is gonna be tough. Although his opening was probably the perfect one, because if you have those two cards together, as you can see here, not only do you get the Wyver, but you get to add a card as well from the deck. It's tough.
It's very unfortunate for Sven. Yeah.
And the Lancia, which is there for Virtual World mainly, comes back to haunt Sven because it's annoying against these decks too.
Let's now see if Sven can come back into this tough game, because with Lancia he's gonna get a lot of problems. So...
Yeah, because the Phantom Knights traps are there too,
yeah.
So...
And he picks up this card.
Yeah, unfortunately he picks up this card, so tough to say. I would be interested to see if without the Lancia, Sven really could have managed to break this board. I am doubtful about it. But the end was promising, so maybe he had a chance. Maybe he had a Levianeer, which was also shut down by the Lancia. Regardless, Christian played it fantastic, so showed us why his unique deck is doing well and allowed him to qualify for this event. And now he has a big advantage going into the side deck because he also knows about his opponent deck. What do you think he is gonna bring in?
So now Christian, well, he's playing against the Dragonlin because Sven revealed his deck, so maybe he could set in the Evenly match, which is, I think, a very good card against this matchup. And rather than that, I think you don't really... Maybe the Draw Unlock.
Yeah, Draw is good.
Is very good. Yeah.
Draw is surely good. It does depend a lot on the end. There are some hands in which it doesn't do anything. There are some hands in which it's game-winning, as it would have been here with this specific open from Sven. But honestly, it's still probably worth playing, especially when Christian is playing 49 cards, so he doesn't have the best consistency with entrops. On the other side, though, Sven probably doesn't want to side too much because he's going first, and he saw that it's a combo deck he's facing, but he might change a few things. What do you think?
It's very tough because, I don't know, maybe because I think he's going first, so... He doesn't want to put in the Nibiru. The Draw Lock, I don't think we will see the Draw Lock board being played by Sven.
No, it could change a few entrops.
Yeah,
maybe change to the Schoolmeister, which are pretty useful against every deck in his opponent. And also, he might change the way that his deck performs in the first turn. Usually, you would see an ending board with just relying on different synchros and XYZs. But this time, when he ends with Hieratic Spheres, he can also side in this card we are gonna show you guys in a moment, which is Quakimeru Drago, which is a phenomenal tool because it doesn't allow special summon of Light and Darks, meaning Christian deck is essentially gone. But I'm sure he will bring that in, and I wouldn't mind seeing the Quakimeru combo comes in clutch.
Yeah.
So let's see. He doesn't need much to combo off,
yeah.
But he's up against a lot of entrops, so let's see.
Yeah, Christian plays a lot of entrops, and yeah, he has the Gamma, he has Ash Blossom, which is very good. He has the Nibiru as well.
Yeah, Nibiru, we saw the Lancia in game 1, so let's see. So the first card from Sven is... okay, Decent Tracer.
And we have seen this deck a lot during our last Remote Duel Invitational held in October. And now we will see, hopefully, the standard Dragon League combo with the Strided Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see if Christian has any response to that. Yes, the Lancia.
It's a Lancia again. Okay. Annoying for sure, but again, not the end of the world, depending on Sven end. So, at the end of the day, there are a few cards which are obviously important, but if you don't see the Chaos Space, you don't have access to the Wyver Buster, so maybe it's not as bad.
Yeah.
So.
Sven unfortunately drew the Book Sector launch.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see now if he can go on with the combo.
Yeah, you can use the Tracer to destroy it. And in that case, I mean, worst case scenario, maybe he can just end on a Hieratic Seal, bringing the Quakimeru Drago.
Yeah.
Maybe he feels safe enough with that. I'm pretty sure it would guarantee him another turn. Right, let's see. Yeah, as expected, the Tracer comes down. He has the option to go even just for a pretty sad Synchro Summon. It might be the case, but I think... let's see.
Yeah, it's not easy, because here maybe you go for the Hieratic Seal, but...
Yeah, because now you're locked under Dark as well if you use it, so that's the problem. You're locked under Dark and the Nibiru. Wow. Which is exactly, right? Because it was...
I think it was the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, wow. Yeah, and the 6th when he summons. So yeah, that's the perfect Nibiru to chain, because afterwards you can use it to negate with the Savage. And now Sven must feel devastated. So it seems like Christian prepared really well. And again, the opening with the new Phantom Knights, Torn Scales. So, wow, same thing as before. Does he have another one? He does. This is tough. Sven really needs a way to deal with this, and if he doesn't have any Entrap, this will be pretty much an easy game for Christian.
Yeah, Christian needs to consider that the game is not over yet, so maybe Sven would have sided in the Nibiru, but I doubt it, because he was first, you know? So maybe...
Here is the Cherubini, most likely. Yeah. He will send the Graph and the Seer just like before. So we're pretty much seeing whatever we saw before, but while the priority was to set up the most interruptions possible, here the priority is to ATK.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that Christian will try his best to do so. Yeah, as expected. Now we're gonna see the Rusty, Bardish, and the Seer will bring back the Cherubini.
Yeah, no surprise here. Is continuing to make the same combo as he did in the first game. There comes the Cherubini back, and now comes the Rusty Bardish.
Incredible things here. Maybe he's counting how many summons he had.
Yeah, I think here maybe if Sven doesn't have the Nibiru, he needs to bluff it, you know?
Yeah, of course, you have to try and bluff it, but I mean, it's not like your opponent is already committed, so once you're committed, it doesn't make sense to do less than you could, so...
He takes the Fog Blade, and he sends the gloves to the graveyard. And it's going to be very tough for Sven, because it looks like he doesn't have any response to that.
At the same time, it's always interesting to remind everyone watching that the bracket is already public, so the opponents are watching as well. And, I think anyone watching would be afraid of what Christian's deck is able to do, because it isn't among the expected ones, but honestly, he's showing he's confident with it, not really having doubts while comboing off, and at the same time performing quite well with negations, interruptions, damage, so pretty much a full circle all around.
It's very scary, because with only 2 cards he's actually able to put up a huge field, and it's very difficult to deal with it. So right now maybe he wants to seal the game.
Is it an Appaloosa here? No.
Yes, it is an Appaloosa.
Is it? Yeah, this is the alternative. Yeah. It is. Okay, so now Nibiru is not even an option. I was thinking about it. I was like, maybe he just goes for it and plays around the possibility of a Nibiru just changing the game, and this is tough.
Yeah.
Because now Appaloosa, sure, it's a great way to deal with Nibiru, but it's just a phenomenal card. Like 3 negations, no matter what, are way too much for Sven to deal with.
Yeah, I think he did the right way, because you don't really want to lose this game to Nibiru. And although Sven decided to go first, anyway he could have decided to bring them in. So Appaloosa is the safest one at this spot. And now he brings back the Torn Scale, because it's not done yet. So maybe we will see another XYZ summon very soon.
And I think the main difference between everyone deck back at the last remote duel, and Matteo, the winner, was the Appaloosa. He was the only one playing it back in the day, and it really showed because whenever he could summon it, he did, and it really cost him, allowed him to just win the entire event. This seems to be the same, and now the Braxforce destroyed the token. He's gonna bring back 2 level 4s just like before, and it seems like this will be more than enough to just win the game once more. So I'm definitely impressed by what Christian is showing us.
Which is incredible with only 2 cards if you consider, because he started with the Tone Scale and the Kagemusha. So with only 2 cards, it's an OTK pretty much. So I think he just needs to make some calculation here before getting into the battle phase. He wants to be sure that it will be enough. Yeah, just doing some maths here. And I think he's activating the boss in the graveyard. Okay, he gets the brigade in.
Yeah, he's doing everything pretty flawlessly. And again, here you can see, even though it's the different artwork, you can see on the screen the MVP of this match for Christian, the Appaloosa, just putting in so much work and allowing him to play without being afraid of a potential interruption. So great show of knowledge by this player.
Yeah, very well played by Christian.
Again, another summon, and I think this will be more than enough because it allows him to attack even more. So let's see if Sven can find a miracle, because now the fusion comes up, and here you can see just how many tools this deck is hiding. The Dragoon having even another interruption, so 4 interruptions going second against Dragon Link. This is something you rarely see. He's gonna move to the battle phase, and Sven just picks up his card. So Christian is the winner. He moves on with a 2-0 record to the top 8. What a match. Great match again. Probably one of the most unique ones we can. We saw in the previous 2 matches players taking a conservative approach and bringing decks like Paleo and Alter guys full of traps and trying to control the field. Now we see the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting this deck doing so much with only 2 cards, basically. And just think about that. From Monday, you will have 3 rested.
Yeah. It's just more and more advantage. So I think this was really a good show of why you shouldn't be okay with what you already have, and you should try and find for ways to make your deck better and work it. I know a lot of people might be skeptic about the 49 as a number, but I think it just proved to you guys why his deck is performing so well, and if he feels like that's the correct number, then it's up to him to prove it. And he is now moved on to the top 8, so we can show you guys the updated bracket for the event with just one more match in the top 8 to be decided. So as you can see, the first match of the other side of the bracket is gonna be the one between Donovan LeBlanche playing the Eldlik with Dragoon up against yet another deck with Dragoon. So this is the 3rd deck in a row with Dragoons advancing. So Christian really putting up some good work, and I'm sure that will be a match to remember. But now, as you can see on the screen, there are only 2 more matches remaining for today. The one coming up next will be the one between Marco Sanchez and Alexander Sokolovic. So keep sure and make sure that you keep on watching. Tell your friends already, if they are not here, to join and remain for the last 2 matches of today. Guys, thank you for watching, and we will be back soon with round 7.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare.
28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back, guys, to the round 7 of the Remote Duel Invitational. We have a lot of matches yet, and make sure to check them out. If you missed any of them live, you can always go back and watch the VODs, or just even on YouTube, they will be uploaded. So make sure to check them out, because we have had some incredible action from players all over from different parts of Europe. And now we are with the last 2 rounds for the day. We are going to decide the last match for the top 8. That will be streamed tomorrow. But now it's all about the next match, and it's all about Marco, the winner of the qualifier from France, against Alexander. So one of these players is probably playing the most unique deck this weekend. But I want him to be the one who tell you guys about. So let's bring up the interviews.
I have been involved with the game since I was a kid, like 7, 8 years old. And I've been playing since then. I stopped playing for a couple of years when I was 16 years old. And then I came back like 3 or 4 years ago. The first deck I played was probably some kind of chaos, like the old school decks, like with the Chaos Sorcerer and Sangan, Chaos Emperor Dragon. My favorite card would be Shadow Construct, because I love Shadows. They're probably my favorite archetype. The deck I'm playing is Virtual Worlds, because I think it's the best deck right now. It's really consistent, can make calamities really easily, which is a really powerful card. And I've been playing the deck since it came out, and I'm really comfortable playing it. So my fondest memory could be going to play to the local shop as a kid with my dad, because he also played with me, and going to play with him, and yeah, that was really fun. And I remember those days, and it was great.
What a great story to hear from Marco. I remember when I was back in the UK National doing commentary that Marcus Patel, who ended up being the winner of the event, had also an incredible story with his father and his brother coming to events ever since he was like this small. So it's really cool to see these family stories coming to Yu-Gi-Oh events, and I'm sure it's great, and I'm sure both of us will pass on our knowledge if and when we will have children. Hopefully not for you, because you are enough. You are enough on your own. But as he mentioned, he will be playing Virtual World. It has been a while. We saw a lot of them at the beginning of the event, but now it has been 3 rounds since we saw the last one. So it will be nice to see it in action. And the deck we were hyping you guys about is the one from Alexander. So let's hear it from the man himself.
I've been involved in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game for 16 years now. I started in 2005 when the TV show started airing on Serbian national television. The first deck I ever played was 40 random cards from booster packs, but the first actual deck that I played was Structure Deck Merrick with Gravekeepers. I have a favorite card, of course, and my favorite card is Madolche Messengelato. I'm playing Madolches and have been playing them since Return of the Duelist, and they just seem a lot of fun. They keep getting new support, and I love them. My fondest memory that involves Yu-Gi-Oh! Is probably getting booster packs for placing top 8 in Serbian Nationals and pulling 2 Sky Striker engages.
That must have been nice, and definitely we all have some bad luck or good luck packs stories. But as you mentioned, we are excited to talk about his deck, as it is Madolche, and it is quite a unique deck. You were telling me, as during the past days, he qualified with this deck, and he also started to share some experiences about how he played this deck. So he released a video talking about this deck in specific and some of the combos.
Yeah.
So you told me that it seems quite powerful, right?
Yeah, with only one card, you can put up like 7 or 8 cards on the field. So hopefully we will see that in action, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to some Madolche combos. The last time we saw it quite hyped up was at the World Championship back in Orlando, where Samir was just showing the world what it's like to be a fashion icon in a way, and just bring such a deck to the highest of stages. But now our players are ready, so let's not waste more time and let's go to the table. Okay, so I want to say this is probably one of the most important die rolls of the weekend. Up until now, it wasn't as important, but if there is one thing that the deck struggles with, it is probably the calamities.
Yeah. So right now, really, Alexander really needs to go first because I really want him to showcase us the power of this deck.
Yeah.
And as I told you before, he showed us that with only one card, he can put up an incredible field. So I really hope we will get to see what his deck can do. I don't think Marco will never expect Madolce being played in this tournament.
No way.
Maybe he doesn't even know how to play against this deck, because in this format where a lot of entraps are played by the players, you don't even know where to activate maybe. So
I think it's a different concept from what we have seen up until this point. So it was like players who wanted to, who didn't feel comfortable playing a virtual world mirror match, and then players who wanted to counter them. In this case, it's quite different. Alexander just plays what he feels is good and what it's his favorite deck. So I'm really excited about it, but I think he might have lost the die roll. I'm not sure. Let's see. Either way, it's gonna be a pretty interesting duel, but who is it gonna be making the first move? It is Marco with his Virtual World deck, starting once again with Pot of Prosperity, just showing out is one of the best spells of the game at the moment.
And now soon Alexander will find out what his opponent is playing, but as you said before, he did an in-depth video showing what he played against during his trip to this remote Duel Invitational. And he defeated a lot of virtual world decks. So
yeah, and okay, what a weird pot, I gotta say. Only Ash as an option and 3 copies of GG revealed, which is not gonna be something you see every day. And okay, seems like he doesn't like any of the other options. So the first one was good enough, which was a Lily. Makes sense, because if you have a monster, okay, it's already a decent start, not the best, but let's see if there is any interruption. So Alexander on his own plays a lot of entraps. He's maining Ash Blossom, Gamma, and he's maining Shifter, Dimensional Shifter, which is quite a powerful card we have not seen yet.
Yeah, it's one of these cards you really want to draw in your very first turn, because otherwise it's not that powerful, but it doesn't seem like Alexander drew it.
Yeah.
So,
although you gotta say that Madolce is one of the decks that can manipulate the graveyard easily, so it's one of the few decks that can use the Dimensional Shifter even later than turn 1.
Yeah. And now, okay, something we don't see very often. He sends this one Who to bring back the Lulu. Kind of different type of star, you know?
Yeah. Oh, but he discards. Okay. This makes sense. He discards the Xinglong, and now he can just banish it from the graveyard and use its effects. But now, really good play. He can abuse the Vermilion combo, destroying itself. So
very good play here by Marco. And let's see if now Alexander has some sort of solution. But seems like everything should be fine. And now he gets back the Lulu. Some sort kind of explanation, but here comes the Lulu. Okay. Marco really needs to keep in mind that he already. Ooh, here comes the Herald.
Yeah, wow. That's one of the few decks in his deck, and you usually see in Drytron, and this could have been confusing, but he discards the Angeli, meaning. Revealing what his deck is, and I'm sure now Marco is like, what's happening?
Do you think maybe he should have waited for the Herald, because he knows that his opponent is playing Virtual War, so he could end up with the True King of all Calamities, and I don't know, because now with the Lao he will send, I don't know, maybe the Nyan Nyan. It depends what he has in his hand, because I think he can still continue to combo off, because what I'm thinking is that maybe he could have kept the Herald in order to activate it on the True King of all Calamities. But if he has enough resources, maybe Marco here can go for the True King of all Calamities anyway.
Yeah, that's the same as I was thinking. I'm not sure. Maybe he felt like Marco direction was to summon number 75 and then preventing it anyway. But if not, then you definitely keep the Herald because you can use it at any time and just negate the calamities. Now it doesn't seem like much has changed, and this True King is gonna put in some serious work against the Alexander deck.
Yeah, because if he doesn't have any other solution rather than the Herald, the True King of all Calamities is gonna hurt. So let's see what he picks up.
Okay, so now plays back to Alexander, who surely tried to stop, but now at the same time only has 4 cards to play with, and he set 3. Wow, that's definitely unusual for his deck. It's not a deck full of traps. You usually search for traps, but he does play a very interesting one, which is the Grave Digger Trap Hole, which is there because he can summon Rafflesia pretty easily.
And it's very powerful, but it doesn't seem like he has some sort of solution here for the True King of all Calamities, and play was passed back to Marco. And now he has the Chinglong Engrave, maybe, if I'm not mistaken, but okay, he moves the True King of all Calamities in attack mode. Okay, and he had Battle Phase. I think now Marco maybe understood that he's playing against the Madolce.
Yeah, even though it's not obvious that he knows what his opponent is playing, because right now, what do you expect from those back rows, honestly? Could be everything. Wow, and even a 4th one. Seems like, unfortunately, Alexander doesn't find a way to play the game. This is very, very unusual. I'm absolutely wondering what the face down could be. One of them, quite possibly the Grave Digger.
Yeah, also because he doesn't play that many trap cards. So I don't know. Maybe okay. Now Marco goes with GG, and if Alexander doesn't have any sort of interruption here, he's gonna get in trouble. Does he have the Grave Digger, maybe? Let's see. He has it. Okay.
Yeah, and here it is on the screen for you guys as well. Grave Digger, Trap Wall. Alexander doesn't really want to draw it. He would rather send it with Rafflesia, but what can you do? It's out there now, and at least he will try to give him some more time, but without an out to the calamities, I don't think he will be able to do much this game.
Yeah. And it might be enough, because as we were saying before, Alexander plays just a couple of traps, but did not prevent him for taking damage.
Yeah, so now he takes even another swing. Only one more turn for Alexander to try and find an answer. Is he gonna find something? He needs quite a lot to fight back, to be honest. No, he just passed back, and I really don't see how this is not gonna be a game on the spot. Unfortunately for Marco, it takes a big risk too, and another Grave Digger is flipped to negate it. Would you even have taken the risk? Like, what if he plays Torrential Tribute?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it's a huge risk, because at this point you really need to attack. Wow, okay, he had the Gamma.
Yeah, so he had the Gamma, but well, so what an unfortunate end from Alexander. Even at the Cosmic Cyclone face down, which is definitely not for this matchup necessarily, but happens sometimes. So Marco will be happy to take this game 1, and he's now probably has a confusing look on his face, thinking about the side deck options. On the other hand, Alexander should be confident. What do you think he is gonna do?
I think in his main deck he doesn't really need that much, because maybe he could set in the Lancia just because he's good against the Visual Warp match. But rather than that, I don't see any other cards that he could set in.
Yeah, it seems like his side deck is mainly focused on going second with cards like Kaijus and Dark Blue and No More, which are all there to shut down the Calamities. But outside of that, as you mentioned, the only card I would expect going in if he starts is the Lancia. Probably switching some of the Entrops and potentially even the Cosmic Cyclones if he feels like it. They are good against the trap, but going first, maybe there are better options. So we'll see how this one shapes up. But as you see, Alexander super fast with his side deck. He doesn't pretty much touch it, so he knows what he needs to do, and he's come prepared. Just gotta hope that his deck doesn't let him down once more. So.
And what do you think about Marco? Because it's not that obvious, because against Madolce, what do you say?
No, and especially because you didn't see anything. You saw a Madolce Angeli with an Herald, and then you saw two Grave Diggers, which maybe if you don't think about it, you don't even notice the trap hole. So you don't notice that they are there for Rafflesia. You might think this is an heavy trap deck, and then you bring in I don't know, Lightning Storm, Red Boot, stuff like that, which might be completely useless. So, I don't know, probably sides in Feather Duster. Ghost Ogre is there in his side deck, and I think that card is good against Madolce if used properly. It's not easy, but if you know the deck well, it can be quite annoying on the spells. So, maybe. Let's see. I know for sure that I want to see some combos coming down from the Madolce deck. That I can tell you. Okay. Seems like they are ready. Are we gonna see a Dimensional Shifter too? That's gonna be important from Alexander.
Okay, let's now see if Alexander... Okay, we start things off with the God of Prosperity.
Decent start, although now the Shifter cannot be used, at least for a while.
Is now banishing 6 cards from the extra deck.
And let's see what he's gonna find out. Probably looking for anything alongside Madolce Salon or just the Ootcake. For now, some terrible reveals, honestly. Wow. Aren't these just 5 though?
5?
Yeah, okay. Wow, these are actually not that great. Not a fan of any of these cards. He was looking for Angeli or Rootcake. He didn't find any of them, and
I mean, it really
tough.
depends on your hand, because...
yeah. So he picks up the ticket, but he really needs Angeli or Rootcake to put in some work right now. Because the rest, he might have even bricked twice if he doesn't have one of them. Hopefully that's not the case. Let's see. He does start things off with the ticket. I saw a Gamma in his hand.
He's not...
Opponent has a response.
Okay, across the Magdalene.
Okay, Magdalene not being exactly what you were looking for. The Salon would be great, but now let's see. Okay, decent start. So this is the new addition to the deck, the Petit Chasseur. So.
And I really like this card because when you special summon, you can special summon another Madolce monster from hand of deck. And now maybe we will see some combo here from Alexander. Really looking forward to it. So, okay. The effect of the...
Yeah, so...
Petit Chasseur was activated.
It seems like at the end of the day he's finding his way around this. It will be on Marco to have a response, and if he does, it's not even obvious where to use them, because I'm sure he's not super familiar with this deck. But this is exactly what we were talking about. When you open with this, you can then summon the Messengelato easily from the decks, and you either get some trap cards, you get the Chateau, so it's a lot of advantage. So it's kind of more on a grind deck than not. So let's see.
As we were saying before, with only Magdalene, maybe hopefully we will see the entire combo, because he's now shuffling back one Madolce from the graveyard into the deck, and now we can activate the
and
Chocolat.
get the gelato. As mentioned, now the gelato comes down.
Okay.
Or maybe the oat cake in before, yeah. And the gelato also. So, incredible stuff here. Anibiru would probably be the worst card that happens, but it doesn't seem like Marco is too interested in the duel at the moment. Seems like almost he left the table, but he's there probably watching and contemplating his life decisions on how he ended up on such a stage against a deck he probably had never played against before. So
we were concerned that he didn't have nothing with that, because with that Power of Prosperity was not that good, but...
No, he already had a solid hand.
Yeah.
The Magilin was good enough with the ticket. He needed the ticket, but with the ticket it was good enough.
He's now thinking, okay...
Yeah, Chateau gets added to the end. Not a big surprise. Has been there since the beginning, and now even the oat cake comes down. So pretty standard things, and this is what we wanted to do. So if you guys are interested in playing and trying out this deck, it's not super easy, but again, you can pretty much have an idea here in this game of what you should be doing.
I think now we will get the Salon.
Yeah.
Yes. So now he has the ticket, the Salon, the Chateau, and everything he really wanted. So I think maybe here he wants to special summon the Link Monster. Let's see.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, so for now, again, showing not surprised, he's being super confident with the deck. Of course, if you bring such a unique deck, then you must be confident. And with both the Salon and the Chateau, this is the perfect setup. Now you get to search for some trap, and that's just the dream opening. You can get the Knights. This is just getting out of hand real quick, or even the Promenade.
Yeah, and now I can activate once again the Chocolat, because he shuffled back the cards from the graveyard to the hand, and he gets also the Promenade.
Yeah,
which is very good. And now he brings back another Gelato. What a hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is all started just because of Amagi. So you can see why this deck might have been an underdog, but it won Alexander the ticket to this event, which is already a big win by itself, honestly. This is as big Yu-Gi-Oh! Is at the moment is the biggest tournament you can qualify for, and he's making everyone proud back at home because he's doing it with a deck, and even Madolce Knights now is considered. So as you can see on screen, the Promenade is there. So this seems like a perfect setup.
Yeah, this is what he was asking for. I mean, this is the perfect. As we said before, with only one card, with Magilin, he was able to put up this field, which is huge. And he's not done yet. So.
Yeah, he sets the Madolce Knights, he sets Shumor, wow. And with the Madolce Knights, he has an answer to whatever might be happening. Here he makes Rafflesia, I believe, or maybe no. Okay.
Let's see if this is enough, or... Okay, he passed the turn.
Okay, I mean... This is enough, probably. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. This is absurd. Wow. What a start. Yeah, I mean, Madolce back in the day was just a very slow deck with like search a few cards, and now look at what he can do with the same cards, pretty much, just a few additions to the extra deck. So incredible amount of resources, and the Knights is just such a powerful counter trap. He can negate any possible side deck card from Marco. But this is tough. How do you get rid of all this advantage?
It's very difficult, because he really needs to deal with all the monsters, but he also has the Chateau, the ticket.
Yeah, and the Link is there to protect them too, so
it's not gonna be easy.
I have an headache just for thinking of how to deal with this, and I wouldn't want to be Marco. This reminds me a lot of the Brankids deck we already mentioned, like just so many resources, and he's gonna tries best. You can't blame him. There are still 30 minutes and more on the clock, so he doesn't have to worry about that right now.
And he's trying to come back into this game with a Qinglong, and maybe Alexander wants to respond to it, but
I mean,
I don't think you really need to do something here.
It's okay, but not great. So
yeah, you just wait. Let's see if now Marco has some monsters. Okay, he activates the Lulu.
Is there gonna be a response here? So we don't know how many he has set. We do know that there is a Promenade and Knights.
Maybe
so
we'll have a Cosmic Cyclone or something else, but doesn't seem like.
Doesn't actually do it for now. So the problem is, Virtual World is definitely a strong deck, but it's not the best at dealing with a board that keeps on coming back, like the one Alexander has. And he defeated, as you mentioned, a lot of Virtual Worlds, like 4 or 5 Virtual Worlds on his way to the qualifier for this event. So
yeah, it's not going to be easy for Marco because, I mean, the concept is both of the decks keeps recycling cards, but I mean, Madolce does it in a very different way. It's not gonna be easy for Marco because not only he has to deal with with this board, but also for the turn after.
Really tough, and as you can see, like Alexander has 2 cards in hand. If any of his monsters are destroyed, then he can use the Chateau, the ticket, get even more advantage. So it gets out of hand real quick. So too bad that in game 1 he completely bricked, because might have seen something similar to this, but I have no idea what Marco's be thinking right now. He just needs to see what his opponent plan is, and by doing so, if this game ends as it seems, then prepare a strategy for game 3, or probably just pray that the same thing happens as in game 1, where you go Calamities and they just scoop.
It's not going to be easy for Marco because the teacher, because when Madolce is sent to the graveyard, you can shuffle up to 2 cards from the graveyard into the deck. So I don't know. I mean, it's very tough. That's why I decided to go for the teacher instead of the Rafflesia, because in this way he can prevent Marco from activating the cards in his graveyard. And he has the Qinglong and the Swan, so maybe we will soon see the teacher being activated by Alexander.
I think he did already. He did
touch. Oh yeah, he
did
touch. Yeah. Okay.
Tough times, and I can't blame him. Like, what can you be sure about? Yeah. So the souffle resolves. And now it's on his side to find a way to do it. So I'm not sure. As you can see here on the screen, the teacher Glass Souffle is such a powerful tool, because not only it can be used as a combo piece, as Alexander did at the beginning of the turn, but also as the last card he uses in the turn to just shuffle back. And protect monsters by being immune, so it's incredible usage. Okay, now he gets, I think, another Promenade.
Yeah, because he has everything he needs, so why not?
I mean, it's just free advantage. And the interesting thing about his deck list is that he only plays 1 copy of Ticket and 1 copy of Chateau. So that's something important to mention, because maybe the strategy should be to focus on banishing those away with like a Cosmic or something like that, because once they're lost, they should be lost forever. But
yeah, he's basically not fearing cards such as Cosmic Cyclone or stuff like that. So...
But it's also because your opponent doesn't know you. When they don't know the ratios, then it's much better, because they are also, in a way, the worst and the best card in the deck. They are the best card in the deck because they can easily be searched by any combo, but they are the worst because you want them in your deck and not in your hand. So,
and if you don't know how to deal with them, it's also difficult because, I mean, if you don't know how to stop them, how can you deal with them? You know what I mean? So, it's going to be very difficult. Here, just some clarification, because there was a lot going on from Alexander during his previous turn.
Yeah, just clarifying the situation, and if there is a need for the play, will be done just as it was in the previous rounds, but it seems as if they should fix this rather quick. It is mainly just a doubt from Marco, since he's not familiar with this deck, so Alexander is trying to explain to him a lot of things happening at the same time. The Chateau, the ticket, the Salon, all cards that happen simultaneously or almost. So it's not something you are used to, then it can get pretty confusing. And as you're seeing here, he's just showing the promenade, but
yeah.
We should resume play now.
The thing is that now that Marco knows what his opponent is playing, maybe he should be prepared for game 3, although it's going to be very difficult because, as we were saying before, Alexander plays a lot of end-trap stop virtual wars. And right now it's looking good. Trap card and the promenade as well.
Okay. So interesting, now for the first time we see the fortune tellers being summoned. It's a fortune tune. It's not a card that everyone is playing, so number 49, but it's up there. He's even reading it on his own, and
maybe his first time
yeah.
he summons it. You know, he's there just
it's
in
more
case.
of a desperate play, but sometimes it is what's necessary.
It's not easy to deal with all these things because Alexander has a lot of cards, a lot of effects happening simultaneously.
Yeah. Again, it just reminds me a lot of the Prankits deck.
Correct. And let's now see if Marco has any other cards to go on with his combo, because it's going to get very difficult for him. Again, Alexander, I think, is just explaining to him all of his effects. So, okay, he's declaring an attack.
Yeah, taking damage using its effect. And now
I don't think that the Fortune Tune will prevent. Okay.
Yeah, so now he goes for the Downerd. And this means that he's gonna go for the Zeus, which is definitely the best way to deal with such a board, but it should be dealt with by his opponent, with the Knights maybe, yeah. Let's see. So. Alexander thinking about it.
Yeah, Alexander is considering what to do just because, you know, he has a...
Let's see. Pretty interesting idea. This is exactly the only reason why the Fortune Tune is there. Could this be enough? No. So he flips the Promenade. Then he chains the Zeus again, and does he not have another response? This is interesting, because the Knights, of course, requires no monsters in grave. Wow!
Wow!
I think...
wow!
Oh, wow! This is not what we expected. So he managed a way to just fight back, and then he summons the Zeus, completely getting rid of everything his opponent was doing. This is quite unexpected, but congrats for Marco.
And the Fortune Tune paid off because it was the only way to deal damage, you know? Wow. I would have never expected this, because we haven't seen players summoning, Fortune to Downer, but he was able to deal damage and summon the Zeus. So something that you don't see quite often from Virtual World.
Yeah, you usually see it from Zodiac and definitely not from this deck, but it is an option. Not everyone is playing it this weekend, but you can see here how Marcos got rewarded for his decision, and the Zeus might just be the difference in this matchup. I think it just got rid of 8 or 9 cards on the field. That's absurd.
And he's not done yet because he has this one hook. And if he does have another Virtual World monster, maybe he can put up something else. Because let's see.
Yeah, because now he can try to just if he has a decent hand, it might be the case that he goes for a Calamity as well. So he's gonna require some effort, but maybe it's possible, and this is definitely a good way to start things off. So Lily comes down. He's gonna be sending Queen Long alongside SHUEISHA.
It's incredible how he managed to deal with all of that stuff, Maybe Alexander was not even expecting this, because you don't see number 49 being played often. So I think maybe it was the only way.
Yeah, for sure it was the only way. Probably in the format to deal with such a board, like evenly matched and Zeus are pretty much the only cards you can choose. And unfortunately, as we mentioned, Madolce Knights require no monsters in graveyard, so the combo should have been set up in a way where he ends with no monsters, which wasn't the case because of the XYZ he used, which he gets to keep because the effect is that it is immune when it touches a material. So.
And he also has the Lily, so he has both the Chusha and the Qinglong. And now I think you can proceed to go on maybe for Lao Lao. Yeah. And now he's going to discard one card.
Let's see. He had the driver, now he's gonna discard one more, then the Lao Lao comes down. Debating really hard about this. It is definitely a game deciding move.
Yeah, it could also maybe have an interruption. So maybe he doesn't want to waste it, but
yeah, he's forced to. He discards the Ghost Ogre, probably the 6th card, because otherwise we would have surely saw it against the combo from Alexander. But he picks up Teleport as well. Wow, this is huge. We are definitely getting Calamities down this turn, and
this changes everything.
Yeah, this is big. So he's playing super fast now, and he goes for number 75 even. Doesn't think like he needs to do much else, so he's gonna use the Lao Lao, the last card in his deck, sending maybe a Queen Glove next turn. Yeah. And getting to bring back yet another card.
Okay.
Impressive play by Marco, by the way. Just playing so fast. Gotta give credit to him for knowing his deck that well. And now finally the SHUEISHA, which changes his effect. Okay, no. Seems like he got a little ahead of himself.
He's maybe explaining to his. I think Alexander knows what Shenshin does because he has played against tons of virtual wars.
Maybe, but yeah.
Or maybe just one of them.
I think he is explaining it to him.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if he does, then the goal is to go for Cloud Castle, maybe, and bring it back. Yeah.
And now we can bring the True King of all calamities.
Okay, so absolutely brilliant stuff from Marco. Like, not only did he manage to fight against a board of 5 monsters and 5 spell and traps by Alexander, he found a way to summon the Zeus, clear them all, and on top of that to summon number 75 and the calamities. This is probably the most impressive virtual world player we have seen today. And now we get to see calamities come down, preventing Alexander from playing the game, and he also lost the only one copy of Ticket and Chateau, which are now in the graveyard.
Yeah. Now Alexander is only left with a couple of cards, incredibly.
Yeah, this is not something you would have expected from the way this game was going just a few moments ago. But what can you do? Yeah, it seems like he's desperate enough. He will probably just set the Promenade turn Monster to try and survive and play his back on Marco, which you can see is just super excited. Coming back to SHUEISHA.
It's incredible how this game changed.
No, absolutely. And the SHUEISHA is great against
correct.
Madolce. So, let's see. Gonna count the cards. He can vanish. Let's see. Just gonna check how many. Yeah, he goes for the SHUEISHA right away.
Yeah, I think he's activated the Shen.
Yeah, Shen. Let's see.
He also has the Xinglong engraved, so if he wants to activate it, he can discard the card that he...
I think the last card in Alexander end was a gun. One of the last cards. So maybe there is a way to just use it at the very end, but this is tough for now.
Yeah, now Alexander is just asking Marco maybe for some clarification for the activation. Let's see.
Yeah, you gotta figure out how to use his last resources, but as expected, Shen is activated. Is there gonna be a response from Alexander?
Here comes the Shen.
Yeah, so he comes back. Now he can banish the Qinglong if he wants. Get maybe
Alulu, because he has the Lao.
Yeah,
he has
it's
the
okay.
Lao already.
But it depends how aggressive he wants to be. He can also get the Lao as well. I wouldn't mind the Lao. Because then, if he gets the Lao... Okay, so... Okay. As expected, he's gonna try and go for a few plays. He sends the city, I think. Yeah.
Doesn't seem like Alexander here has some kind of interruption. He has the trap card, but now he goes for Vermilion Mech.
Yeah, he just wants to push for game at this point. He has the 75 just in case any Biru comes down and surprise him. But it seems like he has everything he needs to just fix the pieces of this puzzle. And it is one of the longest matches we have had this weekend. If it was a regular one, it would be only 4 minutes until the timeout, but we are playing 50 minutes this weekend, so there are still 14 left, and now we see the Promenade finally beat.
Really tough here. He has to choose what to negate, but I mean, Marco is going to get rid of all of Alexander monsters because he can really protect them. He takes back the hood cake. And now we could go, let's see. I don't think he will be able to push. Enough damage.
I don't know. It should be.
Should it be enough?
I mean, it depends on the The cards left, it should be a lot, but probably a little short. And the Gamma shouldn't be an option because the 75 can just prevent it, I guess. But okay, we're gonna see the last effect of the XYZ being used. This is tough. He can even go, if this is not enough for a second Calamity.
Problem is he has the Shenshin on field, he has the number 75, he has the 2 gig of the Konamis.
Yeah, it's just gotta give credit to him. Is
very well
as I said,
by Marco.
the one who has played the cleanest up until now is really showing some confidence in the virtual world deck, and I think it is no joke that he won the French qualifier, because if he has been playing this clean for the entire event, then it just makes sense that he was able to win it all. So maybe he's gonna win it all again this weekend.
Yeah, he's showing us how well he knows his deck and how to deal with a huge field, because the field that Alexander put up was incredible. So
yeah, it wasn't a joke, and the Fortune Tune decision really paid off. It is not something that all of the other players have done, and maybe it's what Alexander didn't face up until now. So the Queen Long are shuffled back, but the damage is inevitable, and Calamities is used just I don't know, to prevent guards. Possible cards like that, but let's see. Just doesn't wanna make sure, I don't know, he loses to Fossil Dyna out of nowhere, some crazy card like that. So let's see.
He's now continuing the battle phase. Let's see if Alexander can survive this turn.
They're counting the number of monsters in grave. To count the damage.
Yeah, I think they're just making some clarification here. This could be the crucial turn.
What is it? Yeah, it's another Cesso. And yeah, attacks go on. Alexander doesn't seem like he's gonna do much else. We know he should have a Gamma in hand, but he's not given the option to use it. He will be reduced to very few life points, and now another Calamities comes down. If he activates it right away, we are gonna see a Gamma, and then the 75, but let's see how this will plan out. Maybe he surprises us and he decides in going first a Lightning Storm or something like that, and that would be a really fun way to continue this match, and maybe have one of the first game frees of the day.
Of the entire day, because we all are towards victory, right?
And here the Calamities come down. Yeah, it's been a very different Yu-Gi-Oh day.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Alexander has seen enough, and yet another one of the unique decks we have played is gone. Marco is the winner of the 7th round. So again, congratulations to Marco, who advances 2-0 and is the winner. Wow, what a match. Once again, unfortunately, one of the unique decks. We had, as we mentioned, decks. We had Altergeist, Paleo, Madolce, the Phantom Knight decks, which were the 4 unique decks of the event. 3 of them were kicked out immediately, but the Phantom Knights advanced quite convincingly, so we are gonna see more of it later on. Nonetheless, it was an impressive show. I gotta say that the virtual deck was piloted the best I have seen all weekend, and probably just in the past weeks, ever since the deck has been legal. So again, congratulations to the both of them. And we have now one of the last two duelists who advances to the top 8. But the final duel is gonna come up real short, and it's gonna be one of the most hyped one, as it contains one of the players who were the favorites of the event, him being Adrian Durson. But I'm sure his opponent will have a lot to say about his win. Guys, thanks again for watching. Stay tuned, because we will be back with the last round 8 for the Remote Duel Invitational.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare.
28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Level up the storm with Armed Dragon Thunder. Popular themes make a triumphant comeback, and new strategies emerge to make their mark. Yu-Gi-Oh! Blazing Vortex.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Winter grows colder as the dragons of the ice barrier break free. The icy prison cannot hold the storm, and the return of Trishula is nigh. Structure deck, freezing chains.
46 cards per deck, each deck sold separately.
Journey into the shadows where dark themes collide, creating unfathomable alliances, and new powers emerge unlike anything you've seen before. Yu-Gi-Oh! Phantom Rage.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Discover untold treasure in maximum gold. You can collect iconic duel monsters, special alternate artworks, and tournament mainstays in magnificent premium gold rare.
28 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back one last time for today, guys, for the Remote Duel Invitational Europe. We have had 7 incredible matches of duelers from all over Europe fighting for a spot in the top 8, which we will advance to tomorrow, where make sure to tune in, because we will, just like today, analyze every single match for you guys, and it will start the same time as today, so at 12 for CT. But for now, we still have one last match to do the commentary for, and it is one of the most hyped ones, just because of one of the names, probably the heaviest one here today, Adrian Dursun.
Yeah. I mean, this is the last match, but nonetheless, I think everyone was waiting for this match because Adrian was quite a successful player during the last few years. He almost made it to the World Championship.
Yeah, he had quite a heartbreaking story at the European Championship, where he lost on Friday after grinding through the year in order to qualify by points. And then he also lost at the very end to Jake Quincy, I believe, for the top 4 match. That was definitely something you don't see every day, but congratulations to him nonetheless for being consistent, and he's proving everyone that it's also still on a really good level after this year. And his opponent is gonna be instead Alex Robertson, so quite an incredible duelist as well, both using combo decks, although they have quite some different approaches to the game. So I want to hear what they have to say about this event. Let's hear the first interview.
I've been involved in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game since I was a child. Like, I started playing in the school ground when I was like 8 years, but I took a break after like 5 years, and I started back in 2014. So it's about like competitively about 6 years. The first deck I played was actually Blackwing, because when I started playing, I just looked in the old boxes of my older brother what cards he had, and Blackwings were the only archetype which I could collect there, and I really like this archetype in itself because of the anime itself. So I was more or less forced to play Blackwings, which I played about 1 or 2 years. My favorite card is the Masterpiece, the True Draco Masterpiece, because this card is the card which let me win the National Championship in 2018. For this event, I'm playing the Winter World deck, because this is the best deck I can think of it right now, because this deck is in between of a combo and control matchup, so it really fits into my playstyle, and it's pretty broken. My fondest memory of Yu-Gi-Oh! Was actually winning the German Open in the year 2019, because it was a pretty hard event. It was the biggest regional which we had in Europe in all time, and this event was pretty important for me because I was in the Worlds race for that season, and I really needed that points because I was like 40 points in the back to the top 8, so this event was pretty important for myself, and it was one of the most represented regionals of all time in Europe.
And yeah, gladly those points paid out for you, Adrian. I'm joking, of course. I know we are close friends, but yeah, as he mentioned, he's playing virtual, so he will be the last virtual player we see for today. And in order to stop him, his opponent decided to play also deck we have seen recently, but let's hear it from the man himself.
My first tournament was back in September of 2012. I'd say I've probably been collecting the cards since I was a small child. I don't really remember when, but my first tournament was back in 2012, and for some reason I'm still here today, like nearly a decade later. The first deck I ever played in a tournament, it was a Blackwing deck, but this was just like with my favorite Blackwing cards and then spells and traps. The first like competitive deck I ever played, I bought 3 6 Samurai structure decks, and some friends gave me some cards to like make it somewhat competitive. So that was like my first real deck. My favorite card is probably Elemental Hero Terra Firma. For some reason, it's just a very nostalgic card for me, and I have like 30, 40 of them just sat in a binder at home. I'd probably say it's my favorite card, yeah. This weekend, I'm playing Dragon Link. I'm playing it because some of the guys on my team have been playing it, and we've been doing a lot of theory for it, and it's what I qualified with, and I felt more comfortable playing it for this event instead of changing what deck I'm playing and trying something new just to like compete against what my opponent should be playing. So just gonna enjoy it and see how it goes, I guess. My fondest Yu-Gi-Oh memory is probably the European Championship in 2018. It was just like a very good weekend for me and my friends. One of my mates got his first top at that event, and it was just like a crazy weekend with a lot of stories for me and all of my friends. So yeah, that was probably my best one.
Fair enough again, and pretty funny that their favorite deck is the same, so Blackwing for both, and now it's a pretty common thing to see that although people come from different regions, different times, they always find something in common throughout the game. And we'll see what decision pay out. So Adrian on one side, pretty clear. He said, I never consider playing any other deck. I think this is the best, and I'm going to prove it. So you can see the confidence there. Alex on his own being more shy, more relying on his teammates that guided him through the choice. But we saw Dragon Link being pretty good today and in the past. So let's see which combo deck is going to take it. Our players are ready. Let's go to the table. Okay, so here they are. And once again, we are going to see some of their deck lists with both maining quite a decent number of Anthrops. But Alex only using 40 cards with the Dragon Maid engine, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to keep the deck consistent enough in order to combo off every single time. And once again, the die roll is going to be very relevant because he really wants to start first.
Yeah, this is gonna be important. So let's see who is it that is gonna start the duel one last time. Adrian with the pyramid way of throwing the cards from back in the day. You can tell that was one of the oldest way of placing your starting five. And let's see who is gonna start things off. I think it's Alex from the end posture, but the Dragon Link, we just know, has so many ways of starting, and Chaos Space is one of the best ones. So, is there gonna be a response on Adrian's side? Doesn't seem so. Or is he considering it?
And I think this is one of the best opening you can ask for, because Dragon Link deck really wants to find the Chaos Space as fast as he can. And now he has easy access to Wyvern Buster.
Yeah.
And then the Chaos Space is, is it?
Ooh, but the Ash Blossom is there from Adrian. This is a terrible +1 right away, and this is tough. So Alex need a way to recover soon, or this will be Adrian's game in a heartbeat. So tough way. Probably the best Ash you can have in this matchup. Usually it's a 1-for-1 or even a -1 just in order to prevent an LP. In this case, +1. So that's tough for Alex.
Yeah, over the past few months, we have seen how powerful Chaos Space is, because it gives you an easy access to strike a dragon, and then you can recycle back your Wyvern Buster or Collapse.
Yeah, I mean, ever since they got limited, this card just became so good as a way of consistently getting your hands on them. And Dragon Ravine, okay, powerful card, but again a -1 in a way, so it's tough with Alex. He just needs to combo off now with 2 cards. What does he discard? Brotor. The last card in hand is one of the most important ones. Let's see if he can do it. And Adrian, regardless, is gonna have 5 cards to fight back. So let's see.
Yeah, that hatch was huge. Really? Okay.
Yeah. So he gets the Tracer, which at least guarantees him a Hieratic Sphere. No, probably just as we saw before, the Savage Dragon, I guess. Is that all he's gonna be able to do? Doesn't seem like he has that much more. And I also want to check how many of the Rocket Masters he plays, because he only plays one Recharger actually.
I think it's discarded it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see. He plays 2 of the Synchron. Definitely a interesting ratio there. Let's see.
Yeah, the only thing he can do at the moment, I think, is summon the Tracer, and yeah, I mean, you have to go with the Striker Dragon because otherwise.
Oh, and he drew it. Okay, so he drew the Synchron, which allows him to just target the Rootwar and try his best with what he has. I mean, at least now he can get his hands on the other field spell if he feels like it. Let's see. And Adrian, yeah, he does not play any Nibiru in the main deck, but he is playing Ash, Gamma, and Lancia as well. So quite a few entraps for Adrian in the main deck, and he's playing 3 copies of Talent.
Okay, very good.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we have seen players playing Lancia or Nibiru, depending on what they feel like was the best option for the weekend. And I think Lancia is very generic card and very good in this format, so it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So the boot set launch is added. Potentially you can use it to summon the Tracer from hand and try his best with what he has got. Let's see. Okay, gonna use the effect to bring back the Recharger, most likely. What do you think you should try to go for if you're playing against the Virtual Workers? Right now you don't know, that's the thing. Again, Adrian has a kind of an advantage because Ash Blossom is played by every deck of the format, so...
It's not easy because that Ash, of course, hurt a lot, but yes, yeah, now he has the Recharger and the Tracer, so maybe he can come back in the game.
Absolutely,
establishing a good field.
Well played in any case by Alex, who found a way to just do the best that he could. He could go for an LP as well here, if he feels like it. I mean, the Ash is gone, so the only other card that could be there is the Gamma.
And he doesn't know that Adrian is not main decking Nibiru, so maybe...
No, yeah, absolutely. But Nibiru is way too much. I mean, you can, there is no way you can play around it with this hand, so... At least at the moment. But he goes for Tracer instead, which is surprising, I would say, because now you're restricted under Darks, right? Okay.
This is curious.
He gets the Synchro, maybe he's just happy enough with what he has, so... Let's see if he knows what he's up against. That's the thing. So definitely one Savage alone wouldn't be enough against the Adrian deck, but let's see if he's able to put up more of a field now.
Yeah, he's just taking his time. You know, doesn't want to mess up here.
Okay, so the first summons happen. Debating between the options, and yeah. He's okay, so he's probably gonna go for the Savage alongside the Chaos Ruler.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I think so. I think you have to summon the Savage. I think it's one of these cards you really want to make in the very first turn. And you reactivated the Chaos Ruler. Seems like, yeah. And very good card, very versatile in this deck. Is one of it's another good option whenever you need it. It's just there. And okay, he sends all the other cards to the graveyard and you reveal the Tracer. Which is fine. I mean, I think he said Ash Blossom, another Cow Space, maybe...
I mean, he's trying his best once again. the Savage is can come down later on, but for now, let's see what he thinks he's gonna be able to do. Okay, so I think someone happens, and as you can see here on the screen, the Chaos Ruler was what he tried to go. You can excavate the card for a Light of Dark, and now he's just trying his best. It all depends if he feels like he knows what he's playing against. That's the main thing. Because now the Quad Barrel Dragon allows him to push forward a little bit more, but we're basically back to where we were at the beginning of the turn right now. And this doesn't seem like it's gonna be that impressive. So I'm not that excited with the opening from Alex, but you can't blame him. With the Ash on the Cow Space was just way too powerful and set him back. Now, as expected, he goes for the Savage. He gets back one of his links, and play is gonna be back on Adrian, who just needs to deal with the card at the moment. Let's see.
I think he was maybe open for something else with Chaos Ruler's effect, because as you said,
yeah, maybe a Levian here. I don't know. Yeah. Let's see if he can find a way to play around his opponent. Okay.
Is it the tiding, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dragon made tiding.
And he brings back the chamber.
So at the end of the day, the mills weren't that bad. This allows him to get back the second copy he plays in his deck of tiding, which I'm gonna try to bring up on the screen for you guys.
And with this field, I think this was the only solution he had, because the Ash hurt a lot, and he has now a tiding face down, so you can make like a sort of compulsory for the turn after.
Absolutely. So at the end of the day, he relied on the Chaos Ruler. I don't know if everyone would have done it, but he gets a little bit of a payoff because he was already locked under Darks. So not the worst, but not the best opening for sure. Is it gonna be enough? It could be. We need to mention that Adrian could be holding a Gamma, and if he top decks it, he can find a way to play it on the Savage. But let's see, Adrian is also one of those players who, if he understands that he cannot break the board with Scoop to prevent information.
Yeah, because now Alex has 1 negations on board and the tiding, so this means that he has 2 interruptions, and it's not gonna be that easy for Adrian, because well played by Alex. I mean, he relied on the Chaos Ruler. And,
yes, so he's paying off. He believed in it just like he's believing in his friends for the decision of his deck, but it seems like they tried it out quite well together. As if this isn't the most linear line you would take, but he still was prepared to face the adversity with a less than optimal end, I would say.
And now Dursun is taking just some time to consider if he wants to scoop.
Oh wow! Yeah. And as I said, I mentioned it, Adrian just picks up his cards because he's a well-prepared player. He knows that that's, I think, one of the main differences between a player who is good and a player who is actually on the top level. Whenever they know that they lose, they always know. And if that's the case, they know how valuable the information is. Right now, Ash Blossom is played by every deck of the format, meaning that you get to completely dismiss the side deck from Alex. I would be really surprised if he managed to side deck correctly. That is not the case, and you gain an advantage. If you show your opponent that you're playing Virtual World, then that's so easy. That's the most targeted deck. They're gonna bring in Lancia and a lot of 8, so I think it's a good decision by Adrian. But now he's against the wall, so what do you think he's gonna bring in?
So now Alex, of course, knows that he's going to be Adrian going to pick first. So Adrian, I think, is going to side in. I don't know. Like he doesn't have maybe the tutu because he decided to.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing 3 tutus
Yeah,
with the side deck. I think Cold by the Grave.
Yeah.
And Mischief of the Gnomes could be decent. The Mischief, honestly, it's not for this matchup because Alex doesn't care about the levels. He will link summon first. So I don't think that's coming in. But the Cold buy is great. Maybe the Droll, but if you're going first, I wouldn't suggest it. While I don't think we should look at the side deck from Alex right now. But we can tell you that he's of course playing Kokimeru Drago and other interesting decks that he might be using once he finds out what Adrian is playing.
And I think Alex was not expecting to win game 1 in this way. Because, I mean, he relied on the Chaos Ruler and he paid off. And he had 2 interruptions. So...
No, for sure. If you... I mean, before, when he took a look at the end with the Chaos Base, he was probably feeling super confident. But once the Ash was there, I don't think he was anymore. Do you think there was any merit in starting things off with the Dragon Raven? Maybe the Ash was gonna be used there, and then you can use the Chaos Space. Like, which one is better? I think it's arguably. But
you could have begun with the Dragon Raven in order to try to force Adrian to activate the Ash. But I think maybe you go for the Ravine here, or I think maybe it's the safest play.
It depends. It's not obvious, but it paid off for Alex. So. Well played by him, and now there is just one more game at least to see. If Alex wins, he will advance to the top 8 and he will be the last player we are seeing for today. We saw, of course, in the previous match, one of the duels which saw Marco coming up on top. So whoever wins will have to play against Marco in the next round. So I'm pretty sure Marco didn't leave and is watching together with us just to get some more information on his opponent.
And he will now see if tomorrow we'll play a Virtual War Mirror match or we'll play against the Dragon League deck.
Absolutely. So regardless, it will be a pretty similar matchup for both players, while Marco had to face something quite different. So he will prepare in time for a Mirror or a Dragon Link deck. Honestly, what do you hope is gonna win if you're Marco?
I mean, maybe you're hoping Dragon Link to win, because the Virtual War Mirror match is always very scary. It depends on the die roll. Sometimes if you go second, you struggle to come back. So maybe I think Marco wants Dragon Link to win. But
I mean, it depends
also,
on how they prepare because you know that the Mirror is gonna be there. You know that you need to win at least one or most likely one to win the event. So if that's the case, maybe you are more prepared for it than for a Dragon Link deck. But seems like our duelists are ready. So let's see how Adrian is gonna fight back. Again, Calamities being absolutely a powerhouse against the Dragon Link deck, just like against any monster-based deck. And Prosperity is always a good way to start things off.
And now Alex will soon find out what deck Adrian is playing. Let's see if we can see True King of all Calamities being played in this turn by Adrian.
Let's remember that Adrian is maining the talents, the old set of it. So maybe that's a card that will come down if his opponent has a response. So, okay, let's take a look at these cards. And there is the talent. So it's definitely something you can consider. The call by. Okay, so this is probably the best. But he has no doubts, which makes me think his hand isn't the best, actually.
Yeah.
Because he immediately picked the only combo card, or the best combo card that was there, which is the Lulu. Maybe he already has a talent or some way to protect his combos, but yeah. So now he goes for the city, probably getting the SHUEISHA.
Yeah, maybe he needed the right piece, because otherwise in that situation...
you would have bricked. You would go for call, or you probably just go for the talent. Yeah.
Because now Alex has an Ash.
So let's see if Alex has a response. We know that he's playing a lot of hand shops, but do you think the Lancia would have been shotgun like at the beginning?
We have seen this move not being made by players this weekend when they didn't know what their opponents were playing. So I think it was correct not to activate the Lancia if Alex has it. So we will soon find out. But I think if he has Ash Blossom, wow, Gamma.
Okay, Gamma is there. Wow. What a response from Alex. Do we have a... Okay. Ash. This is an interesting interaction because Gamma is not once per turn. Meaning that the Ash will allow this effect to resolve, but the Gamma is still there. Meaning for the moment in which Adrian activates another virtual word, Alex can just Gamma again.
Yeah.
So
it's not going to be easy for Adrian because Alex has the Gamma. I don't think he will ever keep it for the True King of All Calamities. You just want to activate it in order to prevent your opponent to special summon the True King of All Calamities. And he adds the Lily to his hand. So we will soon see, I think, a Shinglong being activated, or maybe the Lily. Let's see what Adrian decides to do first. Okay, well, he goes for the Lily. He's waiting for his opponent response, and I don't think here you want to chain the Gamma.
Yeah.
You can maybe wait and see.
I mean, the thing is, your opponent knows that you have the Gamma, so you cannot wait for the Calamity because they are not gonna use it right away. So it's on you to either use it right now, but then the Qinglong allows you to go for a Lao Lao. Otherwise, when are you gonna use it?
I think you have to use it now, because otherwise you could send Virtual War Monster. With Shinglong, maybe you will get a...
No, I think it makes sense. It's there. Should have been used, and I mean, at the end of the day, Gamma got rid of both the Ash and the Lily, so it definitely did more than what other Entraps could have done. Now the Qinglong. Ooh, and the Schoolmeister is there from Alex. This hurts a lot. This is one of the few cards he sided, and this is a great read from him. He sided correctly for his opponent deck. Maybe he knew that Adrian qualified with Virtual Word, so this is tough now. It might be the case that Adrian just doesn't have anything to continue because he added the Lulu with the pot, meaning that his hand is most likely not a lot of combo. Yeah, that's it. So Adrian passes WoW, and this is gonna be one turn for Alex to just try an OTK, especially knowing that the Ash was discarded to prevent the Gamma, so one less Entrap to worry about. Okay, so he started things up with the Kriston, probably gonna go and link someone to get the boot. Yeah.
It's going to be interesting, because if Adrian doesn't have an Ash Blossom, for example, or maybe a Lancia is in trouble.
It's interesting to me that Adrian is not playing Nibiru even in the side deck. Do you think it's... yeah, I mean, it's the first player that we see that decided not to use Nibiru at all.
Yeah, it's really
Ooh, and the red eyes just are drawn. Okay.
It's very weird that Adrian doesn't play Nibiru, because... I mean, it's one of the best Entraps of the format, along with, Lancia. And I thought he was playing them in the side deck, but it's not.
Yeah, he decided to change them, probably for Droll and Lock, from what I can see, but... Or Dark Lurer no more. It feels like maybe that's better, but in this situation it isn't. Okay, but luckily for him, I think a lot of ends from Dragon Link just OTK easily. Instead, Alex maybe has a little bit of a slower end on his own with multiple end traps. He now goes for Hieratic Sphere, and is it that all? Okay, he has Levianeer. Okay. So he banishes all of his graveyard to summon Levianeer, and was it all Darks?
I think it was all Darks.
It's let's see. Yeah, Levianeer comes down.
Yeah, Levianeer comes down, and
okay. He's gonna use the effect to shuffle one of the cards back.
And now it's tough for Adrian because he's only left with one card, and Alex has the Heretic Seal and 2 cards in hand. So it's looking very good for him. Adrian shuffled back one of his cards in the deck. And he really needs to pick up something.
And he only has one banished, so he cannot use the SHUEISHA either. So it's tough. He didn't have much of a combo end to begin with, so you really need to top deck something useful. And there is a good chance that one of those cards from Alex is an end trap, because just of the way he has played. Maybe it's another Schoolmeister, maybe it's an Ash, we'll see. So, can Adrian pick up something useful? He really needs any monster to start things off and just push over the Hieratic Spheres. And something important to mention is maybe that behind the Hieratic Sphere there is a Kohakumeru Drago hiding. So, what is this pickup? Is it gonna be a pot? It's a city which isn't the best.
Doesn't help Adrian that much.
Yeah, I mean, it allows you to banish another card and basically force both. Because what you can do is you get the Queen Long and then you force the Hieratic Spheres. And at the time you would have 2 cards banished for the trap. But still, it isn't a combo card, so...
Yeah, also because from the way Adrian played the previous turn, I don't think he has a monster.
He didn't have a monster. But maybe he had just 2 city.
Oh, maybe he could.
He opened 2 city and that's the way. Yeah, this is not surprising. So, let's see what's gonna happen. He's gonna use the Quick Long, most likely on the Spheres. Is it gonna be chained? What would you do here? Would you use it on one of the... on the trap? Or...
I think on the trap.
I mean...
I think on the trap. It also depends on what Alex has left in his hand, because if he has an end trap like Ash Blossom, for example, I think I will use it on the trap rather than the Qinglong.
Okay, so the thing is, he doesn't target, so now Adrian will have to consider if he wants to chain. Yeah, he has to. Is he gonna use it on the Levianeer? Let's see. Alex has yet another response. Okay, so nothing too surprising. So the trap is chained, it will destroy the Levianeer, it will then be sent back to the end, and now the Hieratic Spheres is gonna summon something. So it's tough. So if Adrian doesn't have a combo card, you wanna get a piece like Brotor here. So let's see what Alex decides to bring out. He's also possibly gonna bring out the Kohakumeru, but it's not really for this matchup specifically. So let's see.
I think the Brotor.
Yeah, the Brotor makes sense. I think he has a weekend, so he really needs to pick up some combo cards because this is getting into a grind game. Yeah, so it makes sense. The field spell is sent to the graveyard, and he will get. Possibly a Wyvern Buster or just a Collapse Serpent. Collapse Serpent. But does he have the lights in graveyard?
He has the Hieratic, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, probably the Hieratic.
Okay, but he has the Lulu. Okay, he had 2 Lulu. That's
okay, so the Lulu changes a lot. So Adrian can breathe and. Maybe this will be one of the grindiest match we've seen with a game 3 as well. This changes quite a bit. Yeah, he can now finally get and try to combo off. And unless the last card in the hand for Alex is yet another interruption, he can play and get into the calamities potentially.
Yeah, because now he has a direct access to a Lau Lau if he really wants to. I think he has, let's see what he has in the graveyard. I think he has Lily. Yeah, and a Lulu. Yeah, he could go for Lau Lau Lily.
Yeah, it just depends how safe he wants to play because okay, the Lau Lau is added, so nothing too surprising. He will just go for it straight away. He's considering attacking. Not sure what he's thinking about. Yeah, it seems like the card was changed to a stop.
Yeah, now, I mean, let's see, maybe some clarification here from the judges.
Yeah. Yeah, because if everything goes to Adrian's side without other interruptions, I think he goes for Lau Lau, then he brings back whatever he just sent, and he should follow it up with either the Vermilion, the Shen Shen, and then it's easy from there. You go Calamities pretty easily. So.
And he also has the Chuchi in hand.
Yeah. So as expected, they quickly fix the time, and the Lau Lau. I don't know. Is there ever gonna be a response? He's playing. Yeah, Schoolmeisters, but he already used the copy, so seems like he doesn't have any other interruption. I don't know if he's playing Nibiru as well, so let me check.
Does he play?
Yeah, he does side it,
okay.
but I mean, if he sides those in as well, Schoolmeister, we know Adrian just picked up his card without playing a single one of them in game 1, so, and this is still almost 30 minutes down, which can really show you how much Alex comboed off in game 1, because I think he took almost 9 minutes, if not 10, and Adrian just scooped up, not being able to clear any of his opponent plays.
And here comes the Shen Shen. Which is very good against the Dragon League because it banished.
Yeah, and now it banishes the Brotor. That's the main thing. Because otherwise, the Brotor is a resource engrave that can be used, and it's quite annoying to deal with. And now, yeah, it just banishes the trap, makes calamities.
Looking good for Adrian, which was able to come back into the game. Right now, the Chuchi that he has in hand is not alive, considering that he only has one.
Yeah, only one.
Card.
Only one card, but for now it's looking like it could be enough. Yeah, he places in the extra master zone, sets one, and now the play is back on Alex, who only has a Collapse Serpent and another card in hand, and he's gonna be top decking. One of the best options could be like the triple tactic talent. So let's see. Let's see if he can pick up any useful thing. He has the Nibiru, wow. So he has even yet another interruption, and he really went slow with it, but finally in the end goes for Nibiru. I don't think Adrian is happy with this.
Well played by Alex because he sided in the Schoolmeister, the Nibiru, and everything he needed.
Absolutely, yeah. He read Adrian like a book, and sometimes you see the underdog really taking it against the player who was considered and is the most accomplished among them all. There is not anything Adrian can do, and with the Collapse Serpent in hand, next turn this is gonna be combo by Alex, because he can just summon it, link, and then go for an LP. So this should be pretty easy. Let's see though if he can spot it, and tough times. So
yeah, he kept it for the right moment. So
okay,
now he activates the Qinglong in order to have to
have the trap live at least. Okay, but my
okay.
Okay. Well played by both of them. So now, the only question is, why didn't he go for it in the first place if he just ended the turn and his opponent went for Nibiru? But okay, I guess Adrian still set up with a trap, meaning he's still far from being over, and now his opponent will try to force the trap out because it's the only interruption left for Adrian.
Now Alex really needs to find a way to deal with the Chuche, because rather than that, Adrian is left with no cards. So
unfortunately, the only copy of the field spell has already been used, so he cannot get it right now with the striker.
I think Alex has only another card in his hand, right? Because
he only has the card draw turn right now,
and he gets the Wyvern Buster. So I think now Alex really needs to find a way to deal with the Chuche. Let's see.
If he finds a good card from the top, because now the Quilong in graveyard from Adrian is also gone, meaning he's relying entirely on his top deck to have something decent. So
I think Alex here is just taking some time to considering his best move, because you don't want to mess up it. What?
And is it?
It's a quick launch.
Yeah, quick launch. So good one.
This is good.
Good. Yeah. Good card. Good card because the tracer is quick. So whenever his opponent is gonna try and use the trap, then you can chain it on the target. So this is actually a really good top deck. He still has his normal summon as well if he will comes up later on in the turn.
He has quite a different options here. Needs to be careful, but
yeah, overall
he showed us he's very experienced, because he sided in all of his entraps that were very powerful against Virtual Ward. So
he's playing quite well, and he had the good read on Adrian. So we're gonna see a Link summon. Okay, for the Kriston.
This is the first time that we see the Kriston.
First time this weekend. It was the most popular Link at the last remote duel, but now we only see it for the first time in the last match of the day. He gets the Kriston. The Synchron from the deck. Debating on what to do. Doesn't seem like Adrian.
Seems like he's just
unfazed.
He's just waiting.
Yeah. Seems like he's completely unfazed by this. He knows that is trap, and for sure he's gonna try and make the best out of it. So, I mean, when life gives you lemon, what can you do?
Now Alex is left with the Wyvern Buster in his hand. I think it's very looking good for him.
Yeah. The last card is still the known one. The thing is, what do you do? Because if you go for LP, then you risk locking yourself under dragons if your opponent just destroys the Link in the extra monster zone. But let's see if he goes for it. No, he goes for another striker. Yeah. I mean, because as I said, he didn't use the normal, so he always has the option to just use it and then get back a normal summon if he feels like it.
Looks like he's reading some of his banished cards, just to be sure. I don't know, looks like he doesn't want to mess up.
Yeah, feeling focused on... the time is also getting quite concerning because there are no draws, and if Alex somehow doesn't get the advantage here, he's risking having a game free in time, which would be definitely not the best, considering overall he has the advantage. He has been playing well, so you really don't want to win game 1 and then pretty much lose game 2 and game 3 in time. now he finally goes for LP, and I think it's time for Adrian to consider if he has anything to say about this.
Looks like Adrian still
not convinced.
Yeah, it's not convinced.
But now the LP is active, so if you destroy, let's see. Yeah, it's time to go, Adrian. I think you cannot wait any longer.
It's just taking some time, but I think he has to.
This is not easy though.
Yeah.
Because the Striker Dragon can get back something and he can normal summon it. So this decision from Adrian is crucial. If he destroys the wrong one, he's in trouble. The problem is that Alex played well because the Kriston and the LP are in a position where if you don't destroy one of the two, then the LP can be activated. But at the same time, the Striker can also be activated no matter what you destroy.
What do you think Adrian could destroy the Chuche?
I think he has to destroy the LP or the Kriston from his point of view. Also because maybe he has forgot, he's not thinking about the normal. Yeah. As expected, the Kriston goes, but now there is a decent option because he can tribute the Striker to get back the Tracer and normal summon it using its effect, and I think this is looking good for Alex. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian really needed to activate the Chuche because otherwise.
Yeah, no, there was,
trouble.
as I said, Alex played it like a game of chess. He really saw the outs, and up until now he has been pretty much flawless. So let's see if he will continue along this road. I'm pretty sure he saw the line because he played it exactly, putting in Adrian in a spot where it was essentially checkmate. So either he did that or he had no other option. But now it's time to seal the deal, because sometimes even in chess you can be extremely good at the early game, but you need to be as good as the end game and close the thing out. Otherwise it's just a draw.
Very interesting match, by the way. Like, this is game 2 and it took like 40 minutes, so...
Yeah, and we have only seen, I think, one round each, one turn each.
Yeah.
It's not been, we have seen like 3 turns and it has been 40 minutes, so basically every turn is taking an average of like 12-13 minutes, if not more, so... Okay, as expected, nothing out of the ordinary. He gets back the Tracer and now he's normal summoning it. This is probably where Adrian is asking, oh, you have non-normal summon, and that's the case. He hasn't normal summon yet for this turn. So again, gotta give credit to Alex. Absolutely fantastic play for now. I think his friends watching him must be proud.
Very well played by Alex. I mean, he's showcasing us how powerful this deck is.
He's playing really well. Just needs to speed it up slightly, and that's why we've been informed that he has given, I think, a warning for slow play, and we get 3 more minutes in the time. But overall, his play is on point, and now he gets finally to activate the Tracer and probably go for a Savage.
I think so.
Let's see.
I think the token, you can get rid of the token quite easily, right? Because he had the Lulu.
No, I think it was only the Calamities. Only the Calamities. Yeah, so it's 3,000.
Yeah.
So that means he can even just crash with the Nibiru if he doesn't find it. But yeah, with the Savage he can attack.
Once again. Okay.
Ooh, but Alex feeling his luck today. So makes sense. He just goes once again, but this time, let's see. So he finds Nibiru Gamma, Ash, Lancea, and Chaos Space. So the Lancea is a no-brainer here. And this makes Adrian life, as you can see, just crossing his arms with the Lancia. It's tough.
And the Chaos Space as well.
Yeah, the Chaos Space. just sends back the striker. It allows him to draw a card, and
this is very good for Alex because he has the Lancia for the next turn.
Just great play all around by Alex. Nothing to say.
What did he draw? Wow.
Ooh. Okay, Alex. I see you. Oh yeah, World Legacy, definitely a dream top deck there, and it's nothing. As I said, pretty well played. I don't want to take anything away from the guys we have seen today, but I gotta admit that the play seems to be sharper the more we go on to the later rounds, which is usually the opposite thing. So that's why I'm so surprised. But the last round and this round, we have seen probably the best play from Marco and Alex, which is a shame in a way because they're gonna be playing against each other. But at the same time, that guarantees us an incredible top 8 match tomorrow if Alex can close this one out. So absolutely great stuff from these guys, and this seems like it's, as I said, it's checkmate, and I'm sure Adrian, from our experiences, will soon understand the same thing. So.
Very well played by Alex. Yeah, we gotta give credit to him. He had the Schoolmaster, we had the
Yeah. He had of course he had the card because he's playing 40. He's playing really good ratios, and I guess it's a team effort, as I said, because his friends helped him out, and I think Adrian has seen enough. So Alex is the winner of the final match for today. He wins once again 2-0, and he will advance to the top 8. Congratulations, Alex Robertson. Great stuff from both guys. But yeah, once again, we can confirm the course of talking about just getting him eliminated, because we mentioned how Adrian Durson was, at least on paper, the guy to beat, because he's the most accomplished out of all of these guys, the most experienced at a high level. He tried his best, but honestly, Alex completely destroyed him. He just showed why his team was good in his decision. It was he said that his friends together convinced him to play this deck. Makes sense. He played against Virtual World as well. He played against probably one of the best players with the deck at this event. So great stuff. I am sure it will be an incredible match tomorrow, as we already mentioned. And that's why I want to bring you guys, since this was the last match for today, the complete bracket we have for what happened today. This is it. As you can see, we had 8 incredible rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! But the final matches are started. And tomorrow, that's what we are going to get. So we are going to be back with the top 8. The first one being from the top left corner, Daniel Hartmann against Danilo. It will be an incredible one, but gotta give credit to the losers today. They all put up a great show, and in the end, it was for the best. But tomorrow they are working it out for all, because not only tomorrow is going to be a direct elimination, but whoever advances to the top 4 will receive a copy of the prize card, which is an incredible achievement. So I'm sure the stake will only get higher from here on. But guys, thank you a lot for watching, and thanks to even our colleagues from the different streams. As mentioned already, there is the possibility to follow this event in different languages. There are all the links down below to follow it in the different, so in French, in Spanish, in Italian, and in German. But if you feel like you have had a great time, just make sure to tell your friends, because they can follow us, and be back tomorrow, just like today at the same time. So 12 CET, 11 if you live in the UK. You can just check the different time zones, of course. But it's just like today. We're going to have the all top 8. Thanks again. We will be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and see you soon.